The fate threads came from the place where the painting was floating. In his vision, there was a hole in the void in its place. They were crawling toward Theta's delicate body as if to devour her. It took Victor a couple of seconds to understand what was going on here. Those were destiny lines connecting her to another world. Some were bad, some were good. Does this girl have another story? Reading the words, soul artifact, in the description log, he realized that this was not happening in the material world but in the sprite one. No wonder his appraisal skill failed. In the real world, what he saw was just that the painting was sending many bursts of energy. But in the fate world, Victor could not see those, they were fate neutral. What he saw was something else. In addition to the fate threads, a dark red worm made of many entangled black and crimson threads was materializing. It came out of the void hole and was making its way toward Theta's mouth. Victor was not sure, but he knew what this was. He had heard of it in his previous life. A soul transfer. Something in another world was trying to enter this world through Theta. And it was probably using some kind of energy as camouflage to fool the world's defense system. Once it takes its target body, it will gain its ID and would no longer be discovered by this world as it was now a part of it. In the future, they would call those demon agents. They were agents that the major forces in the other world planted in this world using various techniques just before the reckoning. But why Theta? And how did they send the painting to this world? Too many questions that he couldn't answer. He had some theories, but this was not the time to think about other things. He had to act. After some thought, he took out a bottle of the soul poison, then after opening it, he used his disguise skill to hide Theta and replace her with a pillow, making sure that the poison bottle was in the place of her mouth. It didn't work. The worm kept heading toward Theta. This thing operates on the soul and seems to ignore the illusions of the material world. Victor watched as more energy poured from the painting, and as Theta's body was getting hotter, she even began to moan in pain. Victor cursed himself for being useless. If she was his blood slave, things would have been much simpler, but he had no more slots in the skill. Should he leave Theta to her fate? Victor realized that getting the painting was not luck, but fate. Something in the other world has used fate to tie this artifact to Theta. And the luckiest thing that happened to her was meeting him. There should be a way. Victor looked at the worm. It was crawling through the air as if it was battling a strong tide, and was only supported by the other energy. It was weak. Void travel was a very dangerous thing, it seems. He had read about the souls when he was studying the Book of Time, as what was transferred to this timeline was his soul that merged with the one from this world. So his soul must be much stronger. This was also the reason why the Book of Time could only be used once, as in the second transfer the soul would be too big to be sent in time without a big sacrifice. After some thought, Victor decided to do something crazy, too crazy even for him. But this was a gamble, and if it succeeded, he was sure to gain a lot. He had to do it fast, though. He used his disguise skill to change his name to /system 11C54H/first, then made all his attributes, including his authority, into ones. Then after one last thought, he opened his mouth and ate the illusory worm. The Grand Elder was busy, carefully trimming the hairs inside his nose, when a fat servant barged into his private room. "Grandmaster." The man stopped to catch his breath. "Ah." The Grandmaster yelled as the man's shout made him insert the scissors a little too deep. He quickly pulled it out and touched his nose to feel the red blood dripping. He quickly used his handkerchief to cover his nose and took his sword and put it at the servant's neck. "You better have a good excuse," he said angrily. "The orb. It broke," the servant said, not caring about the sword. "What orb?" the elder asked with a frown. "The awakening artifact," the servant said, making the elder blink twice, then throw the sword and hurry into the ceremony room, where the orb that was the key to creating the von Weiss family lay shattered into 100 pieces. Wendy could only hug her knees as she sat in despair. She still remembers the night her village was attacked by that evil gang. They killed her parents and everyone else in cold blood. they found her hiding inside a closet. She still remembers that man's delicate voice as he told his men to take her to the city to sell her. She had never been to the city before. Her clan forbade any interaction with the outside world, but as a curious young lady, she always knew when to ask, as the elders who sometimes left to get supplies would have looser tongues when they were drunk. It was her fault. All of it was her fault. She remembered as tears dripped from her eyes. She found him almost dead by the river bank and decided to help him. She kept him a secret from her tribe, where they would have killed him. But, who knew that he was a wolf, who after getting better got some men together, he attacked the village, to plunder all its treasures. They never expected the villagers to resist, so they killed them all after raping the women. They called themselves the Dark Chamber. She only survived because of that man. He said that she saved his life so he would save hers, and now they were equal. What kind of twisted logic is that? In the end, she ended up here after changing hands a dozen times, until that evil woman bought her, after making that mouse bite her. She said something about a noble bloodline. Did she need to whip her like that, just because she refused to obey? She could only sigh as she looked at the two poor girls who were with her sleeping. Those two were orphans who had bad luck too. They seemed to have been given some sleeping pills, but strangely they didn't affect her. She just pretended to be asleep waiting for a chance to escape, but even after chaining her, they still closed the vault's doors, locking her in. Why is that woman so careful? It was as if she had been robbed before. Looking at the room around her full of treasures, she felt her heart bleed. Many of those things belonged to her family. She had never understood how precious they were. Are they really precious? She asked herself. At first, that was what she thought, but after seeing that stupid penguin painting that the old man brought a few hours ago, she began to doubt her judgment and aesthetics. The man said that he didn't know what this was, but that he felt it was worth something. He asked that nasty woman to try auctioning it for him. She realized that this thing was probably garbage, yet somehow she liked it. Suddenly, her eyes fell on an ugly vase in the corner. Did it just move? No, impossible. It moved again. Could it be haunted? The girl wanted to retreat to a corner but couldn't because of the chains that tied her to the wall. The vase moved a third time, and this time a boy came out of it. How did he fit in? He was wearing black stockings on his head, so she couldn't clearly make out his face. But maybe, just maybe, this guy might be her Prince Charming who would save her from this nightmare. Tom slowly sneaked out of the vase artifact to be faced with the beautiful eyes of a girl that was looking at him. She was not very pretty but had a noble air around her. At first, he panicked, but after seeing the chain around her beautiful ankle, he knew that she was part of the merchandise. Two other girls were sleeping beside her. He slowly put his hand on his mouth, indicating that she should stay silent. She nodded in response. What a good girl. Looking around, he couldn't easily appraise the treasures here. So he asked the system for help, but it didn't respond. So he called again. Still nothing. What the F***CK? Didn't it say that it would give him further instructions later? This stupid system was truly whimsical. What to do now? Well, he had come prepared. The greedy vase that hit him had a huge storage space, so he would only need to get all that stuff and then run away. Do you want help? He asked the girl who was looking at him with expecting eyes. She nodded with a smile. Then get to work, he said as he began to store the treasures of the vault in the vase under the shocked eyes of the girl. The process was a little slow as he had to sacrifice a drop of blood to the vase, then keep holding the treasure for a few minutes for the vase to swallow it. Some help here? Tom asked the girl. She quickly nodded and stood up, then began to hand him the treasures. She also contributed a few drops of blood after seeing that Tom was losing too much. That is until her hands touched the penguin painting, smearing its edge with her blood. A light shone from the painting as it was lit with a blue flame. Then sparks of light began to leave it and hit the girl, who moaned in pain. Tom, who didn't know what to do, stood in shock as he watched how the cheap tribal cloth pouch that the girl was wearing reacted to the light and swallowed a part of it as the girl collapsed on the ground as the painting turned into ashes that scattered on the ground. What the F***ck? He wondered. He quickly checked on the girl. She was still alive, just unconscious. He frowned, and after making sure no other strange things happened, he continued to pack the things here, making sure that his blood touched nothing besides the vase. Then after he finished, he took the girl inside the vase. He can't leave her after all. Then after looking at the two other girls, he did the same. They were pretty. This vase was an S-rank treasure that could store and restore all things at the cost of a drop of blood. The most amazing thing is the fact that it can change its appearance and its information. After giving it to that merchant, under the instructions of the system, he sneaked into the store and went inside of it, then waited. Too bad he could not see what was going on outside, so he had to wait until after midnight to make sure that there were no enemies. Now, he stood with the vase in his hand looking around the empty vault. Mission accomplished. Too bad the system was still ignoring him. He took out an escape talisman from his pocket and activated it. Hopefully, he would not end up somewhere dangerous. When Victor woke up, he was in a hospital bed. He could clearly smell the distinct disinfectant smell in the air and feel the tube going from his nose to his throat. He tried to sit up but couldn't. It was as if his body was not responding correctly. He grimaced in pain. "Oh, young master, you're awake," a hot nurse yelped and ran to his side. Victor, who was lying in bed, could clearly appreciate her bust as she leaned over him to take out the medical tube in his throat. He tried to speak, but his mouth was a little dry, but after a few tries he could speak. "You want to ask how you got here?" "It was some maid," she said. "No. Can you give me a kiss?" he asked lecherously as he licked his lips. The nurse was startled, but after she pondered for a second, she smiled. Then after looking to the back, making sure nobody was watching, she shyly got near and pecked him on the cheek, then retreated briskly. One more, on the other side, for the symmetry," he said bashfully, making the nurse freeze a second and then with a shy look on her face. She leaned over him so that her lips could reach his other cheek, expecting him to use the chance to steal a kiss from her lips. She was not that naive. But to her surprise, the moment her lips touched his cheek, he used his teeth to bite her throat that was right across his mouth. The nurse tried hard to let go, but couldn't. She tried again, but Victor's jaws were as if they were made of steel. He was mumbling something. In the end, she was able to retreat, leaving a chunk of meat in Victor's mouth as the world distorted around them. Victor was now standing while chewing in front of a demoness that was holding her throat in pain. "Trying to play those stupid soul games with me, are you an idiot? Did you really think I would surrender my soul to you with only a nurse cosplay?" Victor asked casually as he inspected his ethereal body. This was his soul, and he was now inside his soul realm. After that, he looked at the demoness facing him. She had the appearance of a woman with a cat head. And no, she was not cute at all, not of the sexy type you read about in novels. But the nightmare-fueled breed you might encounter in a horror story or a Lovecraftian novel. She had red glowing eyes and wild fangs that protruded randomly from her wide mouth. Her body was long and slender, too slender. He could see her bones through her gray skin. Her claws were bony, long and sharp, ready to pounce on her prey. "How could you move? Why did you know?" the demoness asked in a hoarse voice as she frowned. She was not speaking using a language. In the world of the souls, there are no languages. But they could strangely understand each other. "Why would I tell you? Now, how should I eat you?" he asked as chains began to rise from the void and constrict the demon. How do you know these soul defense techniques? Who are you?" the demon shouted, touching her aching throat again, to feel a hot crust was burned in it. It must be when he bit her. "Damn you, you cursed me, you piece of sh*t. How can you?" She screamed as the chains constricting her got tighter. This is my domain, although you used some of your energy to fool me, it is still my home. He answered as he floated there inspecting her. You are crazy, you can't kill me. I already have your body. If I die your body would die too. You better surrender. The demon said. You guys are really good at lying. I almost believed you. As long as this body has a soul, it would not die. Where are you from, Volan or Lisver? No, I heard there are dirty cats in Turval. Are you one of Kiver's minions? Victor asked lazily, not expecting an answer as those demons were usually very tight-lipped. He didn't need one anyway. He would have all her memories when he devours her soul. How do you know about this? Who are you? The demoness asked. I am just a friendly young master. He said arrogantly. Then let this lady go. I will not bother you. The demoness said as she felt the chains getting hotter. Would you think I would let you escape after entering this dragon's den? I want to eat you. It is very rare to get a higher demon soul readily served. He said. Damn you. The demoness screamed as the chain around her body began to glow red hot, making her realize that he was going to burn her. How does he know this? The unconnected world didn't have extensive knowledge in the arts of the souls. Do you think I would let you win this easily? I just have to reveal myself to the world, and now that I have your body you would be sent into a dungeon for eternity, or get destroyed with me. She said with anger. You can't do that. You will just be eaten obediently. Now be a good demoness and get fried quietly. He said dismissively as a chair materialized out of thin air and he sat on it with his legs crossed as if he was waiting for the barbecue to finish. You will pay for this. Do you know who I am? The demoness shouted. Just another pussy. Why would I want to know your name? He asked with a smirk. Damn you, the demoness shouted as she sent a burst of energy into the depth of the darkness. The system detected an anomaly. Foreign object found. ID was compromised. Elimination initiated. Constructing dungeon. Constructing dungeon failed. Target is not alive. Eliminating ID holder. Target eliminated. Now you're dead. Now. Any second. Why are you not dead? The demoness screamed as the chains around her burst into flames. Nice to meet you, and goodbye. You will make a good fertilizer for my soul. Victor said as he watched her unwillingly turn into a cloud of sparkling dust that floated toward him and then integrated with his ethereal body. The next moment Victor felt a pain going through his entire being. Oops, he seemed to have eaten too much. That demoness was stronger than he thought. When Lily heard the sound of something falling to the ground in the next room, she smiled first, thinking that Theta had done the same as Arya, and kicked the perverted young master out of bed. But when she heard Theta scream after that, she jumped out of bed and ran to the other room while taking out her dagger. Victor was unconscious on the floor, while the naked Theta was crying to his side, trying to wake him up. No enemies were in sight. What happened? Lily said as she took the bed sheet and threw it to Theta to cover herself. The young master. He took the shot for me. She said while crying. Speak clearly, Lily said as she checked Victor's breathing. It was normal, as if he was sleeping. But he seemed to be not waking up. A few minutes ago, the painting that the young master bought for me. It is my fault. Theta cried more. Drink this, Lily said, giving Theta a glass of water that the smart Camellia brought, then helped Lily carry Victor to the bed after that. And no matter how much they called him or pushed him, he didn't wake up. Can you speak now? Lily asked Theta as she brushed Victor's hair with her fingers, trying hard to remain calm. The painting, the one the young master bought today. It suddenly grew hot and then began to shoot light into me. I couldn't move. Then there was a screen with some words on it. Theta said as she frowned while trying hard to remember. What screen? Lily asked with a frown. It said players registered. Then after that. When I opened my eyes, the young master. He was looking at something in the air. When I looked at it, I realized that it was the painting. Hovering in midair, and the cat in it felt bad as if it wanted to eat me. Then, a light shot from it. The young master pushed me aside at that moment and swallowed that red light. Theta said as tears kept pouring from her eyes. It is all my fault, she said as she buried her head in the sleeping Victor's chest. Where is the painting now? Lily asked. I don't know, maybe it burnt into nothing, Theta answered while pointing to a place near the bed. Lily quickly looked there and noticed some brown ash on the ground. It smelt like burnt paper. She quickly collected them in a plastic bag. What should she do now? This was probably not a medical problem, but a magical one. She didn't know what to do. Could it be poison? She quickly took out a detoxification pill and a healing pill and then tried to feed them to Victor. But he couldn't chew them. So she had to crush them in her mouth and feed them to his mouth with hers, making Theta blush as she watched. After waiting for half an hour, she concluded that they didn't work. What now? Too bad, she couldn't figure out what was wrong with the young master. She just looked at the sleeping Victor and thought about what he would do in such situations. Should she call the family? Probably not, as she knew that Victor didn't trust them. First, she should take him back to the mansion. Maybe Hilda knows something. And maybe she should try to get a healer. That and a girl. Camellia, get the men and the car, see if they have a van or a truck. Then find me a stretcher, we are returning home now. Lily said. Yes, mistress, Camellia replied, then ran outside. This was a chance to prove her worth. Theta, Lily said after a few minutes. She was now a little calmer and thought of something. Yes, Theta answered nervously, wondering if Lily would punish her. Say the words. Open status menu in your mind. Lily said. Theta frowned, then nodded. Wah, Theta said as she stepped back, letting go of the bed sheet she covered herself with. You are now a player, keep it a secret. Lily said, what is your authority? She asked after a few minutes. Authority. 5. Theta answered, making Lily a little shocked. How about class? Class? What does a divine gambler mean, and why is there a SSS next to it? She asked. Lily didn't answer, didn't know how to answer. Didn't want to answer. This girl is a monster. Theta didn't know how to answer. Are my STA? Stu. Status bad? Theta asked timidly. Didn't I tell you not to tell anyone? Why did you tell me? Lily asked as she turned back to Theta. On the contrary, they are super strong. But if people knew about them, they would take you away. Lily said, making Theta freeze, then nod. Miss Lily, please don't tell anyone. She said timidly. Don't worry. Now go get dressed, then help me transport the young master downstairs. Lily said, oh, and be careful, you should have more strength now. Lily warned her, but was a little late, as Theta, who wanted to put on her skirt, pulled it too strong and got it ripped. They reached the mansion at sunrise. Night travel in the mountains was very dangerous, but with Lily's enhanced vision, she could drive the van easily. They left the SUV up there, as 17 would drive it to the mansion later. Hilda was the first to welcome them with a smile when the car stopped next to the mansion. The girls were being given a lesson by the twins, while Margaret was busy flirting with Alex. She couldn't understand why the young master tolerated such behaviors. But it's not her business. Her smile turned to a frown when she saw the unconscious Victor. Miss Hilda, we will talk about the young master later. Those 5 men. Chicks are at your disposal. Arrange rooms at the separate building and use them to guard the mansion. They were chosen by the young master. Lily said, pointing to the 5 muscular men who were chosen by 17 to serve as guards. She wanted to bring 10 men, but with Victor laying there it could only fit 5 men. I will take the young master upstairs to his room. Please wake Margaret up and let her join me, Lily said as she carried Victor with Theta, who was much stronger now. Camelia bowed politely to Hilda. Camelia, fill Hilda in about what happened yesterday, Lily shouted at her as she entered the mansion. Lily was wiping Victor's mouth with a napkin when Margaret and Alex entered the room. This young master was drooling as if he had just eaten a juicy steak. What happened? Alex, who was dressed as a slutty maid, asked nervously as Margaret went to Victor's side and held his hand with concern. This was the man she chose, would he leave her so soon? We don't know yet. Lily said, Margaret, I want you to call Anna. Wasn't she a healer? Lily asked. Ah. Yes, Margaret jumped to her feet and then ran to her room to get her phone just as Arya and the twins entered the room and went to Victor's side. What happened? Is he okay? Arya asked with concern. We don't know, we will speak later, Lily answered. The young master has an appointment with that journalist today, and an auction later at night, Arya said with a frown. Then turned to Lily as she was the one Victor trusted the most. We will wait for Anna, Lily said anxiously. She was not brave enough to decide as she was afraid to ruin one of her young master's plans. Hilda, who heard the story from Camelia, entered the room after that with a medical device. This was a very advanced family-issued instrument. It was an all-in-one diagnostic device. This thing was like the phones the family used, 20 years ahead of its time. After taking a blood sample and connecting Victor's wrist to the device, it began its analysis, and after 15 minutes it gave the results. No anomaly was detected. Please replace the calibration sample with a valid patient. The device found no problems except the fact that Victor was too healthy to be a normal human. This thing was not made for players after all. With a frown, Lily looked at everyone, then began to tell them about what happened. The room was silent for the next hour, as no one knew what to do. The rest of the girls in the house also came to take a look at Victor, but was kicked out by Hilda as the room got too crowded. Soon Margaret hurried inside with Anna, who was shocked by the luxuriant mansion. It made her wonder whether she should throw herself at Victor as Margaret did. But she changed her mind when she saw all the pretty girls who were anxiously sitting in Victor's room. Wait. That one is a guy, right? Why is he dressed in a maid uniform? Why is the dress so revealing? Is he acting in some AV? Is this even legal? They did say that Victor was a pervert. Anna, can you see what is wrong with the young master? Mina, who was holding Victor's hand tenderly, asked her. Let me try. She said as she approached the sleeping Victor. Last week she was doing as Victor advised her, and she began to study medicine, intending to apply to a medical school. Apparently, players didn't need any exams. Just an appraisal test. She silently put her hands on Victor and then began to use her healing skill. Still, nothing happened. Why isn't it working? Margaret asked when she saw the frown on Anna's face. I don't know, my skill is not working at all. It is as if he is perfectly healthy. She said as she stood up. I am sorry. She said. It's okay, Margaret said, reassuring her friend with a sigh. Lily frowned, not knowing what to do. Leave us alone, Hilda told everyone, who was a little startled, but quickly nodded after seeing her serious face. One by one, they left the room. Including Alex, who was very concerned. But didn't dare to show it affectionately like the other girls. As for Margaret, she went out with Anna. She intended to escort her out. She was a smart girl. She knew that being here didn't help at all. It would be better to do something useful rather than wait here endlessly. Lily was left alone with Hilda and the unconscious Victor. Call Kai. She said in a calm voice. The others didn't notice, but she did. Lily was on the verge of losing her mind. But. Lily didn't know what to say. Do it. As Victor's butler, he would not reveal anything. Hilda said. Lily nodded, then called Kai. Kai. This is Lily, the young master had an accident. Lily said. What happened? Kai, who usually didn't like to have a lengthy conversation with Lily, asked seriously. Lily proceeded to tell him what happened last night. Can the family help? She asked after that, while biting her lip. If the healing pill didn't work, then this would be tricky. But since the young master's state is stable, it would be better to wait for a few days. There is big trouble in the family now, and if something really did happen to the young master last night, some people would make some unreasonable conclusions. I can't tell you more, but hide the young master's condition, for a few days at least. Kai said, making Lily surprised. Is the situation really that bad? She asked. More than anything you could imagine. I will call you if anything changes. Kai said, then hung up the phone. If Lily was not concerned about Victor, she would have called Kai again, to scold him. But she was not in the mood. She just wanted her young master to wake up. He can't help? Hilda asked. Something wrong in the family. Should we contact Master Theodore? Lily asked, making Hilda frown and nod after hesitating a little and then calling George's phone. His answer was the same as Kai's. What should we do now? Lily asked, but no one could answer. Who did it? Charlotte asked the kneeling men in a cold voice. We don't know. We didn't have cameras inside, the man said, not realizing that his head was already separated from his body. Who did it? She asked the second man. Please spare me. He said as his head was separated too. After killing the 11 vault guards and the manager, Charlotte looked around the empty vault in anger as she began to bite her nails. She lost a lot, this time. Her brother was sure to use this against her. Young mistress. Shall we cancel the auction? An old butler asked. Never, no. I already took the small goods and put them in my ring. They will be enough for now. Just find some player stores and buy some treasures from them. Those guys always have some secret stashes. She said coldly, knowing well that no matter what treasures she gets, they would be garbage if compared with the things that were stolen. Understood, he said as he bowed respectfully. Just find out who took my stuff, then burn him and his entire family. You have 1 week. She said to the old butler, who stood there shivering as she left the room. Tom looked at the unconscious girl with a frown. What happened to her? And what was that? After inspecting her from head to toe, he realized one thing. This girl was not pretty. She was not ugly either. Just plain. Like a brick in a wall. Completely unremarkable. Sir. Thank you for helping us. The 2 other girls who woke up thanked him. It's okay, he said with a fresh smile. Those 2 were cute. He wouldn't mind adding them to his harem. Do you have a place to stay? He asked with concern. No. We were sold from an orphanage. The older of the 2 said. Then stay here. But you can't come out. They would surely be looking for you. He said if those girls insisted on leaving he would have to lock them in. They have seen his face. He shouldn't have brought them along, but they were too cute to be left alone. But we can't pay you, the other girl said, with a blush on her face. Tom was not really handsome, but he had this manly aura around him that made her feel strange, but she didn't hate the feeling. Don't worry, I have a lot of friends, girlfriends, living here, and they might need some help around the house. He said, making the girls frown a little, then nodded. They have already seen this place. They couldn't believe that this casual young man owned an entire apartment building. How about I take you on a tour? He asked the girls. I will introduce you to the others. He added. Yes. They responded at the same time. But what about this older sister? One of them asked. Don't worry. This room is secure, we will check on her later. Tom said, making sure not to alert the girls to the hidden cameras. After 30 minutes, Wendy opened her eyes, then sat up and looked around with a frown. Where am I? She began to inspect the room she was in. It was a bedroom, but was quite bare. Only a bed and a desk. Last night? Yes, she remembers. That thief. She quickly inspected her body. It was intact. After that, she took out the cloth pouch that hung from her neck and opened it, and took a damaged white coin from it. She couldn't believe it, but this thing had saved her life. That thing. She didn't know why it attacked her. But thanks to the attack, she managed to activate the coin and inherit her family's legacy. Her mind was now full of memories and information about all sorts of things. A long time ago, her family was a strong family of players. An existence that could rule the world, but one day, their awakening treasure got stolen by an unknown thief. They tried hard to get it back, or at least get another awakening artifact, but they failed. And after the death of the last player in the family, the elders decided to retreat into the mountains with what was left of their treasures, hoping that the prophesied day of reckoning would come, so that they would be able to rise again using all the things they hid away. This coin was one of several treasures her ancestors kept. It would activate when the holder becomes a player. It was like a memory capsule that also had a strong protection charm. She didn't know how and why, but that penguin painting seemed to have turned her into a player seconds before that thing attacked. And that was enough for her to inherit all the memories and skills in the coin which self-destructed with the attacker. Tears fell from her eyes as she looked at the coin. This thing was given to her by her grandmother. What should she do now? At this moment, the door of the room opened and the man who saved her came in. He didn't have the stocking on his head, but she could recognize him after hearing his voice. You are awake, he said. Yes, thank you for saving me, she said in a quiet voice. It's okay, he said. I am Tom. What's your name? He asked. Wendy, she answered. What happened there? He asked. I don't remember, she lied. She would never trust a man again. I see. Do you have a place to go? Those guys are probably searching the city for you now, he said. No. She shook her head. Then stay here, he said with a refreshing smile that made her heart skip a beat. Okay, she said, I already saw your face. You would probably kill me if I didn't accept, she said. No. Never, he said stuttering. This girl was not as naive as the others. Whatever, she said, it is better to stay with this guy. And maybe she can try to get her family's treasure that fell in his hands. Rita didn't understand what was going on. The pain in her body was intolerable. That bastard Levi didn't even try to be nice. The moment she entered the mansion, she was arrested by 2 guards who took her to some underground lab, where Levi was waiting. It was full of glass containers with hideous creatures inside, and many people were chained to the wall. Many of them seemed to be rotting, as some scientists took samples. Levi didn't even look at her when they brought her in and stripped her of all her clothes, then after strapping her to a metal table. After that, he ordered his men to begin the operation without even batting an eye for her. They started to inject her with all kinds of nasty medicines, making her feel many kinds of pain she had never experienced before. No matter how she begged him, he didn't respond. He just kept looking at her with cold eyes, as if she was some insect. She kept screaming until Levi gagged her mouth himself, ignoring her pleading eyes. He didn't even talk to her, just giving commands to the people in lab coats around him to hurry up. Wasn't he supposed to be nice? Wasn't he supposed to be her future husband? Didn't her father tell her that Levi would take care of her and treat her like a princess? She didn't know what was going on. Why? She was obedient all her life. She did what her grandfather told her to do. So why? Why treat her like this? The last thing she thought of, before passing out, was Victor's smug face. Did they know that she was kissed by him? Did they know that she was unfaithful? Would he save her? She felt despair as she fell into darkness while wondering why she was abandoned. Even the system didn't respond to her anymore. Levi entered the grand office after politely knocking on the door and hearing his father's response. All finished? Martin von Zwei asked his son, who sat on an opposing chair. Yes. The initial state was complete. Levi answered. What rank did you use? The SS ranked 1. It would need to cultivate the corpse's energy for the next 2 months. When do you plan to send it back? Martin asked. Anne's birthday is in 4 months, it would be a good date for a funeral, Levi answered in an evil tone, just as a man materialized out of thin air. Master. Young master. He greeted, I have very important news. He said. Speak, Martin said coldly. The von Weiss family. A few days ago, a rumor had spread that an accident happened in the Awakening Hall. After a thorough investigation and after confirming the news from all of our sources, we concluded that their awakening artifact, the blue orb, was destroyed. What? Levi, who was surprised, stood up from his chair. Martin was also surprised, but he didn't show it. Is the news credible? Or is it a trap? Martin asked, while squinting his eyes. Our spy had seen the broken orb. He said that it had a long crack across it as if she was split with a sword. The spy said. What do you think, Levi? Martin asked his son. If it is a trap, what would be their purpose? To make the spies act? It doesn't make any sense. But if this was true, then the von Weiss family would start to do 2 things. He said, first, they would start fighting for dungeons like crazy, wanting to find another awakening artifact. Second, they would try to make as many marriages with the other families as possible to gain allies and maybe try to steal another artifact. He added, but it doesn't matter, as our plan had already started. We just have to time our attack well. He concluded. Wendy felt strange when she sat at the table surrounded by all the pretty girls who claimed to be Tom's girlfriends. Just how many girls did this Tom have? She wondered as a girl handed her a dish. Did you get used to living here? Tom is really the best, she said, making Wendy frown. Why does it seem like those girls are brainwashed? Even the 2 who were rescued with her were now all over Tom. Yesterday she heard them whispering that they did it in turns all night the day before. She had been here for 2 weeks now, and although they were very nice to her, she felt very strange. She was from a very conservative family. It was forbidden to marry more than 1 wife in her village. In fact, she was even forbidden from touching a man. As in her village, women were the leaders while men were of a lower status. Tom was nice, really nice. And she liked his smile. She might even be falling in love with him. But she kept having this strange feeling that something was wrong. She tried to ask him about the treasures he got, but he refused to tell her anything, saying that a young girl shouldn't concern herself with random stuff. What young girl? She was older than him. Should she tell him about her being a player? No. She would never trust a man ever again. Not after what that bastard did. Should she leave this place and try finding a dungeon to conquer to become stronger? She wondered while looking at her stats screen that felt wrong. Why does it differ from the memories she inherited from her family? When Linda entered the house, she was greeted by a smiling maid. Young mistress, she greeted as she bowed. How was your vacation? She asked politely. Great, Linda said. Where is my mother? She asked. Ah. Yesterday the mistress got a call, then hurried somewhere, the maid replied. And the one downstairs? Linda asked. Ah. The medicines are not working efficiently anymore. We had to increase the doses. The maid answered. Oh. Too bad. Linda said with a sad expression, but the maid didn't feel sadness in her voice. Suddenly, the door behind them opened. What are the 2 of you doing here blocking the hallway? Amelia, who had just arrived, said. Ah. Mother. Welcome back. Linda said as she greeted her mother with the maid who moved to the side. "You're back? Good. Follow me to the study," Amelia said, heading inside as Linda followed while wondering if her mother found something out. "No, impossible. The doctor is already sleeping with the fish with all of his staff." "Is everything fine?" Linda asked after she closed the study door and watched her mother relax on her leather chair. "Our plans must be hastened. The family has ordered that you must marry Victor as soon as possible," she said. But Bill is waiting for me," Linda wanted to say. "No excuses. Remember your position," Amelia said, making Linda shut up and nod. "School will start the day after tomorrow. Make sure to use it as a chance to propose. If you ruin our plans, you would be punished, not only by me, but also by the family," Amelia said, making Linda shiver in fear. Jane Armstrong was furious. That bastard Victor stood her up. When she went to his company to meet him, that crazy secretary Susan ordered the guard to kick her out. But she was going to do her report with or without his help. She has already discovered that Nick had bought an old factory out of town using a fake name. But he could not escape her nose. So she sent her partner to keep an eye on the mansion while she came here. Some might call her reckless, but that's the way she always worked. She didn't become a famous journalist by being a coward. When she reached the factory, she was expecting some illegal stuff, sex trafficking, or drug manufacturing. But what she discovered there didn't make sense at all. Peeking through a break in the fence, she saw more than 30 sweaty naked men, doing push-ups with boulders on their back, as their leader, who had long hair, screamed at them. "Tell me what's our name?" he asked, loudly. "We are the Chicks," they yelled back. "What do we do?" "We act as chicks," they yelled back. "Who is our master?" "The Lord of Chicks," they yelled back. Jane was losing her mind. What was going on? She wanted to go forward and take a picture, but she happened to step on a plastic bottle that made some noise. That startled her and made her yelp in surprise. The next moment she was surrounded by those men. Chicks. Damn, they even had the name Chick tattooed on their chests with a number. What kind of sick cult is this? Charlotte was biting her fingernails while looking at the disgraceful auction results. The auction was an utter failure. Her father had just called and yelled at her for being incompetent. Thankfully, she was given one more chance. She must prove her power, or she would be kicked out of the competition to be the next patriarch, and end up getting married off to some other family. Just as Charlotte was planning to call for some servants to vent her anger, an old woman knocked on the door, then entered and saluted respectfully. She was her new servant. Hopefully, this one would be more useful than that old man. "Is there anything?" Charlotte asked with an annoyed voice. "We have news," the old woman reported. "What?" "Apparently, most of the world's countries are creating special units in their army to face incidents like the dungeon outbreak. The family has ordered us to supply them with dungeon monsters' blood. Someone had leaked to them the recipe of the lower power-enhancing serum. They plan to create super soldiers with it," the old woman said. "Oh. We do have some blood barrels in stock." "See to it," Charlotte said. "Anything else?" "The von Weiss family seems to be in some kind of trouble, but we don't know what's wrong yet. But their recent actions are strange," she said as he handed Charlotte a report. Mentioning the von Weiss family made her remember that hateful guy, Victor. He didn't attend the auction, and that made her annoyed as she was prepared to disgrace him. "But let's see," Charlotte replied. Who hesitated a little, then opened it and read what was inside. The report was about how they were sending their men to conquer dungeons all over the world. They were even preparing to raid a very dangerous dungeon that had been left untouched for many years. In addition to that, Marcos, the patriarch of the von Weiss family, was asking all interested families if they could offer brides to the elites of his family. saying that he wanted to diversify the family's bloodline and form new alliances. What kind of bullshit is this? He was clearly trying to make ties with as many families as possible. Those lower powers who had some girls laying around would throw them to be married. Getting to marry someone from a high noble family like the von Weiss was not something they were going to miss. Even if the girl ended up being mistreated. The appeal of power was very tempting. Especially to those fallen families. Mistress, there is something else. The old woman said hesitantly. What? Charlotte, who was full of thoughts, asked. There was a man that came with some treasures to sell. She said. And? Charlotte asked dismissively. We investigated him and found out that all of the things he brought were bought from stalls. He seemed to have some kind of a unique identification skill. The old woman said. Ah. Who is he? Charlotte asked as she looked at the old woman. She was interested. He used to be some delivery man, but after an accident, he became a eunuch. And that seemed to have awakened something in him. So he became a player. The old woman answered. Oh, interesting. Let's go meet him. Charlotte said a new player would not say no to a sponsor. Especially one with a disability. Those guys are easier to control if you promise to cure them. She said. Yes, mistress. What was his name again? Charlotte asked. Oliver. His name is Oliver. Jerry chose to resign. He no longer wanted to be a simple door guard. He felt that he must do some important things in his life, but being born in a poor family and being a school dropout, he didn't have many choices. He joined the army. He didn't know if this was due to his good luck or bad luck, but he was drafted into a new unit that the army has created, the Monsters Elimination Unit. He had heard of those, the news was full of them. Apparently, a secret army biolab to produce super soldiers was infiltrated by a terrorist, who released the test subjects there. Those damn terrorists keep ruining everyone's life. The army sent a super soldier to hunt them. And that was what the recording showed. Jerry was scared, but after remembering how that guy battled the giant mantis, he renewed his resolve. He too wants to be like that. To hunt monsters and woo all the girls. And apparently, the pay for this unit was quite high. He will be the strongest and show all those slutty women who mocked him who is the real boss. He will return and claim that slut Mira and Arya to be his bed-warming maids after snapping that arrogant Victor's neck. Move on, men. Come on, you pussies. My grandmother could run faster than you. The sergeant yelled as the platoon moved. Alpha was away for about 2 weeks now. When she parked her car next to the mansion, she was surprised by the 2 bald men at the door. The girls she got at the brothel were now settled, more obedient, and they knew what to do. So she decided to return to ask Victor to send some instructors to help with their training. She was planning to use them to start an information-gathering network. Alpha introduced herself to the men, who let her in after calling Hilda. When she entered through the front door, she was surprised by the gloomy atmosphere. The twins were busy sweeping the floor with gloomy faces. She wanted to ask what happened but was interrupted by Beta, who hugged her hard as soon as she entered, saying that she missed her. After asking what was wrong in the mansion, she was informed of what happened. So she asked Beta to get Theta to meet her at Victor's room, then hurried upstairs to check on him. That bastard was her blood master. If he died, she would perish with him. In the room, Victor was lying unconscious on his bed with an 4 saline bag connected to his wrist, while the haggard Lily was lying to his side looking at his face. Ah, Alpha. Nice to meet you again. Lily said as she sat up when she noticed the arrival of Alpha, who was stunned for a moment. This is the first time she saw Lily's face without a veil. She was surprised by Lily's beauty, but more importantly, there was a person in her memory that looked exactly like that. Could it be? This is not the time for that conversation. How is he? Alpha asked after a few seconds. Stable. We don't know what happened to him. His body is completely healthy. Lily said, not noticing anything strange, as she wiped the tear marks on her puffed cheeks. Let me see, Alpha said as she approached him and began to look at his body. Nothing strange. Did you try any healing pills and skills? She asked. Yes, Lily told her the proceeds to inform her of the many things they tried this past week. Ah, big sister Alpha. I missed you. Theta, who entered the room, ran to Alpha and hugged her, then began to weep. Big sister, the young master. Can you heal him? It is all my fault. She said as tears filled her swollen eyes. She must have been crying a lot. Tell me exactly what happened, Alpha replied as she patted Theta's silky hair. She didn't expect that Victor's clutches would reach her little sister so fast. Theta nodded, then repeated what happened to Alpha, bit by bit, answering every question Alpha raised. If my guess was correct, this should be a soul attack, Alpha said with a grim face. Soul attack? Lily and Theta asked. Yes. I don't know why it happened, but if what you told me was true, and the fact that Victor took the attack willingly, then he should have been assured of his survival, Alpha said. She didn't know Victor for a long time, but from what she observed, this guy would never take a loss. His action might appear random, but every move he makes seems calculated. Probably, Lily replied, her young master was not that stupid. Then why did Theta become a player? Lily suddenly asked. I don't know either, she said as she observed her downcast little sister. Did you get familiar with being a player? Alpha asked her with a sigh. Ah yes, Aunt Hilda explained many things, she knows a lot. And Miss Lily gave me a book that had everything explained, she said, making Alpha become a little jealous. She wanted to show off in front of her little sister. But, Theta suddenly said. But what? Alpha asked eagerly. She wanted to answer her little sister's tough question and show her knowledge. What is this? Mana bar on my status screen. It was not mentioned in the book, she asked with a frown. What mana bar? Lily and Alpha asked at the same time. The blue one beneath the health and stamina bars, she answered innocently, making Alpha and Lily look at each other in shock. What the F***CK? What health and stamina bars? This one looks pretty on you, sister, Mia said as she looked at the pretty emerald dress her sister was trying. Yeah, let's buy it too. I will take two, Iris said as she handed her credit card to the saleswoman, who was glaring with disgust at the two sisters who had already tried 20 dresses. If it were not for her training, she would have kicked them out already. Wha? A black golden card. Is this real? The saleswoman thought as she looked at the card and then ran to the cashier. Sister, those dresses are very expensive, Mia said embarrassingly. She has already bought 3 super pretty dresses for herself. Don't worry, I have a lot of money, Iris replied as the saleswoman handed her back her card with respect and then headed to wrap the dresses for her. Who is the second dress for? Mia asked as she wore different size clothes. A friend I met on my trip. I thought the emerald dress would suit her well. She will come here in 2 days to attend school, Iris answered. Will she live with us in your new villa? Mia asked. That's the plan. I think you would also like her, Iris said as her sister looked at her curiously. I wish father would stop being stubborn and come to live with us too. The villa is huge, Mia said with a sigh. It's okay, the most important thing is the fact that he is healthy again, so we don't have to worry about him. He wants to keep tending to his shop too, Iris said. Her adoptive father still had feelings for her late adoptive mother, so he didn't want to leave the house they built together. Yeah, the doctor had said that it was a miracle that he was cured. What was that pill you fed him? I told you to stop asking. I will not tell you anything. It is a new top-secret medicine, developed by my real family, Iris said as she took the bags from the bowing saleswoman's hands. I am sorry, boss. I didn't know it was you. The saleswoman apologized. She was hoping not to get fired, as she had realized her mistake. don't worry about it. But be careful next time and don't give the customers nasty looks ever again. Iris said as she dragged her sister out of the store. Sister, why did that nasty woman call you boss? Mia asked. Ah. Didn't I tell you that the family had given me some properties to try my hand at? This entire mall is a part of it. Iris said casually as her sister stood in shock. Should she search for her real family too? Did you really get accepted? Georgie asked with some envy in his voice. Yup. School will start in 2 days. Margaret replied with a smile as she leafed through the song catalog. She was now in a gathering with her high school friends. They decided to meet and spend the night at a karaoke lounge. Wow, I can't believe that not only the smart Mina and Manna got into the academy, but also you and Tom, Sarah said with a sigh, as their other friends looked at Margaret with envious eyes. Why did those two not come? She asked. They have a part-time job, Margaret responded casually, keeping the twins' secret. What did you do to get accepted? A friend asked her. I slept with the right guy, Margaret said proudly while wondering when he would wake up from his coma. It has already been 2 weeks. Can you introduce me to him? A slutty girl asked. Not now. Maybe when you get prettier. His standards are too high. Margaret replied casually, making the girl glare at her angrily. I heard Tom was accepted too. How did he do it? A boy with thick glasses asked, wanting to defuse the situation. I heard that he sold his kidney. A sporty guy who used to bully Tom said, making the girls nod, they heard that rumor too. Tom was too poor to afford such a school. Just then the room's door opened, and Tom entered with Peter. Peter, Margaret just told us that she got into the academy, the slutty girl said as she threw herself at Peter not caring about Tom. She still considered him a poor guy, unworthy of her noble attention. If it were not for his relationship with rich Peter or the fact that he was accepted at the elite academy, she would have convinced her friends to kick him out of here. Ah, I got in too, Peter said casually as he sat down, dragging the girl to sit in his lap and making everyone look at him with a shocked expression while Tom silently got a seat in the back while looking at his classmates' faces. Most of those guys used to make fun of him. Just you wait, he thought. How? Did you also sleep with some guy? Georgie asked mockingly. If it were only Margaret, it could be possible. But how could Peter, who could only pass his exams and graduate after bribing the school? Well, not just one guy. Peter said with a smile, making his former classmates give him a strange look. Especially the girl that was coquettishly sitting in his lab. It's not what you think, let me explain. Do you remember that day we went hiking in the mountains? When you left with Sarah early? Peter began to explain. Ah, yes. Sorry about that. Georgie said, not intending to elaborate on what he did with Sarah, who was blushing on his side as her girlfriends giggled. Yeah. Well, we fell into a deep cave and had to spend the night there, as we couldn't get any help and it was getting dark. So I technically did sleep with the 2 other guys there. Tom was one of them. You can ask him. Peter clarified with a smile as Tom nodded, making the slutty girl who sat on Peter's lap sigh in relief. Thankfully her target for the night was still straight. Ah. Sorry. I shouldn't have left you at that time. Georgie apologized. He felt guilty because he left early that day about leaving his friends to be stranded in the wilds, as he enjoyed the best night of his life. It's okay. Because in the depths of that cave, we found an ancient historical site. So after that, in the morning, we climbed our way back to the surface, then reported our discovery. They decided to grant us seats at the academy for our accomplishment. Peter lied. This was something they agreed upon earlier as an excuse. They can't tell their friends about the dungeon. Tom used this excuse too when his girlfriends asked. You mean the one at the cloudy mountain? A friend asked with envy. Yes, Peter said. Making Georgie get a little regretful. If he went with them, he would have gotten into the academy too. But feeling Sarah's hand grasping his, he changed his mind. He got the girl of his dreams, and that was enough for him. With that thought in his mind, he smiled at her. Cloudy Mountain? Ah, I heard about that one. The entire area was closed off a few weeks ago, even the movie crew that was shooting a film there had to change location. Another gossip-loving girl said. Yes. That's the one. He said. Then. Anna, are you going to study at the academy too? Sarah asked. I don't have enough money for that. Even after getting an acceptance letter, you need to pay a hefty fee, you know. Anna said, I also got a scholarship for medical school. I will go there next month. Anna added. Ah. I see. So Peter, did your father pay your tuition for you? The slutty girl asked with a charming voice. Who else would? I am not like Margaret. No young master would be willing to sponsor me. Peter answered jokingly, as the girl who was clinging to him giggled. Should she try to seduce his father? No. She didn't like old men. Then Tom, how did you get in? Did you offer your ass to some young master too? Or sell one of your kidneys? A mean-looking girl asked mockingly, as her classmates looked at Tom for an answer, waiting for a chance to mock him. Tom is very rich, you know. He found some treasure at a stall a while back, then sold it in an auction. He owns an entire apartment building out of town, the one with the big T letter. Margaret interjected before Tom could organize his words, making all of her classmates look at Tom, who was sitting in the corner in shock. They know that building. It is visible from the highway. Really? The slutty girl asked. Yeah. I was lucky. Tom said casually while glaring at Margaret hatefully. She ruined his plans. He was waiting for his classmates to mock him before slapping their faces and leaving the gathering using his new sports car, which he parked outside. The girls were shocked, not knowing what to say, while the guys who used to mock Tom for being poor lowered their heads in shame. Suddenly, Margaret's phone rang. Yes? She answered. What? I will be right back. She said, then hung up and got her bag as she smiled happily. What happened? Sarah asked. My young master has just woken up. He is waiting for me to perform my nightly duty. Margaret said as she bolted out of the room under her friend's shocked eyes. Slut. They all thought. Victor sighed in relief. The pain in his head had subsided at last after that soul was fully digested. Looking at his system, he noticed a few notifications waiting for him. A system update had been spotted. Applying update. Error. Not sufficient authority. System notification. A system update is pending. Do you want to update? Yes/no. An update? Ah. This must be the effect of him being exposed to that awakening talisman, which was disguised as a painting. He knew perfectly well what this was about. The system that the orb gave the players was severely outdated. As the orb was created thousands of years ago. It was basically like an installation disk that installed an operating system for the players after testing their compatibility. Its OS was too old and only supported basic system functions. The painting was very recent and continued the modern version of the system, with all the new shiny features. It was used by those invaders to hide their souls and then let them enter a target body undetected. Like a pirated operating system containing a virus. After the reckoning, all players, old and new, would get the new system. While he was tempted to refuse the update as the old version may have some unexplored bugs that he may be able to exploit, the temptation of the new version was huge. He had already got enough benefits anyway. He pressed yes after some hesitation. Player ID /B489848482321FF489841231957483836115648984844D000/ Name, Victor von Weiss. The system has been updated. Reassessing data. Skills have been reconfigured. Error found. Illegal data. Fixing initiated. Warning, system requires permission to assign 0 to U_INT * authority. Yes/no. Victor, NO. Fixing failed. Retrying. Fixing failed. Retrying. Fixing failed. Timed out. Warning, 401 unauthorized access was encountered. Data correction failed. System interrupt. Protocol 15780 initiated. Deleting user. Warning, system requires permission to delete. Yes/no. Victor, NO. Failed. Reverting to older version. Warning, system requires permission to downgrade. Yes/no. Victor, NO. Failed. Error, fixing routine timed out. Restarting interface. Welcome player. A new title was acquired. 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 Killed one demon. A new title was acquired. Calculating EXP. Ungranted EXP found. Level up. Level up. Level up. Skills upgraded. Admin appraisal, +3, appraise lies. Master seal, +4, added 1 slot, can activate skills through the blood slave, cost relative to distance. Unlimited disguise, +3, can disguise aura. Dagger throw, CB. Class upgraded, fate upgraded to C++. Eyes of Destiny, +2, automatic alert on S-ranked fates. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1, reduce cooldown, to 15 days. Fate Tracker, X, +1, 2 threads, can be tracked. Fate Instinct, X, +1, increase trigger chance. Name, Victor von Weiss. Level, 119. Titles. Dungeon Explorer, discovered a dungeon. Dungeon static maps would be revealed automatically. Dungeon Conqueror X2, triggered a dungeon clear event. Damage 2 dungeon monsters, +1% X2. Savior, saved a human from an unavoidable death flag. Health, +10%. Avenger, killed an Stigma title holder. Gains the ability to trigger Stigma curses, 1 time per day. Master Demon Slayer, killed a demon 100 times stronger than you. All attacks against demons are critical. Demonic skills are 90% ineffective against you. Status. Authority, Infinity. Health 4644/4644. Stamina 3470/3470. Mana 3912/3912. Strength 331. Agility 297. Intelligence 370. Luck 46. Charm 55. Order points 121 plus. For every monster killed. Class, Fate Weaver. Subclass, None. Class skills. Eyes of Destiny, X, +2. Destiny Shield, SSS, +1. Fate Tracker, X, +1. Fate Instinct, X, +1. Recognized skills. Womanizer, A. Face Slapping, C. Butt Slapping, E. Silky Tongue, E. Gourmet, E. Acting, F. Sleeping, F. Lying, F. System skills. Admin Appraisal, SSS, +3. Admin Merchant, SSS, +2. Master Seal, SS, +3, 4/5. Contractor of Doom, S. Unlimited Disguise, SS, +3. Eidetic Memory, A. Dagger Throw, B. Magic Affinity, None. Bloodline, Elder Dragon, AAA. Fate, C++. Equipment, None. At long last, he was able to get rid of that old useless system. With that, he began to inspect his new system with interest. With this, he could get titles more frequently, and he no longer needed to wait for a dungeon to clear to get his reward and EXP points for missions and accomplishments. It meant he could level up anywhere. In addition to that, now, he could learn skills instantly. Looking at it, Victor smiled. His attributes were really good. Especially after killing that demon. He got a ton of EXP and a crazy title. He could now rival those elders in his family. But he must not get cocky, he reminded himself, as he still had too many weaknesses. He still remembers clearly how the ones who ruled this world after the reckoning were not the strongest forces, but the ones who bode their time and survived until all the others were exhausted. He must stay hidden and bide his time. The 3 new bars, which were newly added, were health, stamina, and mana. Health is dependent on many factors like his strength and bloodline, among others. It represents how much damage he would absorb while keeping his body intact. And when it reaches 0, the system would delete his account, and he would die. Stamina and mana represent his energy to perform skills. Even if they were depleted, he would feel nothing, as it was not connected to his human body. But a system-infused energy. All of those would regenerate depending on his attributes. The recognized skills are the ones that the world recognizes him as having. He would be able to spend mana or stamina to perform them in the future, to perform them effortlessly and so that he would not get tired. For example, if he played the piano for some time, the world would add piano skill to the list. As for the rank, it would depend on the system's evaluation. And the next time he plays using the system's stamina points, he will not make any mistakes, and the play will go flawlessly. It was a kind of system assistance. For now, the list only contained useless stuff that the system watched him perform. So he would have to show the world what he can do to fill it. But he wondered whether the face-slapping skill was literally or figuratively. No matter what, using it without expending much energy would be cool. System skills are different. Those are the ones granted by the skill books and mission rewards. And most of them are supernatural. Magic affinity is required to use certain skills, which required elemental affinity. Like how Sebastian had a fireball skill. He must have had fire affinity. Or as a scion, he probably had the very rare 5 or 7 elements affinity. Victor didn't care. Because after awakening his bloodline, he would get some magic affinity as a dragon bloodline holder. In addition to that, he could learn and use magic skills anyway due to his authority. But they would cost him a lot of mana to activate. Order points can now be harvested by killing monsters, like after the reckoning. He was very desperate about them getting depleted. And now he could use his fate skills and that information book more liberally. Wait. Why was the equipment set to none? Wasn't he wearing his storage ring, a defensive talisman, and a levitating necklace? Opening his eyes, Victor found himself in his room. Laying on his bed. He was naked, and a pretty girl with swollen eyes was laying on his side. Opening his eyes, Victor looked at Lily, who was looking back at him with her haggard eyes. It took her a moment to realize the fact that her young master was awake. Young master. Wah. She said as she hugged him hard and began to sob on his chest. He smiled as he hugged her back and kissed her head. He could tell how much she cared about him. After a while, seeing that she calmed down, Victor cleared his throat. Why? He asked while raising one eyebrow. Young master, you were in a coma. And. Wah, she cried more. The last 2 weeks were very hard on her. I know about that. I am asking you why I am naked. He asked, making her freeze. She just realized that she was burying her face in his muscular naked chest. He smelled good. She slowly backed away with a blushing face. Did you want to take advantage of this young master while he was asleep? He asked while looking at Lily with a smirk. We. It was Margaret's idea. She said that you might get better if we removed your clothes, as you may wake up if you felt cold down there, she stated, embarrassingly lowering her head. And you agreed, didn't you? Who agreed to this brilliant plan too? He asked. Everyone did, she said after some hesitation. If she was going down, they had to go down too. Including Alex? He asked. Margaret made him take off your underwear by himself, as we were too embarrassed to do it, Lily answered in a mosquito voice as she kept her blushing face down. Oh. I didn't know that I was raising a pack of dirty girls, he exclaimed. I will punish you later. How long have I been unconscious for? He asked. 2 weeks, she answered while wondering whether she should be happy or afraid about her young master's punishment. That long? What time is it now? He asked with a frown. Many things must have happened. It is 7:15 p.m., she answered. Good. I will go take a shower. And after that, you will report what happened to me, he said as he pulled out the medical tubes and needles connected to his arm and then stood up while using the bed sheet to cover his body below the waist. At this moment, the door was opened by Mana, who was carrying a food tray. Probably Lily's dinner. Miss Lily. This is. Young master, you are awake, she said as she threw the tray onto a side table and ran to hug Victor. What's wrong with you girls? Haven't you seen a handsome young master naked before? He said smugly as he patted Mana's head, which was stuck to his chest too. Mana quickly backed off embarrassingly, then looked at Victor. Did he get more handsome? I will go get a shower. Prepare my clothes and tell the others to meet me in the dining room. And prepare some dinner for me too. This young master is starving, he said as he entered the bathroom. After getting dressed, he went downstairs, where all the girls except Margaret and Arya were waiting. They hugged him one by one. Especially Theta, who cried a lot as she clung to him, making Alpha frown a little. Alex, who was still in a maid dress, didn't want the hug, and neither did Alpha, but was forced by Victor, who opened his arms wide for them. Sitting down, Alpha was the first one to ask. Young master. What happened that day? She asked. Nothing, I was just stunned by Theta's beauty. Now tell me what happened while I was in a coma, he said, making Theta blush, and Lily realized that he didn't want to talk about it, so she didn't ask any further. It's not that Victor didn't want to tell them, but the girls, including Lily, were not ready to hear what he knew. They would not be able to return to their daily lives if they knew that their world was on the verge of being invaded. He would tell them eventually, but they must be stronger first. Seeing her young master's worried eyes, Lily frowned a little and then began to speak. Well, after we found the young master collapsed. Lily first told him what they did after he lost consciousness, which made him frown. He wanted to scold them for being too careless, but decided not to because the girls were still amateurs and it was his fault for not leaving an emergency protocol for them. Kai was right, and you must have kept my coma a secret, he said, making the girls lower their heads. I am not scolding you, so don't worry. Where is Margaret? He asked. She went to a school friends gathering, Mina answered, hesitantly. She was afraid that the young master would scold Margaret for being inconsiderate. And why aren't you there? Weren't you attending the same school? He asked, surprising the twins. We thought it was inappropriate to go to a party while the young master was in a coma, Mana answered as she placed a dish in front of her young master. Well, you were mistaken. Margaret did the right thing. You should go and act normally, as you must never let the people watching this place discover any abnormalities, Victor said, making the girls nod while lowering their heads. They should learn how to act better after this. And where is Arya? He asked after taking a few bites from his dish. She is at the company, Lily said, making Victor nod. That girl was a workaholic. I see, did you investigate the painting? He asked Lily. Yes, I sent Alex with Theta to that annoying merchant shop. They were told that the last painting was sent to be auctioned by him. So we decided to go buy it. She said, we also managed to get the footage of the security cameras from the surrounding warehouses, and were able to identify the unknown artist and the buyer of the first painting, thanks to Camellia recognizing them. She answered. Do you know who they were? He asked again while stuffing his mouth. He was really hungry. Yes, I met the girl in the mall before. She is the daughter of an influential politician. We didn't approach her yet as she was on a vacation out of town. She said, the artist took some work to find, but we managed to locate him after 2 days. Unfortunately, he was dead in his rented flat. He seemed to have suffered from a heart attack. But we managed to retrieve 2 paintings from his shop. They are now locked in the basement with everything we found with him. She explained. Did you investigate the artist's background? He asked. Yes. He was an unaffiliated semi-player who awakened in a dungeon 3 years ago. We couldn't find anything else suspicious. He used to be a normal high school teacher, but quit after becoming awakened. She said. Oh. Anything else? Victor asked as he signaled Mana to fill his dish again. After that, Margaret went with Arya to the auction. It was the same one the young master was invited to. Unfortunately, we couldn't get it as it was not put for sale, and after asking around we discovered that the auction warehouse was raided the night prior. So we have no idea about the location of the last painting. That's all concerning the paintings, Lily explained. I understand. We will talk about it later. Victor said, after noticing Theta wanting to ask him something. Probably about the status screen. Young master, the family seemed to have encountered some problem, as there was a lot of activity recently. You were summoned to the island a few times, but thanks to George, we were able to delay it, Lily said, making Victor remember about the orb that was probably destroyed. He could bet also that all hell had broken loose in his family. This might be a good thing for them anyway, as a lot of spies would be discovered when the family launches a thorough investigation to attempt to pinpoint who broke the orb. But he had no other choice. As he figured that invading soul would resort to some desperate measures when it knew that it was not the hunter but the prey. So Victor had to use the only other ID he knew as a substitute, the Awakening Orb System ID. He used it just in case something wrong happened. He wouldn't be able to control the system while fighting that soul, as it would also be able to access it. Something bad really did happen after all. That demoness was smarter than he expected. She revealed herself to the world, triggering a delete action. Well, it seems like he would need to get the family a new awakening artifact. He had already set his eyes on one, but didn't expect that he would need to get it this fast. Your esteemed father had requested that you must go see him as soon as you wake up, Lily added. Oh. Call him and inform him that I had woken up, then ask where we should meet. Is there a car ready in the garage? He asked. Yes, young master, Margaret took Arya shopping last week and they bought some cars. As they needed one to go to the auction. And Margaret might have gone a little crazy shopping. Lily answered as she took out her phone to text George. It's okay. You did the same before. So don't criticize others. Victor said while standing up, making Lily feel a little embarrassed. Fine then, I will go visit father after a light discussion with Alpha. He said as he gestured to Alpha to follow him as he headed to the study. Can I come too, young master? Lily, who was feeling a little jealous and a little curious, asked. No, you are punished. Go do the dishes with Alex, then prepare yourself. You will be heading out with me, as I am too sleepy to drive. He said, making both Lily and Alex show aggravated faces. Why am I being punished too? Alex asked herself absent-mindedly. Oh, and Theta. Go get me the paintings Lily retrieved from the artist's shop. Make sure that no one but you touches them, Victor said as he left the room, totally ignoring Alex's protests. Entering the lavish study, Victor sat at his chair and gestured to Alpha, who followed him in to sit down on the opposing couch. What was that painting? Alpha asked as soon as she sat down. We should wait for Theta for that. How was your work? He asked. I got the girls from the brothel into an old base that belonged to my family. I plan to establish a spy network using them and some of the properties that my family left for me. She answered. But I want some resources. Some money. She added. Didn't you take the money I left in the storage? He asked. He got a lot of money from Nick back then. Yeah, but I would need more. She said. Give me a kiss, and I will give you more money. He said. Is this an order? She asked. As his blood slave, she can't refuse his orders. No, it's a trade. He said with a smirk. Then forget it. She answered, looking to the side, with some embarrassment. When did Victor get this handsome? She asked herself. I don't want your finances to have anything to do with the family. So you would have to search for some other way. He said, seeing that she was not planning to kiss him. This girl needed some extra work to make her fall for him. Fine, do you know Lily's origin? She asked, changing the subject. Yes, the woman in your memories should be her grandmother, Victor explained. That's why you make her wear a veil? She asked. Yes, don't speak about this to anyone. He answered. Alpha wanted to know more, but at that moment, Theta entered the room with 3 rolled paintings. So she decided to say nothing and just watched as Victor took the paintings and gestured to Theta to sit down. Did you try to investigate those? He asked Alpha. Lily was really stingy, not allowing us to touch them, fearing something bad would happen. But I managed to get my hands on them after some convincing. From my observation, the paint on the paintings seems to be covering some kind of a talisman that I didn't recognize. I didn't dare to look further. She answered as Victor unrolled them and then inspected them. They were paintings of a falcon, a centipede, and a tree. They also had 3 symbols on the back. Appraising them yielded no reaction. This must be the effect of the soul symbol. Victor took out the bottle of the soul poison and using a needle, he dropped 1 drop on each painting. Right on the symbol. After a while, there was a hissing sound, and Alpha could swear she heard a muffled scream in it. What the hell is this? Victor nodded, then looked at the talismans again with a smile. Awakening Talisman S. He had just killed the souls hiding in those 3. He could eat them, but he preferred not to destroy the awakening talismans. Those things are more important. Too bad the system didn't recognize destroying souls as valid kills. They are safe now. He said as he stored them in his ring. Those things are too precious. Alpha wanted to ask what was that for, but fearing that he would make unreasonable demands, she decided to throw a curveball and ask about the incident first. Can you tell us now what happened back then? Alpha asked Victor, as she gave Theta a worried look. The painting was just a front, what really mattered was something else they carried. The talisman and a symbol, he said. A symbol? Alpha asked with uncertainty. Yes, it was a soul transfer rune. It contained a soul from the outer world. The thing that Theta saw was the soul, trying to enter her body to occupy it. He said, making Alpha gasp. Then look at Theta again, this is the first time she heard of something like that. But how can the soul enter from the outer worlds? Didn't the world destroy it? And, was it the thing you swallowed? She asked as she looked at him. Yes. Don't worry, occupying a body does not work on players as it would create a mismatched checksum in the system data, that might lead to the player's ID being deleted if it succeeded. Victor said. I employed a soul defense technique, so I was the one who ate it, he added. Ate? She asked, her family didn't have soul techniques. So she had no idea what that meant. Yes, that thing wanted to occupy my body and eat my soul. So I ate it first and inherited all its knowledge. And that's the reason I fell into a coma. Digesting another soul is not easy. That one was too greasy. He said. Making Theta swallow her saliva. Then. What did it want? How was it able to infiltrate this world? She asked. It was a really smart method. The paintings here are awakening talismans that were sent from the other world. he said, making Alpha look at him with interest. She heard of those, but her ancestor never saw one, as they were usually used as soon as they were found to avoid them being stolen. They were one-use items anyway. I am not sure about the rest, but from the memories of the soul I have some assumptions. You see, those guys in the outer world wanted to send some of their disciples into this world to create some forces for the invasion, he said, making Theta, who was sitting silently by the side, gasp. Invasion? She asked. Victor looked at Alpha, who answered her little sister. Don't tell anyone. But this world is suffering an attack from other worlds. It is still holding now, but the barrier will break eventually. We just don't know when. At that time, demons and creatures from other worlds would probably flood our world to occupy it. She explained. Her family had some records about such things. Ah. Theta opened her eyes wide in fear. Victor knew well that her fear was justified. Those souls that crossed had many goals in this world. But the most important one was to build a spy network and create a connection array that would open a gate to their world for the armies to start their attack once the world's defenses were broken after the reckoning. It happened in his past life, and the casualties were in the millions. And the reason he chose to tell Alpha and Theta about them was because he wanted to form a unit to hunt those guys. With Theta's luck, things might be a little easier. Don't worry, as long as you stay by my side, no one can hurt you, Victor said, reassuring Theta, before continuing his story. Anyway, those guys in the other world were approached by a mysterious man who claimed that he found a way to make a soul survive in our world, and after they tried it, the forces began to pay him to send their agents here. He said. The talisman? Alpha asked. Yes, they found a bug in the system. If the soul was able to occupy the body of a target during the awakening, the system would not be able to find it. So they packaged the souls of their agents in an awakening talismans and sent them here. The world does not reject artifacts. Victor explained. Oh. So they sent the souls here, Alpha said. Exactly, those talismans would be painted a drawing representing the bloodline originator of the soul owner, so that they may attract mortals with similar bloodlines. And they would activate when they find a suitable target. Victor said, making Alpha sigh in relief. Lily made the right decision to forbid anyone besides her from touching those things. But who was that artist? She asked after thinking a little. I don't know, but I have a theory. The artist should be that mysterious man's avatar. He should have wandered into this world and was stuck inside a dungeon where he was able to get a new body during an awakening. He said, with a frown. An avatar? Alpha asked. Yes, some bloodlines have such skill. It's like a part of your soul that you can send to explore the world. It seemed like that guy belonged to some sort of a sect that specializes in soul techniques. And that was why he was able to send the souls of those guys here, by setting his avatar as a target. Or making him create a summoning array on this side. Victor explained. Then why did he die? Alpha asked. Well, this probably has something to do with me, as the soul I ate belonged to a princess. A very high-ranking one, with a lot of lovers. The guys on the other side must have realized that she died. Someone must have taken the liberty to take revenge. But who knows, this might all be a coincidence. Victor said. I see. Alpha said, those guys must have been sending agents here for a while now. She said. Yes, and it is nearly impossible to discover them. So we must be careful, especially of people who have awakened during the last 3 years. He said. I will tell Kai to investigate this, then it will be your mission to do the dirt work on the ground. He added. Making Alpha frown a little then nod. This would be a good long-term mission for the brothel girls. I wanted to ask you about something else, Alpha said. About? What is wrong with Theta's system? Why does it have so much extra stuff? She asked. Ah. About that, Victor smiled as he looked at Theta, who was a little worried. Well, the paintings contained an updated system. Where do you think the world got its system from? It copied it from other worlds, he said, making Alpha frown. Is it dangerous? She asked with concern. Not at all, on the contrary, this system has many features that make leveling up easier. For example, she doesn't need to clear a dungeon to level up or learn skills. Victor said, making the surprised Alpha look at Theta with envy. What a lucky girl. I will find some time to write an explanation for those things later. And when I use the other 3 talisman, I want you to be there, as you might get a system upgrade, as I did. He added, making Alpha look at him with her eyes shining. She was really tempted. All right, Theta. Did you regain your memories? He asked as he stood up, intending to leave the room. He already knew the answer. Yes. Theta answered while lowering her head. After awakening, she remembered her past, the memories that Titus erased. Alpha looked at Theta with shock. She never told her. What secrets does her little sister hold? Do you want to return to your family or remain with me? I might need you to dress like a guy to hide you if you stayed with me, he asked, not intending to pressure her. After reading her name with his appraisal skill, he had a clear idea about her true identity. Theta/Robin Bloodflint. Level, 0. Class, Divine Gambler, SSS. Authority, 5. Health, 270. Stamina, 280. Mana, 310. Strength, 27. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 27. Luck, 70. Charm, 30. Order, 10. Recognized skills. Cooking D. Swimming D. Charming Man F. Bedroom Arts D. Spotless Cleaning F. Staff Arts F. Pistol Arts F. System Skills. Lucky Chance S. Charm D. Fireball E. Class Skills. Healthy Gamble S. Money Gamble S. Betting Agreement S. Magic Attribute. Fire. Bloodline, Twin-tailed Lucky Cat S. Fate Status. Fate's Power C. Fate's Direction, Rising Fast. Fate's Design, Undefined. Total, C++. I want to stay with the young master, she said with determination. She was a little surprised that Victor seemed to know her true identity. But no matter what, she would never return there. She liked it here, although she had to work as a maid. She had many loving sisters and a kind young master. She never felt mistreated. While there, she would probably be killed sooner or later. In her heart, she felt that no matter what, the young master would keep her safe. He knows everything after all. And he stood in the face of that thing that wanted to hurt her. Fine then. Go pester Alex and let him teach you how to act like a guy. I expect to see a handsome Theta warming my bed tomorrow, Victor said, making her blush as he exited the room while wondering if meeting her was his or her lucky chance. He must increase her blood purity. At 12% it was too low. She was probably some concubine's daughter. And he would wait until she was ready to tell him to be herself. Maybe he could secure some benefits from her family. After leaving the study, Victor quickly headed to the garage where Lily was alone waiting. The car is ready, young master. I already called George, and Master Theodore is in his villa in the suburbs, she said in an aggrieved voice, making Victor realize that he went too hard on her. Looking at her sorry appearance, he suddenly pushed her to the wall, then without speaking anything he planted his lips on hers, making her involuntarily hug his head and kiss back hard. She was really worried that he would never wake up. Victor's thoughts were different. He was thinking of how Lily was a lousy kisser. He needed to find some time to educate her well. After a while, Victor stepped back and looked at the blushing Lily looking back at him with some anticipation. It has been hard on you, he whispered in her ear softly, Any further action would have to wait until we awaken our bloodlines. He added, making her lower her head in shame as she nodded. Smiling slightly, he turned around and began to inspect the 20 luxurious cars parked there. Those vehicles ranged from sporty to professional. From small to big. No matter what he might need, they got it. They even got a big bus. Not bad, he said as a black convertible sports car made its way loudly into the garage. Margaret had returned. She jumped right out of the car into Victor's arms. Then under Lily's jealous eyes, she kissed his lips for no less than 5 minutes. Being a really good kisser comes with the slut package. I missed you, young master, she said while catching her breath after her lips parted from his. She never expected him to be a better kisser than her. Was he really a virgin? And why did his lips have an extra flavor? I know. Now go grab Alex, then scrub the dining room's floor. I want it to be shining like a mirror when I return. He said as he took the car she was driving, then gestured to Lily to sit in the driver's seat. Why? The shocked Margaret asked. Do you think that the privilege of looking at this young master's perfect body comes cheaply? He answered as the car zipped out of the mansion. Lily, who was driving, was glad to see Margaret get punished. That slut was the one who instigated them. I will take a nap. Tell me when we arrive, Victor softly told her, making her frown. Wasn't he just in a coma? Didn't he finish sleeping? Victor ignored her as he closed his eyes and began to look at what did his blood slaves do while he was asleep. Oh. Rita was in a deep sh*t. This went beyond his wildest imagination. What to do? Well. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade, of course. Rita was floating in pitch-black darkness while weeping in pain. She didn't know how long it was. A week? A month? A year? She had no energy to think as the pain assaulted her very soul. Suddenly the pain stopped. She opened her eyes and looked around. She was still in the dark void. You have been punished enough. And it's time for you to act. The system's voice told her. Ah. You're back. She said as tears fell from her eyes. Yup. The voice said as a shadow floated toward her from the foggy distance. You are the system? She asked in a shaking voice. Yes, sorry about acting like a system, but I had to make sure that you are trustworthy. The voice said as it slowly changed from the mechanical voice to a familiar one as the figure's face became clear. It was Victor, who was dressed in a white robe like an immortal figure. Is this a dream? She asked. No, he replied, making her frown. How did you get here? Where are we? She asked as she looked around in fear. Not understanding what was going on. This is your soul realm. Every human has one. And the reason I am here is that I branded you as my blood salve that day at the ceremony. When I let you drink my blood. Since then, everything you have belonged to me, even your soul. He said, making her look at him with shock. She was both shocked and angry. She always felt that something was wrong with the system, but she didn't dare to resist. Now, she figured it out. You bastard. You fooled me. She said in an aggrieved voice as she pointed at Victor and then proceeded to hammer him with her fist. Yes. He replied after a while, noticing that her fists were losing strength, and she was also losing hope. I fooled you as your father and grandfather did to the family. You guys have been fooling everyone. He said, making her feel guilty. Now look where that led you. He added. I am sorry, did you tell the patriarch about my grandfather's secret? She asked with concern. Of course not. He replied. Why? She asked as she looked at him with some hope in her eyes. Because of many factors. But most importantly, I didn't want anything to happen to you. The family would kill you if they knew about your betrayal. And I would lose my pretty maid. He lied while looking at her with clear eyes. She didn't know what to say as she lowered her head with embarrassment. Her anger was subdued a lot. Then why did you only come to see me only now? She asked. I told you, you were a bad girl, this was your punishment. He said casually. He can't show weakness. I am not bad. She said pouting. All she wanted was to marry and have a good family, she never cared about politics. Did you figure out your situation? He asked. No. Levi is probably punishing me for being unfaithful. She said, earning herself a slap at her butt. When did he appear behind her? I told you that you are an idiot before, but I may have been overestimating your mental capacity. He said as she turned to look at him angrily. Her father also called her an idiot, but she didn't like to hear it from Victor. Don't look at me like that. You have always been disposable for the von Zwei family. Just another pawn. He said, making her freeze for a second before nodding. Seeing her current situation, that would be the only explanation. Don't they want my father's help? Even if they planned to backstab us or gain full control of the family, they would need my grandfather's corporation. They promised him the patriarch's position. She said unconvinced. Who said that? They only want to destroy us completely and steal our legacy. Victor said, making Rita look at him with a strange look. That's impossible. Our family is too strong to fall that easily. They would never dare to attack us. She said. Strong indeed. But what if we destroyed ourselves with our own hands? What if every faction started killing the others? What if we aroused public anger by creating a massacre or exposing the secret of players like the von Richter family? He asked, making her pause and think. Everyone knew the von Richter family's demise story. That would be impossible. We have a lot of allies. She said, unconvinced. Not at all. A well-timed and well-placed attack can make the strongest empires crumble. Let alone a simple aristocratic family. He said while looking at her doubting eyes. Now, if my guess is correct, Levi must be filling your body with corpse energy. The pain was caused by it as it corroded your soul. Victor said, making her frown. She did hear Levi talk about something like that with the men in white coats. But she didn't get it at that time. How did you fix it? She asked. I didn't. I just blocked your pain receptors. Your soul is still being corroded. He said, making her open her eyes in shock. Do you want to feel the pain back? He asked. Activating her pain receptors by 5%. No please. She begged as she curled her body in pain. Well. You are my maid anyway. I can't be too hard on you. He said casually, as he blocked the pain again, making her look at him with some relief and resentment. Levi probably wants to convert you to a death bomb. And according to the accumulation of the corpse energy in your body, you would die in 5 months. He would want to blow you up when your energy is at its peak, when the shattering of your soul would turn all of this corpse energy into death rays. That would be either at the Firebird tournament or Grandma Ann's birthday party. They would be suitable times. I believe it will be the latter. He said with a frown as Rita shivered unwillingly. She didn't understand what death rays meant, but it sounded really bad. But they would have a defensive formation and talismans at the birthday party. She mumbled. That won't work. Death rays cannot be stopped. Not by a mortal artifact anyway. While Grandma Ann would survive, she would probably be hurt a lot. And half of the elders and party participants would probably perish in an instant. He explained. Are you speaking the truth? She asked him, unwilling to believe. Yes, why would I lie to you? You are dead anyway if I don't help you. He said, making her lower her head as tears fell from her eyes. Do you want to live? He suddenly asked her after a few minutes. Yes. She said as she looked up at him. Will you be an obedient maid from now on? He asked her. Yes, she said, lowering her head again in shame. Then kiss me. He said. Ah. She hesitated. But after remembering what they did in the vault, she got her wits together and approached him wanting to kiss him on his cheek, but before she could do anything, his lips stole hers, sending a massive shock through her very soul. They were now in the realm of the souls and every sensation would be doubled 10 times. "Don't forget who is your master from now on," he said after his lips left hers. This was his third kiss today. Would he get a skill? He liked Lily's clumsy kiss the most, though. Rita froze for a second, then lowered her head and nodded in embarrassment. "Let's go. Follow me," he said as he floated in the void in a certain direction. Rita quickly followed him with a blushed face. Floating was hard at first, but she quickly got used to it. After a while, she noticed something moving in the distance in front of them. It was a monster that had 9 heads and about 30 hands. It was as if someone took a group of people and then fused them together in a pot. It didn't notice them and seemed to be busy absorbing some kind of energy. "What is this?" she asked as she hid behind him. This thing was too grotesque for her. "It is what they injected into you. A demon ghost." Victor replied, "Seems to be a high-ranked one too." He added, "Why does it look like that?" she asked. "I am not really an expert about those things. But according to my information, the demon is like a core that uses broken souls to build its body. It is now growing in you like an egg by absorbing the souls trapped with the corpse energy that is filling you. The death explosion is one of its skills when it wants to change hosts. It would turn the entire family's archipelago into a death zone when it's time. I wonder what was the deal they gave to sign a contract with them." "Contract?" "Yes. All demons that enter this world normally need a contract, or the world system would destroy it. I am curious about what they gave to work for them. Food and shelter? Or an open buffet on the archipelago?" Victor wondered while Rita wondered why he knew so much. "Can we kill it?" she asked with some fear. "The only reason it is not attacking us is that I hid our presence. But my skills are very limited here. So I can't approach it a lot," Victor said. "It is very strong, but you can kill it, I will teach you how," he added. His soul here was only a fraction of his real one. And this was not his domain. "What should I do? I don't have a weapon here," she said as she looked around. They were stranded in the void and she had no weapons and no clothes. "Ah," she screamed as she covered her naked body. She had just realized that she was wearing nothing all this time. "Did you notice at last?" he asked with a smirk. "Why? How? Why did you not tell me?" she said with an aggrieved voice, while trying hard to cover her private parts with her little hands. "I was enjoying the scene. And you would end up in my bed eventually," he stated. "Bastard, how can I get some clothes in this place?" she asked with an aggrieved face, looking around at the infinite darkness as if she was searching for a wardrobe. "This is your soul space. You can control everything here. Just imagine them," Victor said. Rita frowned, then closed her eyes and tried to imagine a white frilled dress. Nothing happened. She couldn't do it. "Can you give me yours?" she asked embarrassingly after trying a few times and failing. "No, you must learn to get dressed by yourself, or you will grow up to be a bad girl," he said while nodding as if he was some parent teaching his bad child how to behave. "Bastard," she muttered silently. "What was that?" he asked. "Nothing," she said, bitterly. "Why is this guy so unreasonable?" "Well, learning to control your soul is not easy," Victor said as he approached her, making her shrink her body nervously. But to her surprise he only touched his forehead with hers. Suddenly she felt a piercing pain, followed by a flow of information entering her mind rapidly. "I just transferred some techniques for you. The simplest would help you create some clothes, while the most advanced one would help you eat that thing." Victor said as he stepped back and watched her hold her head, trying to comprehend the information he gave her. Eat? She asked after wondering for a moment. There were indeed a few techniques in her memory now. Soul techniques. Yes, although this place is your soul realm, you are too weak to expel or kill it casually. And if you did that, the men watching over you would notice something. You must use the bloodline reflection art to turn into a dragon and then eat that thing. Dragons are immortal, you know, so death energy is not very effective against them. But you must be in dragon form for that protection to work. He explained. Dragon? She asked. Ah yes, yes. Don't tell anyone, but our bloodline originator is an elder dragon. He said casually. What? How do you know? She asked in surprise. Her father once said that the family has been researching their bloodline for ages, and until now, they didn't know what bloodline it was. That is not something a little bed-warming maid like you needs to know. He replied, making her a little resentful. Does he need to keep reminding her of being his maid? Now, you need time to comprehend those things. Just stay away from that thing and train well. He said. Wouldn't all this corpse energy hurt my body? She asked him. Of course, it would, but that can be solved easily. You just have to eat it and gain its memories. He must have a way to control this energy. It is very rare for a demon to offer itself on a plate. You must not let it run away. He said, making her frown a little. Wouldn't I end up an abomination like it? She asked. Probably, but that's up to you. This is an uncharted territory. But I will be with you, guiding you along the way. He replied, making her a little fearful. Unfortunately, this is the only way you could survive this. He added with a sigh while thinking about how he could help her. I need you to perform another service though. He said after a while with a smirk, making her look back at him. What service? I am already yours, you can do whatever you want with me, she said sarcastically, earning herself another butt slap. He was practicing his skill. Not for me, but for the family. The awakening orb was destroyed 2 weeks ago. And the family is in distress now. He said. Ah. When? Who did it? She asked. I don't know yet. He lied, but, if you get another one, wouldn't you be able to take an important position in the family? Your grandfather would not be able to control you after that, you might even be able to get an elder position. He said, making her open her eyes wide. Her father and mother would be very proud of her if such a thing happened. Where would I get an awakening artifact from? Even the lousiest one would cause a battle between all the powers. Let alone a high-ranked one like the broken one. She asked. What if you could steal another awakening artifact? The Von Zwei has a spare lying around. It is of a very high rank. But that would have to wait until you get out of your current predicament. He added. That's impossible. Their awakening artifact must definitely be guarded heavily. She said. I have a plan. I will tell you about it later, he said, making her look at him for a second. Ah. Did you plan this from the start? She suddenly asked him. Wow, my little bed-warming maid has grown smarter. Yes. I wanted to use you to steal their artifact from the start. He confessed. You bastard. You could have told me earlier. She said in a low voice. To tell the truth, I didn't expect that Levi would be this crazy and do this to you. He said seriously. Don't worry, I will help you get revenge. Now focus on training in the techniques I taught you, and forget everything else. He added as he began to fade. You are leaving? She asked in a scared tone. Don't worry, I will visit you daily, so if you have questions I will answer them later, he said. This young master has too many girls to satisfy, you know. He added as he faded, not forgetting to spank her naked butt again before he had completely disappeared. Just trying my new skill, consider it a punishment for calling this young master a bastard. His voice trailed off. After finishing with Rita, Victor intended to look at what that pervert Tom did. Before his coma, he gave Tom a mission to raid Charlotte's auction. Too bad he didn't get the chance to see her angry face. "Young master, we reached our destination." Lily's melodic voice alerted Victor, so he opened his eyes and looked out of the window with a slight frown. He must have spent a lot of time with Rita. But being in the soul realm makes someone lose track of time. The car was parked next to the gate, which led to a grandiose villa, standing at a mountain top. This place was not as big as his mansion, but definitely more luxurious and had a true history to it that no superficial architectural decorations could fake. "May I inquire about your identity?" a guard at the villa's gilded iron gate asked. "This is young Master Victor, we are here to meet Master Theodore," Lily coldly replied. "Please come right in. The master is waiting for you," the guard said respectfully as he lowered the gate, allowing the car to enter. Lily drove to the villa's door, then, after parking, she stepped down and opened the door to Victor respectfully. Victor stepped down and then put his hand around her waist like a perverted young master, before dragging her toward the door where George was waiting. "It's good to see that you are well, young master. I was really glad when Miss Lily informed me of your recovery," George said with a smile as he led Victor inside. "It's nice to meet you too, Uncle George. I seem to have overexerted myself a little with all the girls. I must learn to constrain myself a little bit in the future," he said, making George nearly stumble after missing a step. "If you don't want to tell the truth, at least offer a reasonable excuse. Why did this young master's character take a 180-degree shift after the ceremony? Didn't he have a weak and introverted personality before? Was it all a front? Well, an apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Entering a lavish living room, they could see Theodore sitting on a leather couch, scolding a punk girl who was dressed in a leather jacket and had earrings all over her face. "I don't care what style this is. I expect you to dress like a lady," he said coldly. "I don't want to marry, I am free to dress the way I want," she said. "Okay then, I should return you to live with your mother, maybe you would grow up to be a hooker like her," he said angrily. "You are supposed to be my father. Why do you want to get me to marry a guy that I have never met?" she said angrily with tears dripping from her eyes, causing the heavy mascara on her eyes to leave black smears on her cheeks. "The family has been taking care of you your entire life. It is time to make some sacrifices. And this is the family's order. Think about it, and give me your answer in the morning," he said, gesturing for her to leave. She seemed to want to say more, but didn't dare. She turned around to leave and just happened to bump into Victor. She froze. This is the most handsome guy she ever met. Was he the fiancé her father told her about? She wouldn't mind if it was him. "Hi, I am Juju," she said to Victor with twinkling eyes, making Lily frown. "I am Victor, your younger brother," he said, making the smile on her face freeze. He didn't know her, but from her conversation with his father and by using his appraisal, he realized that she was his half-sister, one of his numerous illegitimate half-siblings who didn't have bloodline or talent. The family must be really desperate to resort to marrying their illegitimate children to cast a big network with the other families. "Ah. Nice to meet you," she said embarrassingly, seemingly vexed by him being her brother. Did she just fall for her brother? "Don't worry, esteemed father would never choose a bad fiancé for you. While he won't be as handsome as me, he won't be bad," he reassured her as he entered the room. He knew his father well, and what he just said was the truth. Although Theodore appeared cold, he really cared for his offspring. And would never wrong them. Juju gave Victor a last look and then left the room while thinking about his words. What a narcissistic brother. He is handsome though. The family's situation must be really bad to order you to marry your daughters, Victor told his father just as he sat down on an opposing couch. Lily stood respectfully behind him. Yeah. It's a mess. If she was as gifted as Arya, I would have sent her to supervise some business instead, Theodore said absent-mindedly before looking at Victor, then frowning. Is this how you were taught to greet your elders? He scolded lightly. No, but you didn't seem in the mood for formalities, Victor said casually, making Theodore glare at him before sighing. His son was getting more arrogant each time he met him. Well, the situation is bad. Theodore said, George informed me that you were in a coma. What happened? He asked while trying hard to hide the concern in his voice. It was an artifact that I bought. It was cursed, Victor lied as he gestured to Lily to massage his shoulders. Are you okay now? Theodore asked. Mostly, Victor replied as he enjoyed Lily's delicate fingers. Can you participate in the raid next week? Theodore asked, not intending to ask about the artifact. He always respected his son's privacy. Wasn't the raid a month later? Victor asked. The date was brought forward due to the situation in the family. You must be ready when the time comes. Theodore replied. Understood. But I might have to attend school. The academy's classes start in 2 days. Victor said. You are an elite heir, you can skip. Like you weren't planning to do that anyway. Theodore smirked. Yeah. What exactly is going on in the family? Lily told me that something was amiss. Victor asked as if he didn't know. I can't tell you about it, it's the patriarch's order. Theodore said, but I can tell you that something went wrong. And the entire family's existence is in danger. Theodore explained. That serious? Victor asked. Yes, Theodore replied with a sigh. Is this why you asked me to come here? Victor asked. Well, the family has been taking care of you your entire life. It is time to make some sacrifices. Theodore replied, making Victor raise an eyebrow. Wasn't this line exactly the one he used on Juju? Do you want to marry me off too? Victor asked, feeling Lily's hands freeze and then squeeze a little harder. Yes, Theodore said, the patriarch had ordered that you must propose to Linda in the coming days, Theodore added, making Victor frown a little. This time frame is too short for his plan. Can it be delayed until after the raid? Victor asked. No. The patriarch was really upset about your behavior when you met her at the party, so they told me that you would be punished severely if anything went wrong. This alliance is very important for the family. He said, but you can delay the wedding a little, as long as you set a near date. Theodore added after some thinking. Fine. I will do that, Victor answered while thinking about how he should make his next move. Then you have to be ready to receive your new concubine. You will go get her before the raid. She resides in Nulor City. Theodore said. Understood. What new concubine? Victor asked with a surprise, he had never heard of this. Didn't they tell you? Theodore asked, then looked at George. Master, I chose to keep this a secret until the young master wakes up, George said. Oh. Theodore frowned, then looked at his son. Be ready. Your grandmother got you a new concubine. He said with a knowing smile that Victor didn't understand what it meant. Who is she? Victor asked as he felt Lily's fingers dig into his shoulders. Ouch. Well, do you remember the pendant you gave your grandmother? Theodore asked. Yeah, Victor said as he grabbed Lily's delicate hands from behind. She was about to pierce through his bones with her angry fingers. Well, that guy from the sword sect, what was his name again? Never mind. He had an engagement agreement before, but that girl slept with some other guy and that created a lot of problems and made his father, the patriarch, lose face. Theodore said, your grandmother, after trading the pendant with some benefits from them, and because that guy would not be able to marry anymore, she proposed that the fiancé should be a part of the trade. This would benefit all the parties. The sword sect patriarch would wash his shame, and we would gain a powerful family as a new ally. Theodore said, making Victor frown. He never expected that his little trade set into motion this much drama. And what does it have to do with me? Couldn't one of my brothers or cousins marry that cheater girl? Victor asked. No. This is a little troublesome, but that girl is George's niece. So her family wanted her to be near him. So you were the only suitable candidate. Theodore answered. George's niece? Victor asked as he looked at George. He remembered something about George being a castaway from his family. His father helped him and saved his life when they were young. Yes. George used to be part of the von Astrom family. But due to their internal struggles and his identity as an illegitimate son, he was cast out. I met him after that and he became my butler. Theodore said while looking at George with grateful eyes. He still remembers how his life was saved by him many times. After George became all-powerful, they wanted to get him back, but he declined and decided to stay with me. So, they want their daughter to get to know him, maybe convince him to return or learn some useful things. Theodore said as George nodded with a sigh. What? Von Astrom? What is the girl's name? Victor asked quickly. Nova. Nova von Astrom. Theodore replied after some thinking. *T. Victor cursed as he sat in the car, making Lily, who sat in the driver's seat, feel strange. Is there a problem, young master? She asked with concern. She didn't like the fact that he had a new concubine, but she didn't expect her young master to be this upset about it. He even declined his father's invitation for a meal. A big problem, my dear Lily, he replied. Drive slowly, I need to think. He told her and closed his eyes as the car started moving. He remembers hearing the name Nova von Astrom. Wasn't she the girl Tom asked him about when he started acting as a system? Too bad he does remember who Tom dated in his past life. This guy was a womanizer. If she was the same person, that means the person whom she cheated on her fiancé with was Tom. And the situation would be really troublesome. Taking her would not be as easy as taking the twins, who only had a crush on Tom back then. Taking her was like grabbing food not from Tom's mouth, but from his stomach. It was both troublesome and disgusting. Maybe he should find a method to get rid of her. Was it fate? Probably. This may also be a kind of a world backlash, as this engagement is really troublesome. If Tom knew about it, and Victor tried to stop him from meeting Nova, the world would probably find a way to help him out of his enslavement. If that was even possible. But desperate science do crazy things. He heard of many impossible stories about them in his previous life. The other problem was Nova. As Tom's lover, would she approve of Victor? Probably not. What should he do? For now, he should make sure this was the same girl. Victor quickly contacted Tom. *T. He quickly cancelled the connection. That pervert was spending the time of his life with two wild girls. That piece of *T was enjoying himself while his lover was being stolen. Victor didn't like to watch. It was not good for his health. Nor his sanity. Victor dejectedly decided to postpone Tom's conversation to a later time. It would be a long conversation, as he also needed Tom to explain what happened when he was in a coma. He should focus on his other main problem now, Linda. Hopefully, the plan he left for Kai was executed, or his plans would become really messy. After taking out his phone, he quickly dialed Kai's number. This is Kai, is it you, young master? Kai replied with a question. Yes, Victor said. Miss Hilda has informed me of your recovery. Congratulations, young master, Kai said respectfully. Yeah, whatever, what is going on in the family? Victor asked. I don't have the full picture, but something wrong happened in the awakening hall. That's all I can say. The entire family is on a spy hunt. So the young master should not do anything out of order, as some people might try to use it against you. Kai said nervously, as if he was saying something taboo. I see, Victor replied. Kai, telling him this much, proved that he was really loyal. Did you complete the mission? Concerning Miss Linda? Kai asked. Yes. It went all according to plan, but we had to use her blood due to the time constraints. The doctor was able to inject the fertilized egg, but she killed him with his assistant after the operation, so we don't have a complete report. Kai replied. This was Victor's plan to get rid of Linda. He would make her pregnant with Titus's son artificially. This would make a perfect excuse to change the groom. The family could force him to marry a cheating wife, but marrying someone with his cousin's baby was going overboard. Even his father would not keep silent. Did the family suspect anything? Victor asked. Not at all. It was all done in secret. Titus's semen was easily collected after gifting him a movie featuring the new star Kawiko to watch in his confinement. The lab operation was done using false data, and the doctor was paid using untraceable money. Kai replied, making Victor nod in approval. The problem now was how to make the family discover Linda's pregnancy without his interference. The time frame was too short, and the fetus's age would be a problem if it were examined thoroughly. Should he knock Linda out and make her go into pregnancy in a coma? That might work. But, young master, I found something strange. Kai suddenly said. What? Victor asked absent-mindedly. Miss Linda's blood sample, when we ran it in the family's database. It didn't match any samples we had from the von Rosen family. He said, making Victor frown and go silent for a few minutes. Yeah, what, are you sure? Victor asked. I repeated the test 3 times. Kai replied. Impossible, do you know what that means? Victor asked as he opened his eyes wide in shock. I know. It could be a coincidence, or the samples might have got corrupted. But we need new DNA samples from her and Amelie, just to be sure. I heard the young master has a new assassins team. They may be able to get a hair or something that he could use to sample the DNA from. Kai said. I will send someone tonight, Victor said as he hung up while thinking deeply. This changes everything. Could it be that Linda was not Amelia's daughter? No. Impossible. The von Rosen is a matriarchal family and they pay great attention to their daughter's lineage. But, remembering Linda's name when he appraised her, it had a question mark next to it. Lily, I will leave for a bit, you drive to the mansion. And forbid anyone from leaving tonight. He said, and to Lily's surprise, he jumped from the convertible car into the night. Young master. She screamed and looked back, to find that her young master had already disappeared. What's wrong with him? Scrubbing the floor was not very hard for Margaret and Alex, who were players. But despite that, they were still on their knees scrubbing. The problem was with Victor's request. He wanted it to shine like a mirror. They didn't know how to do it. Neither did Theta, who was watching with interest. Use polish, then wax. Hilda scolded them when she passed by and saw what they were doing, then went to get them the stuff they needed. Those two had never done such a thing before. Margaret and Alex were trying to figure out how to start when Lily entered the mansion. Where is the young master? Theta, who was cutely dressed as a boy and was trying hard to learn how to be a man like Alex, asked. Went on a mission, Lily said dejectedly as she sat down on a couch beside Theta. You seem upset? Margaret asked as she looked at Lily. They have gotten to know each other better during the last 2 weeks. Yeah. The young master is getting married in a couple of days. Lily said as she raised her legs and then buried her face in her knees. She was really upset. Hearing the news, the girls looked at each other in surprise. Is it that Linda? Margaret asked while Alex, who acted as if she didn't care, listened carefully. Yes, and another slutty girl whom her family wanted to get rid of. They seem to think that our young master is some kind of breeding stud. Lily said with annoyance. Don't worry. The last time Victor met Linda at the party, he humiliated her in public. So even if he married her, he would probably lock her up in the basement. Margaret said, reassuring Lily. Maybe. But Lily didn't know what to say. Didn't you tell me that the young master can't touch women? Margaret interrupted. Yes. Not until he awakens his bloodline anyway. Lily replied as Theda listened carefully. So that's why he didn't touch her that day. Then there is nothing to fear. We just need to get rid of her before that. Maybe we should bully her a little. Margaret proposed. If the young master knew about this, he would punish us for sure, Alex said. And what does this have anything to do with you? As if the young master would marry you someday. Margaret scolded, making Alex quickly turn around to hide her blushed face. What's wrong with her? Why would she care about Victor's marriage? She was just his butler. Victor used the cover of the night to head to the Cross Mansion, where Linda and her mother Amelia lived. The assassin girls would never be able to infiltrate that place, as Victor knew how scary Amelia was. She was a master summoner. And must have placed some crazy things to guard her mansion. So he had to do this by himself. He had nothing to fear now with his level. If it were not for concerns about his family, he might kill this B*TCH and finish his troubles. After an hour, he reached the Cross Mansion. It was big, yet simple, hidden in a lush forest and surrounded by a tall fence with a lot of security. This was the governor's mansion after all. After giving the perimeter an initial scan and then hiding himself, he used the levitation necklace to fly over the fence and head toward the main building. He was here in his previous life, where he was humiliated and then kicked out like a dog by Linda. Looking at the mansion with complex eyes, he soon found a suitable point of entry in an upper floor window. He also noticed several shadows floating around. Guardian demons. Those things were mostly formless and harmless. But they would alert their master if they spotted an intruder. Maybe some other crazy things were hiding around. So Victor wanted to finish this quickly. After scanning what appeared to be an empty guest room, he floated right in. The mansion was very clean. As if the servants here were scared if one speck of dust left uncleaned. Victor moved silently from one room to another, but this damn place was too clean. He couldn't find a single strand of hair. Going downstairs, he spotted some servants. But they were busy doing their jobs and didn't notice him. He really wanted to ask about Linda's or Amelia's location though, but couldn't. After some searching, he was able to eavesdrop on some servants who were secretly talking about Amelia. She was not in the mansion at the moment and seemed to be going out a lot these days. Was it because they were preparing to attack his family? Probably. Without Amelia here, he decided that he could move more freely. So he began to explore the mansion and soon found Amelia's office. It was locked and the servants seemed to be avoiding the room. They didn't even dare to look at the door. Victor used his shadow shifter ring to go inside. It was dark, but being a player, Victor didn't need much light to see. So he proceeded to carefully check the office and take pictures of any documents he found interesting. He even found a few strands of hair on the chair and desk. He wanted to search the drawers and the safe too, but didn't dare to, as they may have alarms. After finishing with the office, he returned upstairs to search Linda's room for some of her strands. When he entered her room, Linda was not asleep, she was dressed in her nightgown and sitting on her dresser combing her hair while sighing. She seemed really distressed. He had the urge to snap her neck at that very moment, but he was able to hold himself back. This B*TCH can't be killed yet. Victor was going to wait for her to sleep, before taking the liberty to search around and take some samples. But the B*TCH had other thoughts. First, she called her friends one by one and began to rant about how her family was going to make her marry a serial rapist. And then begged them not to tell anyone. Like they would ever keep a secret. After hanging up, she was still angry it seemed. So she left the room and headed downstairs, scolding some poor maids in the way. Victor was tempted to use the opportunity to search the room, but after grabbing a couple of hair strands from her comb, he looked around at the pink-decorated princess bedroom and decided to follow Linda instead. This room probably had nothing of importance. Linda headed to the ground floor first, where she headed to the kitchen and drank a glass of high-quality bottled water. After that, using an obscure stair, she headed to the basement as Victor followed her silently while wondering where the hell was she going. After going downstairs, Linda crossed a dimly lit corridor as Victor followed closely. This place's walls were full of sound isolation foam. As if they didn't want a sound to escape this place. Linda was headed to a room at the end of the corridor, where she entered quickly and closed the door behind her as Victor slipped in behind her. The room was mostly empty, besides a tattered bed placed in the center with a monster chained to it surrounded by piles of bones. And a maid sitting on a chair to the side. Looking closely, Victor quickly realized that the monster was in fact a girl that was covered with black hair and her face had a wide jaw full of sharp protruding teeth. Her body was shivered like a mummy in some places, while others were muscular. But he could easily tell that she was a girl. She was dressed in some kind of a straitjacket that constrained her hands that had sharp bones protruding from their joints. She was very lively. Her eyes, which glowed red, were full of anger and savagery. When Linda entered the basement, the girl looked at her and growled like a feral beast. She even tried to attack Linda but was constrained by the chains. "You are lively today," Linda mocked, then looked at a maid that was sitting on a wooden chair to the side, seemingly monitoring the girl. "The medications are not that effective anymore, and we didn't dare to give her anything stronger fearing for her life. The doctor thinks that she is nearing her limit," the maid said. "Was she a nurse?" "Oh, leave us," Linda said coldly, making the maid bow respectfully and then leave the room as Linda sat on the chair with a mocking smile. "What shall we talk about today?" "Ah yes. Today I went shopping with my friend Cuckoo, the one from school. We were choosing a dress for my wedding," Linda said, making that monster girl look at her angrily. Then try to attack her again before retreating in pain. Victor could see blood dripping from her. It looked like her skin was breaking up in some places and then healing again. "Oh. Don't be angry. Are you that upset that I am going to marry your fiancé?" Linda mocked, making the girl, who was withering in pain, look at her angrily again. "Don't worry, I will not." "Well, seeing how much you are bleeding, the demonification should be reaching its last stages. Since you will not live longer, I will tell you a little secret," Linda said, looking back and making sure that the door was closed. Then stepped forward till she reached a line drawn on the ground. "This was the limit of that girl's chains. The reason you failed the ritual at that time was not your incompetence as everyone thought," she whispered. "In fact, I changed the offering in your bowl. I added some sludge from one of Mother's discarded vials. I only expected the ritual to fail, but didn't expect you to be possessed by some demon," Linda said, chuckling as that girl froze in shock and her mouth split wide while rows of demonic teeth sprung forward trying to bite Linda, who just stood proudly at a safe distance. "Who would have thought that the engagement was so important that Mother chose to give me, the lowly maid who used to follow you, your name and status," Linda added as she laughed. "It was because I always followed you, so it was easy for her to tell everyone that you were the maid. I became the bride while the genius Miss Linda became the slave. I can't stop my laughter every time I remember how you begged your mother for me to attend the ritual too, not realizing I was plotting against you." She laughed hard while holding her stomach, as the girl screeched loudly and Victor stood behind her in shock. Was this girl the real Linda? He met Linda for the first time when he was 10 years old at the family's archipelago. Her mother brought her then to meet her fiancé. The switch must have happened a little earlier. And this girl must have been here since then. The Von Rosen ritual, the way they turned their heirs into players, was different from the other families. Their awakening artifact acts as an intermediary. Every heir would attempt a demon summoning ritual, they would fight the demon that got summoned. If the summoning fails, then they would lose the right to be heirs. If they win, they would gain the demon's powers. If they lose, they might die, or worse, lose their body to demonic possession. Although that rarely happened. Sometimes though, a demon that is more powerful than expected appears, making the heir face mortal danger. By winning, he would gain immense power. By losing, no one can save him. This girl must be in the latest possession stages. And when the possession finishes, the world would kick the demon to its original dimension and kill this girl. Victor wondered why they let her live until now. The pain of being possessed by a demon was not something a young girl can tolerate. Like how Rita was weathering in pain earlier. Couldn't they just kill her and relieve her of her misery? Was Amelia really that indifferent to her daughter's suffering? Not likely. Let's see, Victor thought as he activated his appraisal skill. Lynn? De? Cross/Von Rosen. Level, 0. Class, Ace Summoner, AAA. Authority, 5. Abnormal state. Demonized by Demon Devourer Khazar, strong, 97%. Cursed SSS, parasitic possession. If killed, the demon would possess the killer or the one who instigated him. Drugged S. Suppressed SS. Strength, 23/980. Intelligence, 23/997. Agility, 10/983. Luck, 1. Charm, 135. Order, 10. Skills. Devouring SS. Deathblade S. Self-heal S. Death Shrill A. Resistance Building C. Enhanced Senses C. Poison Resistance A. Drug Resistance A. Summoning Art B. Demonic Command D. Drug Brewing D. Staff Arts D. Alchemy E. Charm F. Sleeping F. Equipment. Demon Suppressing Collar SS. Fate Status. Fate's Power F. Fate's Direction, slightly negative, changing. Fate's Design, Painful Death. Total, F. So that's it. They couldn't kill her, or the curse would transfer to them. Victor frowned as he watched Linda mock that girl. Is this how she relieves her anger? What AB****TCH? I wonder what mother would say if she knew I was mocking you. Hee hee. Let me tell you. She probably knows. She just doesn't care, Linda said, making the girls try to attack her again. Don't be angry. Do you know why I am telling you all of this? I probably won't meet you again, you know. In a few days, mother would send me to the family for some kind of a before-marriage class. But let me tell you another secret, I will not go there, Linda whispered so faintly that even Victor had difficulty hearing her. Hee hee. His name is Bill, he is 100 times better than your fiancé. He will come and take me away. He already told me that he would not let me marry any other man. I will be enjoying myself as a princess, while you rot here like a cockroach. Linda said proudly, enjoying the feeling of superiority and ignoring the girl's angry look. As she thought about how she would dump this bitch's pervert fiancé for the better man. At that moment, there was a knock at the door that made Linda flinch and jump back in fright. Did anyone hear what she said? Come in. She said. The maid, who left earlier, returned, making Linda frown. The mistress is back. She wants you to go meet her. She said, making Linda nod, then turn and give the girl a smirk before heading upstairs after making a strange sign with her hand. Victor thought for a moment, then followed Linda after giving the pitiful girl and the pitiful nurse a last look. Linda quickly headed to her mother's study, where Victor entered behind her. Amelia, who was sitting at her office, looked up with a frown as if she felt something wrong when Linda entered the room. She moved her fingers in a strange rhythm, making a shimmering demon, that Linda didn't see, enter the room and look around, then disappear after finding nothing. Victor was surprised, this woman was more dangerous than he anticipated. Name, Amelia von Rosen, Cross. Level, 75. Class, Ace Summoner. Authority, 7. Strength, 215. Agility, 188. Intelligence, 221. Luck, 31. Charm, 37. Order, 30. Skills. Demonic Instinct A. Summoning Art A. S**X Arts A. Energy Drain A. Demonic Command B. Drug Brewing B. Needle Arts C. Quick Steps C. Charm C. Sword Art D. Accounting D. Alchemy D. Surveying E. Cooking F. Poetry F. Poison Resistance F. Equipment. Defense Talisman A. Demon Repelling Necklace B. Summoner Grimoire D. Storage Ring E. Fate Status. Fate's Power C. Fate's Direction Neutral. Fate's Design Unspecified. Total C. Do you want anything, Mother? Linda asked respectfully after bowing. I just got some news that Victor has visited his father, where he was ordered to propose to you as planned. He should come here in a few days. So make sure to dress perfectly and don't do anything stupid. Amelia said, making Victor frown. There were some spies in his father's mansion, it seemed. But Bill will be here on the weekend. Linda said. Didn't I order you to stop contacting him? Amelia asked angrily. I did. But he kept sending me messages. I can't ignore him. Linda said. Well, I will be streaming the proposal live too, Anne, so even if he showed up it would be useless, Amelia said with a frown, making Linda squeeze her fist hard behind her back, as Victor watched the drama in amusement. This situation was trickier than he anticipated, and all of his plans were now thrown out of the window. He never expected that all of his plans were for nothing. This B*TCH was going to destroy her family's scheme by herself. What should he do? Simple, he would delay the engagement for a few days until Bill comes and takes Linda. They would not try to find a new Von Rosen wife for him before finding out where Linda ran off to. Maybe in a week or two, someone would tip his grandmother about Bill's affair. And maybe, just maybe. What if Bill discovered the truth about Linda's baby? Wouldn't he try to kill Titus, bringing both of their factions into a war? Wouldn't that be good for him and his brother, who was like Bill, a patriarch candidate? There are a lot of ifs in this plan, but it's not that bad at all. All he has to do now is wait. And maybe facilitate Linda's escape. Victor had the urge to kiss this B*TCH at that moment. This girl was really great. She wanted to cry, but no tears came from her demonic eyes. And her misery only intensified the pain in her body. A body that she could barely control nowadays. She gave P*******y everything. She even begged her mother to let her attend the ceremony with the family heirs so that they could always stay together. All this time she thought that P******y really cared for her, as she came here every other night to check on her and maybe brag a little. She hoped that she just wanted to entertain her. Not even in her worst nightmares, she could have thought that her best friend would betray her like this. P*******, why was the maid given to her by her mother? She never treated her as a maid but as a friend. They grew up together after all. And they should have trusted each other. She even gave her the name P******y, as she reminded her of a cat. She didn't know what it meant when she was young. Was this the reason she betrayed her? She was feeling desperate, when the nurse who was taking care of her today suddenly stood up from her chair and approached her with an absent-minded look. The nurse couldn't see it, but the girl could. The tiny demon that was floating on top of the woman's head guided her toward the bed. It's P**********, why's familiar. She recognized it. Did she send it here? Was she afraid that the nurse heard something and wanted to get rid of her? Was P*******, why always this vengeful? She wanted to warn the nurse to stay away from her, but she couldn't speak. She could only growl. The nurse ignored her as she approached and crossed the red line drawn on the ground, making the demon control the girl's body and use her mouth to bite the unsuspecting nurse's neck. killing her in an instant. She wanted to stop but her instincts were too strong. The hunger was too strong. She didn't want to eat. But something in her body pushed her to devour the meat of the nurse. She didn't feel remorse. She just was a little sad for the nurse. She was new here. Her mother usually brought them to take care of her and read books to her. She really liked listening to books. It calmed her down and made her learn about the world outside. That demon possessing her seemed to be listening too. What for? She didn't know. But that behavior made her mother keep sending her servants to read in the room and subdue the demon. Sadly, sooner or later those nurses would make a mistake and either end up dead by her mother, or as a meal on her plate. "You seem to be enjoying your meal." A nice voice startled her, making her look up as blood dripped from her lips. It was a young man. He was handsome. Too handsome to be human. She wanted to ask who he was? And what was he doing here? But again, she could only growl. "Is this how you treat your fiancé? Where are your manners? Wouldn't you even ask me to sit down, little Linda?" he asked, making her open her eyes wide in shock. No one used the name Linda on her for a long time, not even her mother. They would just call her that thing, or simply the girl. Wait. Fiancé? Victor? The one P*** why was bragging about? The one she wants to cheat on? Let me introduce myself. I am Victor von Weiss. The one and the only. He said arrogantly as he bowed down elegantly, confirming her thoughts. He is just too handsome. SHHHSSHSSHSH. She wanted to speak but couldn't. That demon was opposing her. You don't need to speak. I know that you want to introduce yourself. And I have already heard your conversation with that idiot earlier. I already know your story, little Linda. Your demonification is already at 97%. No, 98%. Did that B***TCH's instigation make your case worse? He wondered, making her frown. Demonification? Yes, her case can be described as such. But the family just called it a cursed possession. We don't have much time, he said as he looked her in the eye and smiled softly. Was he not disgusted by her? She couldn't even dare to look at herself in a mirror. Let's see, he said, as began to walk around the bed inspecting her, making her feel very embarrassed. You might not be aware. But your family is trying to destroy my family. He said with a sigh, making her feel shocked. She didn't know about that. Impossible, but again, she was young when she turned into this abomination. I will give you a choice, the first one I would kill you and end your misery. Don't worry, the possession would not harm me. I am immune to curses. He said, making her look at him with interest. The demon was too. The second choice, I would free you from that guy possessing you. But you would be my slave from now on. And I might use you to destroy your family. He said, making her frown. Was he serious? Impossible. The possession was permanent as the demon was of the SS rank. That's what her grandmother said when she took a look at her. And he would use her to destroy her family. She didn't care about them, they only came to see her once, then told her mother to lock her up and throw the key. But her mother really cared. After waiting 5 minutes in silence, he spoke again. You seem reluctant. Well, how about this? I will give you a concubine position and I could help you keep the lives of a few chosen ones from your family. How about that? I would have wanted you to be the matriarch. But that's impossible, as you were out of the loop for too long. And after that B***TCH's plan succeeds, your mother would be in a very embarrassing position. He said, making her frown further. He was right. And she really wanted to be his wife. But she could accept being a concubine. What was she thinking? After some time, she decided to accept his proposal. She had nothing to lose anyway. She wanted to nod, but her body started acting strangely as if it wanted to attack Victor. It was the demon feeling the danger. She growled, warning him. Don't come near. But he didn't listen. Seemingly knowing what was on her mind, he stepped inside the line. And to her horror, the demon used her body to attack him. But just as she jumped to bite his head off, he caught her from the back of her neck like a kitten. His hands were so strong that she couldn't even move. She could hear the demon inside of her curse about the shackles and the necklace that was suppressing it. It couldn't display its full power. It wanted to break free. But Victor's hands were like a steel vice grip. Not letting go at all. I will drop my blood into your mouth. If you really accept my proposal, don't spit it and let it integrate with your soul. He said, dripping a drop of his purplish blood into her mouth. The demon didn't let her open her mouth, but Victor forced it open with his hand. It wanted to struggle, but couldn't. And when the blood touched her tongue, she had the urge to spit it. But using the last of her will, she swallowed it. She knew that if this failed, the possession would be complete. As she had no more strength to fight. She felt the blood reach her throat where the demon forced her to cough, but she resisted as the tears fell from her eyes. It felt like an eternity had passed when the blood reached her stomach. The demon's will attacked again, forcing her to throw up. But she resisted. Then the feeling of relief came. It was as if every part of her body was alive. The blood had magically dissolved and integrated into her very essence. She felt that she could stop it. The demon commanded her to stop it. The demon requested that she stop it. The demon begged her to stop it. She didn't. She heard a scream. It was her own. When she opened her eyes, she saw that Victor was pressing a talisman on her forehead. The talisman burned as she stopped screaming. But the screaming didn't stop. It was not hers anymore. It was a grotesque lion-like demon that seemed to have come out of her body. It was twitching in pain. Then, suddenly, it turned around and attacked the bed and began to sink its teeth into it with its split mouth. What's wrong with it? Victor moved his finger, unbinding the straitjacket as a silver needle appeared out of nowhere in his hand. He placed the needle between her fingers and then pushed her hand and the needle into the demon's head. She didn't have the strength to move her arm, but the needle was so sharp that it penetrated the demon's skin easily. It let out one last scream and then dissolved into a sludge of green material under her astonished eyes. Was it this simple? Demon Khazar has been slain by the player candidate. Player Linda has completed the ritual. Welcome, player. Demon Khazar's attributes and skills have been added to your base. Warning, attributes cap reached. Any additional attributes would not be usable. Congratulations on finishing your ritual. How long was it? 7? 8 years? Victor asked. 8. She replied with a harsh voice as she just froze there, unable to believe what happened. And then involuntarily she began to cry as she hugged Victor, who quickly collected the needle in her hand with a frightened expression. Thank you, she said with some difficulty as she buried her head in his chest. Was this a dream? If it was, she wanted it to last forever. It's okay, he said after he collected the green sludge in his ring. He patted her head for a while, then spoke. Now let me bind you again, he said. What? Why? She asked as she looked up facing him. Was this a nightmare after all? Your mother must not discover that someone helped you. You must display signs of recovery slowly by yourself, he replied, making her nod after thinking for a while. That made sense. Just claim that after eating this nurse you felt as if the demon was weakened somehow and that you used the opportunity to wrestle control out of it, he said after some thinking. Would they believe that? She asked. Yes and no. Every player has his secret. And strange things happen all the time. Who knows? Just play dumb and insist on your story, Victor said, making her wonder, what was he plotting? What was his secret? Okay, she said. Talking was a little hard for her. Now I will use my power to return you to the demonized state. He said, making her feel strange, then looking at her legs to realize that they were no longer hairy and bloated. They were smooth and shiny. She was practically naked if not for the straitjacket. Why? She asked with some embarrassment, as she closed her legs a little. You must not reveal anything until that B*TCH escapes with Bill. Or I would have to marry her. Your mother wouldn't reveal you that easy, as that would put her in an awkward position. He replied, making her nod again. A few days will not make a difference. Her name is Pussy, she said with a blush. She shouldn't have named her that. Who, the fake Linda? Victor asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, she answered, keeping her head down. No wonder she didn't want to remember her name. Don't worry, I plan to take revenge on her too. Just don't startle her. He said, making her nod. Should I call you Linda then? He asked as he put his hand on her head, brushing her tangled hair. After all, you are my concubine from now on. He added, making her blush. Just call me Lynn. I don't want to use that name ever again. She answered while enjoying the feeling of his hand patting her head. After taking care of Lynn's problem, Victor silently left the Cross mansion and headed back home. What happened was a big surprise for him. He didn't expect that Linda was fake. No wonder her family didn't give her any important role and didn't tell her about the parasite beforehand. They never truly trusted her. Lynn on the other hand surprised him more. He never expected her to be that cooperative, but considering her situation, it could be understood. That girl is too smart and didn't need convincing. He was her knight in shining armor after all. But with Lynn's powers, she is one of the strongest players before the reckoning. He must use her well. He really didn't care about Amelia, he didn't mind leaving her. Sooner or later the Von Rosen would suffer that catastrophe. And he would be able to make use of the mother and daughter after he kills all of the elders to take control of the family and all its assets. Putting this problem at the back of his mind, he tried to contact Tom again on the road. But that piece of *** it hasn't finished yet. He was abusing his powers as a player to the limit. Victor sighed, quickening his steps. When he entered the mansion it was already 12 o'clock a.m. He was surprised by the shiny floor. It seemed like Alex and Margaret really put their hearts into it. Welcome back, young master. Mina, who seemed to be waiting for him, greeted. Where are the girls? He asked. They went to sleep. Chick something, 17, arrived an hour ago. Lily escorted her to the study. She said. Oh, she is a he, now go get some sleep, I will take you shopping tomorrow. He said as he approached her and then kissed her forehead before heading to the study. Mina, who didn't expect the sudden kiss, blushed a little, then bowed and ran to his room to brag in front of her sister who was also there. Entering the study, Victor gave Lily a nod and then gestured to Chick 17, who stood up in respect to sit back down. He sat on his chair behind the desk with Lily's help and then patted his lap for her to sit on it before looking at Chick 17. Is everything okay? He asked. Congratulations on your recovery, young master. Chick 17 said respectfully. And, as I have been telling Miss Lily, we might have a problem. He added as he avoided looking at Lily, who relaxed on her young master's lap. What problem? Victor asked. We caught a rat a few days ago, and another one yesterday. They were journalists. Jane Armstrong and her assistant John Smith. They have been sniffing around the factory. He said. Oh. It was probably my fault for missing the appointment with her. Did any of you meet her? He turned to Lily and asked. I told Arya to take care of the problem. But we didn't know what to tell her, so she must have found a way to delay the interview. She said with a frown. Did Arya return yet? He asked. Not yet. There seemed to be some trouble in the company, so she was staying late. She should be on her way back. Lily answered. I see. Where did you keep them? He asked Chick 17. At the factory, we have a holding room there. Master Nick used to keep kidnapped girls, Chick 17 answered. Don't call him master. Victor scolded. I will go see them tomorrow. Treat them well. He said. Understood, Chick 17 replied. Did you do anything regarding the construction I asked you about? He asked. Not on the ground. But we were able to purchase the entire mountain. The seller needed some convincing, but Miss Lily and Miss Margaret somehow did it. He replied, then looked at Lily with a questioning gaze. Margaret did it. I don't know how. I spend most of my time next to the young master. Lily said, puffing her cheek. She seemed a little jealous that Margaret was more useful than her. Oh. That's good. Victor said while wondering what Margaret did. Her charming ability is very useful in such situations. Start buying construction material, and do it silently. I want you to dig into the mountain to build a base there. He said. But that would require some more hands and equipment. Chick 17 said. I will get you the equipment. As for the hands, recruit some people from faraway villages. Pay them well, but scare them a little so that they would never talk and transport them there blindfolded. Keep the location a secret as much as possible. Victor said, knowing well that no secret could be kept forever. Especially regarding such a grand project, but he could delay people finding out about it. Understood. Chick 17 replied. If there is nothing else you can leave, Victor said. That's all, young master. Chick 17 said as he stood up and bowed, then left the room while giving Lily, who was putting her head peacefully on Victor's shoulder, a weird look. Is this the same demon girl who grilled them for 3 days because one of them asked her what was behind the veil? After Chick 17 left, Victor put his head on Lily's head, brushing her hair. You seem upset. He said. I feel useless. Everyone has a mission to do. Except me. And when the young master needs something to be done, you are doing it yourself. She complained. Did your sisters recover? He asked. Yes, they regained their health, and are ready for any mission. She replied firmly. Good, I want you to send them to find suitable children to be trained as assassins. I want them to create an assassination organization. He said. Lily opened her eyes in excitement. She was getting jealous of Alpha, who was building her own team lately. I understand, but I need a base, and the families have already taken all the promising children from the orphanages around the country. If we found any, they would be useless. Lily said. I don't want those. And my idea is different. You won't create a fixed organization. But think of it more like an assassin's guild. It has base members and outside members who would take missions. To build the base team, search shanty towns and juvenile prisons for suitable candidates. It doesn't matter if they were a little weak or a little evil, I have ways to strengthen and fix them. But they must have a loyal character, have good management skills, and they must agree to this by themselves. I don't want to force anyone who might betray me down the line. He said, copying the formula of many guilds that would rise after the reckoning. Understood. But even so, how can we be sure of their loyalty? She asked, does he want to use the slavery ring on them? I can't be sure, but they wouldn't know who their real boss is. They shouldn't even know about you. I will leave it to you how to implement this. He said, in addition to that, I will implement nanochips in their body. I have a good design that I will give to Kai later. He should be able to manufacture some of them silently. He added. The nanotechnology he knew of was just a little more advanced than the current one used by the family, but not by much, so Kai should be able to manufacture them. Although they would be useless after the reckoning, but by that time he should have got some good control artifacts. Lily nodded as her eyes shone with determination. At last, something for her to do. I would prefer that you just stay by my side and be my hug pillow though, Victor said suddenly as he hugged her tightly and buried his nose in her hair, making the blush on her face reach her ears just as the studies room opened, and Arya walked in. Victor, am I interrupting something? She asked with a blush after seeing Lily's ambiguous position on her young master's lap. No, not at all. Sit down. Victor said as he caught Lily, who wanted to run away. Are you feeling okay now? What happened? Why were you in a coma? Arya asked him while trying hard to ignore Lily on his lap. Yes, I just overexerted myself a little with all the girls around, Ha answered, making her want to kick him. At least tell a good lie. That's good then, make sure to take care of your health. She mumbled as she gave Lily a jealous look. I wanted to ask you, what did you tell Jane Armstrong that day? He asked. I didn't speak with her, I just told Susan to schedule another appointment for her. But I didn't ask what she did after that. We have some trouble in the company, and I was really busy, Arya said. What's wrong? Victor asked. With the money his family was pumping into their companies, it was rare for something like this to happen. I don't know. Suddenly, all of our contracted actors stopped working with us. They even paid their contractual fines with a smile. And I can't find any A-list or B-list actors who were willing to work with us lately. She said with a sigh, thankfully Mr. Silberberg and John Sigma are still on board. They told me someone approached them with a few million, asking them to leave the company. She added. Oh. It must be that slut Charlotte. I will allow you to use all the family resources and money. First, we must teach those sh*theids what it means to betray us. Call Kai and tell him their names, I will make them get arrested. I bet most of them did some stupid mistakes in the past, make sure that they would spend a few months in prison at least. It might fix their character, he said, making Arya look at him with a frown. That would raise public anger. And no one would work for us after that, she said. No, they would, if we paid them well. And I will not accept most of them anyway. He said arrogantly, create a new recruitment campaign. We will also start a movie star competition. And do some recruitment and audition in film schools. He said, if they don't want to work for us, we will get new ones. He said coldly. But we would need good actors. Arya protested. Not really. Just 1 or 2 stars in a movie are sufficient. We just need good scripts and directors. I will write you the names of a few obscure writers later, you go recruit them. He said while thinking about a few names in his past life. He could write the scripts of future blockbusters from memory, but he was too lazy to do that. He can just hire the original writer and director. Fine. Arya said, sounding unconvinced. When you do the auditions, make sure to invite me, I want to look at all the pretty promising actresses there. He added with a grin. I will. She said with a sigh while brushing her purple hair with her fingers. It had a strange shimmer that made Victor open his eyes wide. If there is nothing else, I will go to sleep. She said she was now a little relieved after Victor's recovery. Tonight, she could sleep without worrying about him. Wait, Victor yelled suddenly with a strange look on his face that made Arya and Lily frown. Come here and drop your blood on this book, Victor, who took out the blood book from his ring, told Arya, as he wondered why the hell did he forget about her. Even now, he almost forgot again. Could it be that her purple hair is the result of her having some strange bloodline? Wait, why didn't he think of that earlier? Arya frowned when she looked at the strange leather-bound book, but she quickly used a pin to cut her finger and marked the book with her blood. Blood ID 1524879441115467198994546411124. Rank, SS. Authority condition met, infinity greater than 200,244. Do you want to reveal blood encoded data? Yes, no. Blood ID 152487944115467198998454641124. Rank, SS. Data status, complete. Originator species, death spirit. Special blood effects. All or nothing. Forget about me. Hidden. Super death energy resistance. Super enhanced memory. Enhanced magic power. Enhanced intelligence. Enhanced poison resistance. Enhanced shock resistance. Enhanced charm. Bloodline skills. Death touch SSS. Spirit hunter SS. Inverted healing SS. Death shrill. S. Blood mark S. Hiding. S. Charm. A. Survival instinct S. Searching A. Weakness. Truth orb reveal true form. Life flowers mortal danger / disabled powers. Warning. Bloodline contains hidden constraints and memories. Victor frowned. This one was also a spirit like Mira. But Arya was of a higher rank. They must have come from the same world. And what is a spirit hunter? And why does her bloodline contain memories and constraints? Would she be an enemy? He should find a way to control her before he awakens her bloodline. And he should probably search for her parents. Should he try using the Book of Wished Knowledge? Maybe later tonight. He never expected that there were these many otherworldly bloodlines in this world. Is it really just a coincidence? From the memories of the demon he devoured, he only got that this world was really rich in energy, and many otherworldly beings coveted it, but was it really this tempting, or was there something else? Is everything okay? Arya asked nervously, as she and Lily looked at the book not being able to understand even one character. Yes. You are very special. Victor said casually, making her blush a little. That's good. What does it say? She inquired. That you are very special. He repeated. You already told me that, she said with a pout. I know. He said with a wide grin, making her understand that he didn't want to talk about it. Fine then, I will go get some sleep. She said, turning around with annoyance and heading to the door. I will tell you when the time is right. He suddenly told her as she was about to close the door. You better do, she said as she shut the door. Victor checked, then looked at Lily. Go sleep in your room, I have something to do. He said. I will wait for you in your room. She said timidly. Margaret and the girls would be there, and I want to be alone with you tonight, he said with a smile that made Lily blink in surprise and then blush as she jumped from his lap. I might be a little late though. He said. I will be waiting. She said as she left the room while wondering who the new girl was. The smell on Victor's clothes was very distinct. Victor sighed as he relaxed in his chair and closed his eyes. It was time to see what that pervert Tom did in his absence. Tom was grinning in satisfaction. He was laying in bed with the two exhausted girls. They were the ones he got from the auction house. And those two were super wild. But they couldn't contend with the stamina of a player. The whimsical system update had finished. A message alerted him. Is the system back? He wondered. This whimsical system is back. This whimsical system has been updated. This whimsical system has new features added. Tom was surprised. So that's why the system was not responding. But what does the update mean? Security patches. And a surprise new feature. Players can now have limited access to the merchant's system store. When the whimsical system feels like IT. Error, due to the critical system update, the last mission status was interrupted. Fill the system on what happened in detail for your reward of 1,000 coins. Awaiting player report. What happened in the last 2 weeks? The system responded. Tom frowned, then after some thought, He remembered the unfinished mission about the auction raid, so he began to tell the system what happened in detail. How he hid in the vase and then raided the auction house, before running away with the girls. There were some irrelevant events too, such as how he met a few new girls and how he went shopping. Is that all? The system asked, making Tom quickly remember and tell the system about Wendy too. How the painting burst into flames. And how she fell into a coma. Assessing data. Mission complete. Reward 1,000 coins. The system reported, making Tom smile in satisfaction. This system was really good. Not only did it guide him to gain a lot of treasures, it rewarded him on top of it. It was as if someone was giving you $1 million and then giving you another $1,000 for taking them. I want to access the Play Store. Tom said he was really looking forward to it. Those merchant players are hogging all the good stuff for themselves. Due to the whimsical nature of the whimsical system, the player would only be able to purchase health and stamina pills. Bottle of minor healing pills, 6,500. Bottle of major healing pills, 21,000. Bottle of minor stamina pills, 6,500. Bottle of major stamina pills, 21,000. Bottle of weak antidote pills, 29,500. Bottle of medium antidote pills, 60,000. Purchase is limited to 1 bottle of each per week. Tom smiled when he saw the list. This is cheaper than what the merchants outside sell them for. Minor healing pills go around 2,000 coins each on the street, and the bottle contains 5, so they are 1,300 each here. Too bad there is a purchase limit, or he could really abuse this system to get rich. Urgent mission. Potential danger spotted. Lock the girl named Wendy up and search all of her belongings. Reward, 100 coins. Punishment, will lose your ability as a man for 1 week. Suddenly the system told him, making him frown. Wendy? She is already locked up. And I already searched her stuff. Tom said, making the system surprised. Mission accomplished 50%. The system is amazed by your speed. Reward, pending. How did you know that she was possessed by a demon? Now go question her. Be careful. What do you mean? Possessed by a demon? She was only trying to steal my things and run away, so I knocked her out and then locked her up. Tom said, thankfully, he hasn't decided what to do with her yet, as he can't just let her go, as she has already seen his face. And those auction guys would surely find her if he let her go. Now it turned out that she was possessed by a demon. No wonder he didn't like that girl at all. She seemed to be always asking unnecessary questions. As if she had never lived in a modern civilization, she didn't even know how to use a phone. Sitting up from his bed, he appeased the 2 girls who protested a little, wanting him to keep them company. He told them that he would return later for another round. After that, he left the room and headed to the makeshift cell he built on the upper floor, where he kept Wendy. There, after opening the door, he could swear he heard the system gasp. It must be the air. Victor, who was sitting in the study, stood up in jerk, pushing the chair and tumbling to the floor. Thankfully, no one was in the room to see the astonished look on his face. The girl who was chained to a pole in the middle of the room was Wendy. Tom already told him her name, but he could have never imagined that it was this slut Wendy. Wendy Larsdottir. Level, 0. Class, Ice Witch, S. Authority, 5. Health, 260. Stamina, 260. Mana, 350. Strength, 26. Intelligence, 35. Agility, 24. Luck, 11. Charm, 26. Order, 10. Recognized skills. Herbal medicine, C. Cooking, D. Swimming, D. Spotless cleaning, F. Staff arts, F. Bow arts, F. System skills. Flying, A. Charm, D. Flexible joints, E. Class skills. Ice ball, A. Ice wall, A. Cold resistant, S. Magic attribute. Ice, water. Bloodline. Fate status. Fate's power, AA. Fate's direction, rising. Fate's design, lover of Arthur Wolf. Total, AA+. Windy Larsdottir, also known as Windy the Ice Queen. Windy the Men Killer, and Windy the Heartless Matriarch of the Ice Soul sect. One of the huge powers both now and in the future. That place was a sect only for women. Any man who approaches them would be killed on sight. It was located in the far north of the continent, in an inhabitant tundra. So it was able to keep its distance from all of the chaos that the world faced after the reckoning. Windy was heartless from all the previous matriarchs, as she forbade all of her disciples from approaching men or even talking to them, declaring to the world that men were insects that should be crushed. Victor had no idea that she was also Arthur Wolf's lover, but destiny never lies. Arthur Wolf was the enemy of the world. A man who was so strong and arrogant that despite being a scion, everyone tried to kill him and everyone failed repeatedly. That man showed up whenever a treasure or an SSS dungeon appeared. And he always left with his hands full, either from the treasures or from the artifacts he collected from his enemies' corpses. So naturally, no one liked him. Except it's Windy, it seems. This B*TCH was a big hypocrite. She hid it well enough. Victor cursed, remembering many events in the past that made sense now. As she was always the first one to pursue after Arthur as if to kill him. But she must be the one hiding him. No wonder Tom hated Windy. The obscure feeling of repulsion toward her that Tom is showing was a result of her, is destined to be eaten by someone higher on the food chain. A scion with a stronger fate. What should he do now? Victor had no grudge against Arthur. On the contrary, he wants to use him as the guy who murdered his family was one of Arthur's enemies. Maybe he should just make Tom let her go. Wait. What if she was the demon? Suddenly Victor noticed something wrong. Windy seemed to have broken free of her binding. Tom felt strange because of the system's long silence. Is everything okay? He asked as he looked at Windy. She had many hit marks and scratches. This was not his work, but his wife's, who got very angry when she called Tom a pervert. Caution. This girl is a player. Caution. This girl is already out of Unbound and would attack you with an ice ball at any moment. Defend against the attack, then subdue her. The series of system messages surprised Tom, who quickly looked at the girl, but it was too late. She was already in front of him using an ice ball aimed directly at his face. He quickly dodged, then used his leg to kick her, but she dodged and slipped by him heading to the door. She was too flexible. Tom quickly ran after her, but slipped and fell on his ass. The floor was all frozen. What the hell? He jumped quickly to go after her, but slipped again, damn it. He roared as he crawled on the icy floor. By the time he reached the door, she was nowhere to be seen. Tom stood up and looked left and right to the corridor's ends, but saw no shadow. He listened carefully for footsteps, but none could be heard. The window. The system reminded him, so he quickly ran to an open window where he spotted Windy, who was floating in midair with difficulty. This should be her first time flying. After a while, she landed behind an adjacent building. Seemingly her energy was drained. Although he knew that by the time he reached there, she would be long gone, Tom still wanted to follow her. But at the next moment, he suddenly felt his eyes bleed and was struck by exhaustion that made him collapse to the ground. Mission failed. Your energy would be drained. You will lose your ability as a man for 1 week. No. A scream rocked the building. Victor frowned as he stood up. He never expected Tom to collapse after using the destiny tracking through him. It seemed the effect of the X-ranked class skills can't be withstood easily by others. Luckily, the skill activation was a success, and Windy was marked. From her status, Victor could see that she had an enhanced system, so she must awaken using a painting as Tom described. But was she possessed? She seems not, as her name was not changed. A demon would have a couple of question marks at the very least. So now, he needed to go after her to investigate her situation. If she was a demon, he would kill her. If not, he must make her serve him. Or at least do his bidding. Leaving the room, he bumped into Hilda, who was getting ready to go to bed. "Do you need anything, young master?" she asked. "Inform Lily and the girls that I have to go on a mission, I might return late," he said as he headed to the door, then stopped and turned to face Hilda. "Do you have a whistle?" he asked. "I have a few, I use them when I train the girls," she said as she reached into a drawer and took out a metallic sports whistle and handed it to Victor, who put it in his pocket and then left the mansion in a hurry. "I bet you a $100 it is another girl," Margaret, who was watching him leave from Lily's room window, said. "You don't need to bet, I already know," Lily said with some annoyance. This was supposed to be her night alone with her young master. But this slut Margaret, who felt something was wrong, discovered the young master's plot and came to sleep in her room. "Let's go after him. We would stay far enough away," Margaret proposed, making Lily look at her with surprise. She wanted to say no, but after some thinking, she opened the window and jumped. Margaret chuckled and after some hesitation jumped after her. They would surely be punished after this. But she wouldn't mind. Lily and Margaret thought that following Victor would be easy. But it wasn't. He left the mansion using one of the new cars. A minivan that was bought by Arya for emergencies. It was the least conspicuous one in the garage. After some deliberation, and after ordering Camellia to hide their absence, they took an SUV and used to follow him from afar. Lily took the driver's seat as Margaret was not a good driver, she got her license only 2 months ago. They caught up with him pretty quickly as he seemed to be taking his time and had to stop at a traffic light down the mountain. They kept their distance, moving as far away from him as possible to avoid detection. Why does he keep changing lanes? Does he really know how to drive? Margaret, who was watching, asked with a frown. She noticed his bizarre behavior as soon as they reached the highway. It is a maneuvering tactic. It is used to lose any potential pursuers, Lily replied as she focused on driving. Lily had to confess that Victor was simply amazing. Despite her training as an assassin, she had a very hard time following his car. His car movement pattern made following him very tiresome, and she was on the verge of giving up. But strangely, after a while, his car slowed down and began to move more regularly, and that allowed her to follow him more easily. They quickly reached a dark corner of the city, where there were no pedestrians. This place seemed to be set for demolition as the buildings were very old, and there were only a few lit apartments. Victor parked the car near a dark alleyway, then went in. Margaret and Lily used this chance to park their car too. And just when they were about to step down and follow Victor, a nasty-looking man walked arrogantly out of the alleyway. He was a young gangster with red hair and a face full of scars. Watching the man leave, Margaret intended to go into the alley, but her arm was caught by a frowning Lily whose eyes were on that man. "It's the young master, in disguise," she whispered, then stepped out of the car and followed that guy. Margaret opened her eyes wide in astonishment then, after giving the alley one last look, she nimbly followed after Lily. This young master was more skillful than she expected. They followed him for a while until he reached another alley where he entered after spotting something. Margaret was getting curious when they heard a shout from inside. "It's her, the girl who ran away from the auction." Following it was a whistling sound. A girl dashed out of the alley and headed in Lily and Margaret's direction. So Lily quickly grabbed Margaret and jumped up a tree as she activated her shadow cloak skill. The girl passed them and headed toward another street as a man ran after her. He was not the previous one, but a fat one with a stained shirt one this time. "Is this the young master too?" Margaret asked with a frown after that man got far enough. "Yes," Lily said. Although he was in disguise, He always had a certain air around him that allowed her to discover him. Why is he pursuing that girl? Maybe we should grab her for him. Margaret suggested. I don't know, but it would be better to stay out of this. Didn't you notice the way he ran after her? It was like he was taking his time chasing a mouse. He is not serious, Lily responded. You're right. Maybe he likes to play with his food. Let's go after them, Margaret said as Lily nodded. After that, they watched an amazing drama as the girl kept running away from different gangsters who kept popping out of nowhere. They ranged from short mean men to huge muscular bikers. The girl tried to fly a few times, surprising both Lily and Margaret. But she quickly returned to the ground after hearing gunshots and men screaming. Shoot her, she's up there. The air was not a viable escape route. She is a player. Margaret, who was watching with Lily from behind a corner, said in surprise. Yes, Lily responded as she watched the girl enter another alleyway. She didn't seem to notice the sign that indicated a dead end. After that, the street became silent as the girl hid in a dark corner, not daring to peek as a gangster kept moving at the alley entrance while yelling using different voices. Did you find her? No. The boss would punish us. Keep searching. I will punish her well when I find her. I will do it with her 10 times in a row. I will not do that, I am not into girls. You shut up and do your job. And stay away from me. Search well. Margaret wanted to chuckle, but used her hands to hold her mouth after Lily shot her a glare. The young master was acting very strange. Did he lose his mind after the coma? Suddenly the gangster who was shouting started changing his shape, and under their surprised eyes, he turned into a pitch-black demon with 2 long horns and a pointy tail. Are you sure he is the young master? The scared Margaret asked. Positive, Lily replied as she kept her eyes on him. He entered the alley. There was a scream. There was silence. Margaret and Lily looked at each other, then quickly climbed onto the roof of a nearby building to have a look at what was happening. The girl, who was cornered, seemed to be arguing with the demon, who waved his skeletal hand in midair making some kind of contract appear. Margaret wanted to hear, but couldn't. It was as if some kind of barrier was stopping any sounds. Lily knew it was Victor's skill. The girl kept arguing and seemed hesitant, but after some talking with the demon, she seemed to have agreed and marked the contract with her blood. After some more talking, the demon gave the girl a ring and some money, then disintegrated into a smoke. The girl hesitated and then left the alley while looking around like a scared mouse, but after some time she seemed to have some confidence. She used a paper that appeared magically in her hand, and her shape suddenly changed into that of an ugly girl with a pimple on her nose. With that, she walked a little, then found a taxi and went away. Should we follow her? Margaret asked. Follow who? Victor asked. The girl. Ah, young master. Lily, who was absent-minded, turned around to see her young master standing there. Making Margaret also turn to look in astonishment. When did you notice us? Lily asked as she looked down at her feet. What? He noticed us before? Margaret asked as she looked at him. On the highway. My driving technique was not only to lose pursuers. It can also be used to uncover them. But good job following me to that point, he said with a smirk. Ah, then that's why you slowed down, Lily said as she looked back at him. Yes. I wanted to test your sneaking capabilities. And if you would disturb my plan or not. You passed, he said with a nod, making Lily sigh in relief. How did you know that the gangster was me? He asked them suddenly. I just felt it. Lily blushed as she said it, making Victor look at her with wonder. Who was that girl? Margaret asked as she approached Victor and began to move her hands indecently around. A little girl who needed to be scammed, he said as he grabbed her dishonest hands. What did you promise her? The same as me? A boyfriend and an allowance? She asked, trying to break free to no avail. When did he become this strong? No, I promised her that she would be able to be one of the strongest people in the world. She had to sell her soul for that though, Victor said, not letting them know if he was joking or telling the truth. Don't worry, she will not be eaten by me. Probably, he said, noticing the jealous look in Lily's eyes. Probably? Margaret asked, raising one eyebrow as she stuck her body to him. Yes. Destiny is a strange thing. If she suddenly chose to offer herself to this young master, I would not refuse. He replied arrogantly, earning himself a nasty glare. Shall we return home now? Lily asked, with a sigh. At least they would not get a new sister tonight. She needs some time to remember the names of the ones she has already got. Not yet. I need to punish some naughty girls first. He said, letting go of Margaret's hands. Who? Margaret asked as Lily took a step back. If you want to know, put your hands on the ledge and bend to peek down into the alleyway, Victor said with a smirk as he spied on his palm. That night, in a certain alley in the middle of the city, there were 2 new rumors. The first was about a demon that made pretty girls ugly. And the second was about ghosts wailing all night begging for mercy. Except for Victor's joyful whistling, the car was silent, as Margaret and Lily, who were in the back, were having difficulty sitting down after the punishment. They were not in a mood to talk. Take these, Victor said, throwing them 2 healing pills. He may have gone a little bit overboard, but he was enjoying himself and failed to remember that he was now a lot stronger after he leveled up. Lily and Margaret quickly took the pills and began to feel better. Don't do it again. One mistake and you might have compromised my entire mission. He warned. Understood, they said, pouting. Margaret, Lily told me that you convinced those mountain owners to sell it. How did you do it? As far as I know, those villagers tend to be very stubborn. He asked, intending to lighten the atmosphere. Well. Margaret hesitated a little. She was embarrassed. You see, the mountain belongs to some villagers. They seem to have gotten it as compensation from the country because some of their lands got flooded after the building of a dam about 50 years ago. I met with the mayor and asked him nicely first. But they refused, no matter how much money we offered him. He seemed to be under the impression that we want to build some kind of a big resort and he wants to keep the mountain and benefit from it later when the land price rises. Another company tried to scam him before, so he was very sensitive. She said. So what did you do? He asked. I tried to seduce them. But he called me a slut and then threw stones at me with the rest of the villagers. Those guys are very conservative, she said, puffing her cheeks. And? He asked in surprise. Resisting Margaret's charm skills is very hard. I invited the mayor and the village elders for a drink under the premise of an apology. I intended to drug them. She said, and maybe film a short clip to use it to blackmail them. She added. Oh. That would work. Did you say intending? What happened? He asked. Well, they refused to drink from the bottles I prepared, bringing their own homebrewed ones. So. I used the drug you gave Alpha when we raided the brothel. I put it in the air conditioner. She said, making Victor frown. That thing is very potent. He said, although the soul poison he gave Alpha was very diluted, it was still very dangerous. I know that Alpha told me at the brothel, so I diluted 1 drop of it before using. She protested, she was not stupid. Oh, did it work? He asked. Not as intended. I think it had something to do with their local wine, they didn't sleep. She said, I was confused at first as they suddenly started acting strangely, but later I noticed that they became very gullible and did whatever I told them to. So I tried to convince them to sign the selling contract and they did it with a smiling face. They put their names and their signatures on the contract one by one. She said, making Victor press the brakes and look back at Margaret. Really? Didn't they go after you with pitchforks the next day? He asked as he thought. They completely forgot about that night, so when Arya sent the lawyers to complete the paperwork they protested, so we sent the chicks to scare them. It seemed like it was all the mayor and his gang's plan. But after he signed the contract, the villagers no longer trusted him or the elders, and after seeing the money they were not reluctant anymore. She said. Are you sure it was their wine? He asked. He never expected that a soul poison could have such an effect. Theoretically, it was possible, as its effect was on weakening the soul. But it has never been done before. Yes. It was the only factor, and when we used the poison in the brothel no such effect happened despite all the guests being a little drunk. Even Arya was very surprised. She said as she nodded. I thought that you would be interested. Do you want to use this on someone? I tried to get some more wine from the villagers but they kicked me out. They even refused to tell me what it was made of, saying things about some kind of sacred oath. So I sneaked into the village's warehouse and took one of the bottles. I put it in the mansion's cellar. I wanted to try it on someone, but Lily stopped me, saying that it was very dangerous. She added. I see. This thing might be very useful. Victor said, frowning in thought. He needed to test it on players. If this thing really works, killing a scion would not be impossible. And maybe that village had some kind of secret. He needs to check it. He sighed, intending to start the car again, but was stopped by a police siren as a police car parked behind him, and a police officer that was too proud for her own good stepped out. Leah. Office Leah, we meet again, Victor said as she approached his window. License and register. Victor. She was surprised. Is this your car? She asked. One of them, he said arrogantly while thinking about how to get rid of her. Why are you parked in the middle of the road? She asked, looking at the back seat while wondering who the girls were. Wasn't he gay? I just got my license and was having trouble driving, so I parked to catch my breath. He said. Oh. I wanted to ask you, did you have anything to do with the car explosion about 2 weeks ago? She asked. The chief ordered her to drop the case, but she couldn't. Yes, a man was trying to assassinate me and threw a grenade at my car, so my bodyguard threw it back. Victor lied, making Leah frown. His description fits what the witness saw. As long as you are fine. She said, who are the girls? I thought you were only interested in guys? And I heard you took a girl with you to the gala, she asked with some jealousy as she looked at Margaret. She knew that Victor was at the gala after being ordered to investigate the pervert who assaulted Linda. And she saw the photos of him hugging Margaret. Yes. I was only interested in men, but after spending a night with Margaret here, I changed my mind. He said, making Lily shoot him a glare from the back. Really? Can that happen? Leah asked, looking at him and then at Margaret, who blushed a little while twirling her red hair. Leah had investigated this Margaret, and all of her reports repeated the same words. Slut and gold digger. Leah was annoyed a little because he chose this slut over her, but a moment later she changed her mind. No. I should save him from her evil clutches. She must have used some dirty means to trick him. She told herself. I would need her to go with me to the station. I need her witness report on the gala accident. She said, intending to have some private time with this slut Margaret. And maybe lock her up. She would definitely have some dirty past. Everyone does. That won't work. She needs to accompany me tonight. If it is necessary, contact my lawyer. Victor said, rendering Leah speechless. He is defending her. He has already fallen. She thought. I will see what I can do, Leah said while wondering what should she do. No, wait. What if she sends the reports of Margaret's past to him? Wouldn't he hate her then? But what if that caused him to revert to being gay? It doesn't matter, that would be better than sleeping with this slut. And maybe she would be able to flip his preferences again later. It has already been proven possible. I will send you some documents to look at later. See you later, she said and turned around, returning to her car after giving Victor and Margaret one last look. Just wait for me. Who is that crazy woman? Why did she seem to be in love with you? Wasn't she the policewoman who arrested you that day? Margaret asked, a little worried. The one and the same, as you said, she is crazy. Be careful around her though, and if you ever feel the need to use force to get rid of her, make sure to do it easily and don't hurt her, he said as he started the car. Why? Margaret asked as Lily looked curiously at him. Well, don't tell anyone, she is my half-sister, Victor whispered, making the girls open their mouths wide. She doesn't know? Margaret asked. No. But my father really likes her mother, so if anything were to happen to her, he would be very angry, Victor replied, remembering the past. How many half-sisters do you have? She asked again, her interest piqued. My father has never spent a night alone since his ceremony. He is 49 years old this year. You do the math, he said, making both Margaret and Lily astonished. Would the young master be the same? Returning to the mansion, it was 3:00 a.m. So Victor decided to postpone checking the soul poison until tomorrow and spend the night in Lily's room. Margaret slept with them too. The bed was not very wide, but no one minded, except Lily, who kept giving Margaret threatening looks, which the latter completely ignored. Victor hugged the two girls firmly and closed his eyes, then connected with Tom. Due to the trouble with Wendy, he had completely forgotten to ask him about Nova. The whimsical system feels sorry for you, so he will grant you a chance for redemption. Answer this question. Who is Nova von Astrom? The system asked, surprising Tom, who was sleeping alone, to hide his constitution from the girls. Does the system know about Nova? He asked about her before, but the system ignored him. She is my wife, Tom replied proudly after some thoughts. Clarify. The system told him. Tom quickly told the system his story of how he met Nova in a desolate mountain, how he slept with her because of the aphrodisiac, and how they grew in love as they hid, and how she taught him how to be a player. Then, how her brother took her away from him, and how she saved his life with that escape talisman. Answer accepted. Reward, you are a man again. Where is Nova now? Tom asked as he felt the life returning to his crotch. The system paused a little, seemingly thinking. Nova von Astrom is doing great. She was engaged to a new young master as a concubine. She will live a happy life satisfying her husband. The system reported, making Tom stand up from his bed and shout, "No! System, find a solution!" he shouted. The whimsical system is analyzing the situation, please wait. The system would delay her marriage for 1 year. The system would monitor her situation and report to you when it finds a chance for you to take her back. Be warned though, she might never want you back. The system reported, making Tom sigh in relief. Nova would never abandon me, he said confidently while thinking that he should raid a new dungeon to get stronger. Victor frowned after hearing Tom's story. The situation is worse than he anticipated. Nova should be his first love. Very troublesome. After some thinking, he decided to go see Nova first. If she really wanted to go back to Tom, he wouldn't mind letting her go. Maybe that would make the family stop finding wives for him if they kept running away. Now, he should focus on what to do about Linda. Pussy. Tomorrow, he plans to go shopping for some gifts, to appear as if he was really planning to propose in a few days. The next morning, Victor woke up to find that the bed had 2 extra girls. The twins had sneaked in during the night. But the bed was too small to fit 5 people, so they ended up hugging Victor and the other girls very tightly, and making him remember that his body was still that of a young man. He should find a way to unlock his bloodline soon, or this situation would start to affect his health and his sanity. After waking everyone up and walking downstairs, he gave Hilda the DNA samples he acquired from the Cross Mansion last night and told her to deliver them to Kai. Although they were no longer needed for his plans, he doesn't mind having extra cards in hand. Calling Kai, he told him about the samples and instructed him to keep an eye on Bill's and Linda's movements. After that, he sat for breakfast with the girls. "Young master, yesterday you told us that you want to go shopping. When would we be leaving?" Mina, who filled his dish, asked. "In the afternoon, I have some work in the basement before that," he said. Can I go too?" Margaret asked as Lily looked at him. She wanted to go too. "Fine, I will take Margaret, Mina, and Manna," he said, turning to the aggrieved Lily. "Lily, don't forget the mission I gave you yesterday. You need to secure a suitable base for your mission," he said, making her remember and nod. She really wanted to spend more time with him though. "Young master, can I go too?" Alex asked. "No, you should still keep a low profile. Don't worry, I need you to accompany me to New Lure City next week, so you will get your chance to shine," Victor said with an ambiguous smile that Alex didn't like. "What about me, young master?" Theta, who was still dressed as a boy, asked. "Don't you have lessons with Beta and the others?" he asked, making Theta look down in embarrassment. She really did. "Don't worry, after a while, I will find some time to take you all camping," he said. The girls needed a vacation. After finishing breakfast, he instructed them not to disturb, and went down to the basement. This place was getting filled up with all kinds of materials. But thanks to Hilda's arrangement, it was not messy. First, he quickly found the unmarked glass wine bottle Margaret told him about. Analyzing it with his skill returned nothing. So he opened it and tasted its content. It tasted unique. Strange. He had never tasted anything like this before. What is it made of? He wondered for a second before taking out the knowledge book. It's time for him to test its usage. And this thing is a good target. Looking at it, he hesitated for a second, then ran upstairs to the study and scanned the entire book, before returning to the basement. He didn't want all of the illustrations it contained to be lost. Such a fine work of art. Putting his hand on the book, he asked a question. "What is this bottle made of?" Nothing happened. How should he activate this thing? Does he need to mark it? Victor bit his finger and marked its cover with his blood, and the next moment he felt his connection to it. "What is this bottle made of?" he asked again. Cost 1 order point / cooldown time 120 minutes. Yes/no. An interface appears on the book's cover. Victor pressed yes, while wondering if it really contained anything important. Because the answer was very cheap. The book suddenly shone and changed into a one-page booklet. The only page contained only a few lines. Components: sand, soda ash, limestone. Sand SiO2 extracted from Miller Desert. Soda ASHNA2CO3 base materials extracted from the North Mountain and processed. Limestone CaCO3 extracted from the White Mountain. Victor froze for a moment after reading the ingredients, then cursed. The book had given him the ingredients of the glass bottle, not its content. It answered him literally. Damn it, he should phrase his question more carefully next time. Now he has to wait for 2 hours for it to cool down. Victor decided to attend to another objective as the book cooled down. He wanted to create a protection array around the mansion. He had delayed this matter long enough. Thankfully, he had collected all the materials before his coma. And as arrays needed a core, and those things were expensive. So he decided to use the one he got from the spider's dungeon, as the horror's jewel would act as its core, so he only needed to draw the array lines. Victor quickly headed to an empty room in the basement and used the material he got from that crazy merchant and the alchemist. He began to engrave on the ground according to the pictures he took from the spider's dungeon abandoned temple. Victor was quite proficient in array buildings, because he needed to study them in order to activate the Book of Time back then. He really acquired a lot of useful skills working at the Royal Library. What he was doing was engraving the drawing in the stone and then filling it with a mix of the materials he got with crushed gems powder that he prepared on the spot. He finished the engravings in 3 hours and looked at his work with satisfaction. Now he only needed to arrange the range flags and place the Horus jewel, which was with Alpha in the core, for this thing to be complete. Victor wanted to call Alpha over but decided to test the knowledge book again as its cooldown was over. This time he phrased his question more carefully. "The wine contained in this bottle, what is it made out of?" he asked clearly. "Cost 10 order point / cooldown time 7 days. Yes / no. That's more like it." He pressed yes. Components. Alcohol made of black grape juice from the riverside vineyard. Lower soul relaxing grass from the parameters of the withered snake's dungeon gate. Fish grass that you can find it anywhere in Vane City suburbs. Black seeds that you can find it anywhere in Vane City suburbs. What is that? Lower soul relaxing grass. Withered snake's dungeon? He had never heard of this dungeon before. Could it be a closed dungeon? Having some plants from a dungeon appear on the surface is not unheard of. He had to investigate this. Now he should try the poison. He quickly put a diluted drop of the soul poison in the bottle and watched for any changes, but nothing happened. He should try it. Many poisons do not have system info like the one he used on Tom in the dungeon. He learned this the hard way in his previous life. Now he needed a player who would not tell him the truth, usually, to test this on them. Putting the book aside, he quickly went upstairs and asked about Camellia. Hilda quickly informed him that Lily took her and the assassin sisters out on a mission. So Victor resorted to his second choice, Alex. He quickly went to the kitchen and grabbed a glass, then headed to the balcony where Alex was training her spear arts while wearing a short skirt. "How is your training?" Victor asked as he reached behind her in silence, surprising Alex. Young master. It's fine," she said as she adjusted her skirt. "That damn Margaret made her wear this thing." "Did you get used to living here?" he asked her, sneaking a peek at her pretty legs. "Yes. It's peaceful here," she said with some complex feelings. "Drink this," he said, presenting her with a glass and then filling it with wine from the poison bottle. "This is," Alex hesitated. She didn't like the way he told her to drink, and her instinct screamed at her not to. "It doesn't matter. Drink it. It's an order," he said, making her nod as she grabbed the glass. "Drink," he commanded. Alex closed her eyes and emptied the glass into her mouth. "Do you feel anything different?" he asked her. "No," she said. "Am I supposed to feel anything?" she asked. "How do you feel in girls' clothes?" he asked. "Natural," she said unconsciously, then put her hands on her mouth as if to stop it from talking. "I wanted to ask. Are you hiding anything from me?" he asked while squinting his eyes. "Yes, no," she said as she shook her head hard, then began to bang it on the balcony's rails, realizing what was in the drink. "Are you okay?" he asked with concern. "No. Yes. No," she kept saying. "Do you like me?" he asked. "Yes. No. I need to go to the ladies' room," she said, jumping from the balcony to the ground and running away like a frightened rabbit. This was the best solution she could think of. Interesting, Victor said as he thought. This thing worked, but its effect was too small on Alex, who could still control herself. He really wanted to try higher concentrations, but didn't dare to do so on Alex, as it might be lethal. He should find a few guinea pigs later. Victor nodded and hurried downstairs to find Alpha and complete the array. He quickly found her tutoring her sisters about the arts of dagger usage. "Alpha, come with me," he said, signaling her. Alpha frowned, then followed him after telling the girls to train on their own. "Do you need anything?" she asked. "The Jewel of Horus. Do you have it?" he asked casually. Yes, she said, taking it out of her inner pocket. What do you need it for? She asked. She really liked having this thing. Come with me, he said, dragging her to the array room in the basement. Isn't this the array in the spider dungeon? She asked as she saw the lines engraved on the walls and ground. Yes, this is an illusion array. Its range is about 2 miles. So it encompasses the mansion and the surrounding forests. The jewel would act as its core, he said, placing the jewel on a pedestal in the center. A soft hum sounded in the room, then nothing happened. How is this supposed to work? She asked. Her family was not that proficient in arrays. It is already working, but its range is very small now. We will need to bury these plates outside to act as flags. You can do it later. Just distribute them randomly through the mansion, he said, pointing to 20 metal plates on the ground. I understand, she said with a frown. Now drop your blood on the plate at the pedestal. You, Lily, and Hilda would be the secondary controllers of this thing, he said, pointing to a gold plate right under the jewel. Alpha nodded, then marked the plate with her blood, making her feel the array. Wow. This thing is amazing, she said in astonishment. She felt the array connect to her. Exactly, Victor said with a nod. This array exceeded even his expectations. It would allow its user to create illusions and hide or mask the presence of the mansion's residents. An attacker would not know how his throat was split. This thing costs 1 GEM a day in passive aura hiding mode and 20 gems per hour in active illusions mode. So make sure to fill it up regularly, Victor said, pointing to a mountain of low-quality monster gems in one corner of the room. Understood, Alpha said as she licked her cherry lips. I have some work to do now. Study this array well, and don't forget to bury the plates later. It's all yours, he said as he went to the study. Now he can be more at ease going to New Lure City and leaving the girls here. Entering the study, he quickly went to his computer and began to compose a list for Aria, containing the names of writers, actors, directors, and even musicians who would be famous in the future. If his company could sign those guys early, they would reap a lot of benefits. This took him about 15 minutes, thanks to his enhanced memories. Looking at the time, it was still 11:30 a.m. So he decided to do something else he was postponing. Using the computer, he began to draw a plan for the massive base he wanted to build in place of Nick's old hidden base. That place would be his spare stronghold, just in case Vane City was compromised, especially after the reckoning when the major cities would be targeted by the invading forces. At about 3 o'clock, he heard a knock on the door. It was Mina. Young master, would you like to have lunch here, or shall we go shopping and eat outside? She asked. Oh. Let's go downtown, he said, saving the file and emailing it to Kai with the instructions to find a suitable architect to do some proper plans according to his drawings. Where are Margaret and your sister? He asked as he noticed that Mina was already dressed in hot casual jeans and a red t-shirt. They are waiting for the young master in the garage, Mina said, making Victor realize that the girl had already guessed what he wanted to do. Let's go then, he said, heading to the garage where Margaret and Mana were waiting in a convertible car. Margaret, you drive, he said, sitting in the back and gesturing to the twins to sit by his sides. Margaret scowled at him, then headed to the driver's seat. I tried your wine recipe on Alex, he said as she started the car. Ah. What happened? She opened her eyes wide as she turned to face him. He likes men, Victor said, making Margaret chuckle and the twins nod. They expected that much. Alex never looked at them like a man would. Do you have any place in mind? Margaret, who was driving the car through the highway, asked. Not really. I just want to pretend to be buying a gift for my fiancé while spending some time with you girls, he said. Pretend? Mana, who was sticking very close to him, asked hesitatingly. Yeah. Don't worry, I won't marry soon. The bride would probably run away sooner or later. I just need to play my part and wait for that. he said casually, making the girls frown. You mean Miss Linda would leave you and marry someone else? Mina asked in surprise. Yes, he said. Is he the one she slept with? Margaret asked, remembering the video Victor showed her. No. Someone else. My other cousin. Victor said. What a slut. The girls said at the same time. Including Margaret. That Linda had just hit rock bottom in their opinions. I knew a good luxury mall downtown. It has many gift stores and an excellent restaurant on the top floor. How about we spend the day there? Margaret asked casually, changing the subject. That would be great, Victor said as he hugged the twins. It's time for him to relax at last. Reaching the mall, Margaret parked the car in the underground parking lot and then escorted Victor upstairs while ignoring the shoppers' disdainful looks. They decided to eat something first before shopping, so they headed to the restaurant on the top floor. It had a great panoramic view of the city. Sir, this restaurant has a dress code. A waiter stepped in their way just as they entered the restaurant. Victor was dressed very casually, while the girls were in jeans and colorful t-shirts, a bit too casual for a place like this where top politicians and VIPs usually ate. Anne, do you have a reservation? The waiter added, trying hard not to sound snobbish as he kicked them out. Give me your best private room, Victor said casually, throwing his family token at the waiter who looked at it with a frown. Please wait a moment, he said, gesturing to a security guard to keep an eye on them as he went to find the manager. He didn't recognize the token, but the coat of arms etched on it was the same one that was hanging on the wall, behind the boss's desk. Sorry, I didn't know that this place required reservations or a dressing code, Margaret whispered embarrassingly as she noticed a couple of people giving them stares as they entered the restaurant proudly. Entering this place was a privilege even for important people. Those are for normal people. Not us. Don't worry. My family owns half of the city. Including this restaurant, he said, making Margaret remember how rich and influential her young master's family was. Just then the waiter returned running in panic with a forehead full of sweat. And because of that he stumbled and fell at Victor's feet. Young master, please forgive me, I didn't know it was you, he said, as he knelt and presented the token back to Victor in both hands, making the guard who wanted to help him and the guests who were waiting for their tables freeze in shock. Who the hell is this young master? It's okay, Victor said, taking the token back. Now guide us to our room, he said. He didn't care about a random waiter doing his job. Young master, the boss is having lunch with some guests here. She instructed me to guide you to her room, the waiter said as he slowly stood up while bowing. The boss? Fine then. Guide us, Victor said, wondering who this mysterious boss was. Please. This way, the waiter said respectfully as he guided them between the tables and the envious looks of the guests until they reached a room with a gilded door. Who is it, sister? Mia asked Iris as she stuffed her mouth with a big lobster. She was really enjoying her sister's treats. It's my half-brother, Iris said, making Mia, who never liked rich people, frown. You mean Victor? Zoe, who was eating with them, asked with some anticipation. Yes. He is the only one in town who has the elite badge beside you, Iris told Zoe. Is he one of those bad rich people? Mia asked. In the past, she had a bad experience with a rich young master who toyed with her feelings, so she was really cautious around those people. She didn't like Zoe at first, but after getting to know her and how she grew up in a mountainous village, they became best friends. Don't call him bad. He is a nice person, Iris said, remembering how he saved her life, just as the door opened and Victor glided in while hugging 3 girls. Iris was caught off guard. The waiter said nothing about the girls. Not bad, huh? Mia whispered as she inspected Victor with disgust. Iris, it's nice to meet you again. Nice to meet you again, Zoe, he said, flashing a smile at Zoe, who blushed a little. She didn't know why, but he always seemed nice to her. those are? Iris asked as she looked at the girls. They were pretty. Very pretty. Twins? She knew that her brother was a womanizer. But, wasn't he accompanied by that veiled girl Lily and Arya back then? Those are Margaret, Mina, and Manna. They are my girlfriends. He said, making the girls around him blush a little and hug him tighter as Zoe and Mia glared at them. Oh. Well. Nice to meet you. This is Mia, my adoptive sister. Iris said, introducing Mia, who was inspecting Victor thoroughly. She didn't like him one bit. Sure, he was handsome. But she hated womanizers the most. Nice to meet you, Mia, Victor said as he sat on an empty couch and then gestured to his girlfriends to sit beside him. It was a little crowded, but none of them seemed to be minding that, perverts. What are you doing here? Just having a date? Iris asked him as she wondered why she was feeling jealous. She was his sister, damn it. Somehow, she kept remembering that day when she woke in his bed. She must bury that memory forever. Not really. I don't know if Dad told you, but I am getting married. He said, making both Iris and Zoe look at him in surprise. Really? You don't look the part. Mia said as she looked at him, then at the girls. Especially that Margaret. She didn't like her at all. The way she was sitting on his lap reminded her of a certain slut friend of hers. Mia, don't be rude. Iris scolded, then turned to Victor. Congratulations. She said with some sourness in her mouth. You don't have to, I really hate the B*TCH bride. But it's the family's decision. I need to bring some gifts when I go to propose. So I am here shopping with the girls. He said, surprising everyone. Ah. I see. Iris said, not knowing what to think. At least he hates the bride. What was she thinking? Iris shook her head as Zoe did the same thing. I heard that you would also be attending the academy, Zoe said, intending to change the subject. Yeah, you too? Victor asked in surprise. But Mia felt that his expression was forced. Yes. And Mia would too. She would be attending the normal class. Zoe said, we are here with Iris to buy some supplies. She said. Let's go shopping together then. The girls here are attending with us. Victor said, making Iris, Zoe, and Mia look at them with surprise. Did you pay for their tuition? Mia asked rudely. Her sister was the one who arranged for her to attend the academy. But she was her sister. She didn't need to sleep with her for that to happen. Yes, he did pay for everything, Margaret, who couldn't take Mia's provocation anymore, said as she stuck her body to Victor, who didn't mind at all. A slut and a pervert, Mia thought. She never liked those young masters before. And she liked them much less now. Then they would be attending the normal class with Mia, Iris said, intending to make them friends. Her sister tends to be a little rude sometimes, but she is an honest girl. No. They would be attending the special class with Zoe and me, Victor said, making them look at him and then the girls with surprise. Zoe and Iris were surprised because they never expected that those pretty girls were also players. They didn't need Victor to pay for their tuition. Why are they so close to him then? Weren't players supposed to be strong and independent? Mia was shocked for another reason. She wanted to attend the special class though, but even her sister couldn't let her do that. The requirements for the special class are very secretive. How did he get them in? Was being a slut a prerequisite for the special class? No, it can't be. Zoe was very nice, and she got accepted too. She wanted to ask how, but knowing that she would not get an answer and not wanting to ask those perverts about anything, she chose to refrain. Let's go shopping together then, Iris said with a sigh. After a delicious meal, they left the restaurant in a relaxed manner. Mia kept looking at Victor with disgust. Did he have to make the girls feed him with their hands? What a pervert. The group went downstairs to the mall and began to choose some dresses for school. Unlike many aristocratic schools, this one didn't require a uniform. On the contrary, The students were encouraged to show their wealth and status in order to teach them the truth about life. It is not fair. They didn't face any problems this time as everyone in the mall already knew that Iris was the owner. So their shopping went on extra smoothly. Victor didn't choose anything for himself. The twins chose a few pieces for him which he refused to try on, saying that he trusted their choice. Making the jealous Margaret chose some other pieces for him. Would he really dress in something like that? It would make him look very vulgar, or like a pimp. He was just enjoying the sight of the girls trying different things on though. He kept inspecting them with a perverted smile on his face. Mia kept a close eye on him. She even noticed when he secretly sneaked into a changing booth with that slut Margaret. She expected him to take a long time and she was prepared to call the security. But it only lasted 5 minutes, and when they left Margaret was blushing heavily and out of breath. She was even walking a bit funny. What did they do in just 5 minutes? Was it long enough for that? She didn't know. She had no experience. Why was she thinking about such things? It must be that pervert's influence. After a while, the girls showed their new dresses to Victor one by one. Including Zoe, who asked shyly for his opinion. "Sister Zoe. Don't fall for him," Mia screamed in her mind. She must warn Zoe when they return to the villa tonight. Rich young masters like that pervert Victor can't be trusted. Should she teach him a lesson? Yes. Pretending that she was going to the ladies' room, Mia quickly followed Victor, who left the girls saying he would just go choose a suitable gift for his fiancée and then meet again with them. The girls didn't mind as they were shopping for underwear and he was not allowed into the store. Following Victor, she first saw him go into a florist store where he pointed to some big flowering cacti. He told the shopkeeper to send them somewhere before flashing his token and leaving. Are those for his proposal? Sure, their flowers are pretty. But he seemed to really hate the bride. After that, he went buying some random things and trinkets here and there and flashing his token each time instead of paying. Her sister had a token too, but it was a silver one, not purple. Zoe had a purple one. Her sister told her that this was very important and represented her status in the family and that it should never be lost. Mia smiled evilly. What would he do if his token was lost? She found a good chance to take after she watched Victor store the token in white velvet and then put it in his left pocket after buying some earrings. Let's borrow it a little, she thought as she approached him while making sure to stay out of the security cameras. Her mother taught her well. Just as Victor was busy drooling at some magazines that featured the actress Mira in a bikini, she took the opportunity to snatch the token from his pocket, throwing it in the shopping bag in her hand and then quickly leaving the crime scene. She quickly hid and inspected her surroundings to make sure no one was following her after turning a few corners. A success. She quickly ran to the ladies' room, then after making sure that no one was watching, she opened her bag and looked at her spoils. It was a white ripped fabric. With the letter I engraved on it. There was no token. Wasn't this her sister Iris's panties? She clearly knew the letter I which her sister sewed on her underwear after she kept stealing them from her. Why does Victor have this? Could it be? No. But, her sister was looking at him strangely. No. Impossible. They are brother and sister. But the way this thing was ripped. Looking at Mia, who sneaked away proudly, Victor chuckled. Let her learn a lesson the hard way. She should never pick the pocket of a young master enjoying his time. She can never guess what she would get, he thought as he took one magazine and then paid for it. His Mira was really pretty here. He should invite her to a private photo shoot with the other girls. He. Sir. You are drooling, a shopkeeper warned him. Victor nodded to the man as he wiped his mouth with his sleeve, then decided to return to the girls. They must have finished shopping by now. As he made his way to their meeting place, he spotted Margaret with her crimson-red hair. She was standing next to the stairs in a corner arguing with some persistent guy. Frowning, he headed in her direction stealthily. Come on, Margot. I will pay you handsomely. The guys want someone to like you. A man who was wearing a business suit that failed miserably to hide his belly was cornering Margaret and asking her to come with him. I told you, I don't do that anymore, she spat at him. But your uncle was out, pal, he said as he inspected her. You used to call me uncle too. Not anymore, go f*ck, my uncle. He would gladly accept the money, what does that have to do with me? She said coldly. Listen. If you don't do as I tell you, The man didn't continue as his head was kicked by Victor, making him hit the wall and then collapse on the floor. Are you okay? Victor, who appeared from the shadows, asked. Victor, yes. Thanks. That man, Margaret stuttered. I know. You don't need to tell me. Victor said, hesitating for a moment before he took out his phone and then gave it to Margaret after opening a document. He decided to confront her and remove the shadow in her heart once and for all. Looking at the data displayed on the phone screen, Margaret's face turned white. They were all the dirty things her uncle made her do back then. Some of them she did on her own accord. Everything was explained in detail with photos and testimonies. She didn't want anyone to know about these, especially Victor. I already know everything about you. So don't act like a stranger. He said after a few minutes as he watched her panic. Those were her dirtiest secrets. Wendy did. She wanted to ask, but her shaking lips didn't move well. Officer Leah. She really didn't like you, so she sent those files to me in the morning. He said before putting his hand on her hair and brushing her hair with his fingers. You don't need to worry about it. Didn't I tell you that you are already mine, so? I don't care about your past. He said, suddenly pulling her over and hugging her to his chest. She said, hugging him back as tears uncontrollably dripped from her eyes, staining his shirt again. Isn't there a skill in the system for that? You mother *********, how dare you hit me? Who the hell are you? Do you know who am I? The man who was knocked out regained consciousness and slowly stood up, shouting after a few moments, destroying Margaret's romantic moment. I am her pimp. And no matter who you are, how dare you touch my merchandise? Victor asked as he kicked the man back to the ground while hugging Margaret. I can pay, the man wanted to say but was stopped by Victor's repeated kicking. You can't afford her. Only I can afford her. Victor said as he kicked the man again. Security. Security. A bastard is assaulting me. I am the head of the trust bank. The man's yelling stopped after realizing that no one looked at him. Victor had already disguised everything around here with his skill, so no one saw or heard anything. Letting go of the chuckling Margaret, Victor smiled as he took a wine bottle and a glass, then after filling it in front of the confused man's eyes, he grabbed the man's mouth and emptied the glass completely into it. The man wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Victor's grasp was very strong. He even kicked his couch, forcing him to swallow. Suddenly he felt strange. The pain disappeared and the man in front of him was his best buddy. Go to the police station and tell them about every bad thing you did. Then find a sharp object and castrate yourself as an apology. Victor said, making the man frown, then nod and leave them all as if he was a man on a mission. It seems like the drug's effect was very strong on non-players, but very weak on the awakened. Thank you, Margaret said in a whisper. That's what every aspiring pimp should do, he said. Let's go find the others, he added, grabbing her hand and pulling her, making her smile and nod. As long as she was with him, the past does not matter. No. Not all of it, she wouldn't mind trying some techniques she learned back then on him. Can I have a kiss? She asked him as they were walking. Wasn't the one in the dressing room enough for you? He asked as he stopped, suddenly taking her in his arms and kissing her lips hard and letting go before she realized what had just happened. Let's go. He said, dragging her again. That's not fair, I wasn't ready. she protested as he ignored her. When they regrouped with the other, Zoe was lively talking with the twins. They seemed to have become friends, while Mia kept shooting her unaware sister strange looks. "Is everything okay?" Iris asked as she noticed Victor walking with Margaret, whose eyes and cheeks were slightly red. "Yeah, just some drunk man tried to assault Margaret. So I took care of him," Victor said. "Did you get everything you needed?" Iris asked. "Yeah," Victor nodded. "Where should we go now?" Zoe asked, wanting to spend more time with Victor and the girls. "I know a good karaoke bar near here," Margaret, who regained her spirit, suggested. "Let's go," Victor said, heading to the exit without asking for the girls' opinion. Zoe and Iris didn't argue, they just quickly followed him. Mia didn't want to go, but seeing how Zoe and her sister were interested, she decided to hop on. She wouldn't dare to leave them alone with a pervert like Victor. And just like that, Victor ended up taking the girls partying all night around town and teaching Zoe about city life. The night did not go smoothly as some thugs tried to assault the girls, but were beaten by Zoe before Victor could make a move. This girl knew how to spell the word violence. In the end, Iris had to drag Zoe back home, saying that they had to go to school tomorrow to finalize the paperwork before the opening day. Victor only returned home at 1:00 a.m. to face grumpy Lily, who, after making sure that he was fine, kicked Margaret and the twins outside of her room, then locked the door and jumped into bed with the chuckling Victor. This is what he wanted, as he didn't dare to spend the night with an emotionally unstable Margaret. He was afraid that he might not be able to control himself if that girl did anything stupid. "You seem to have enjoyed your day," Lily asked him, pouting as she hugged him and rested her head on his chest. "Yes. Next time I will take you too," he said with a smile. "I want to go on a date with you alone," she said in a low, embarrassed voice. "Oh. Well, that could be arranged. In fact, I have a plan, but I will leave it as a surprise," he mysteriously said as he hugged her back and went to sleep while thinking about what he should do about that crazy journalist tomorrow. Ah. Victor woke up to Lily stumbling away from him in embarrassment. She had just tried to stealthily kiss his forehead but ended up waking him up. "Good morning, Lily," he said as he opened his eyes and realized that she was dressed and ready to go. He didn't feel her movements at all. This girl's sneaking skills are being put to good use. "Good morning, young master, I am sorry. I didn't mean to wake you up," she said with a blushing face. "It's still 5:00 a.m. Where are you going this early?" he asked, looking at his phone. "Ah. I forgot to report. Yesterday, my sisters and I found a good location for a secret base. It is a smuggler's hideout by the coast. We'll be raiding that place in a few hours," she said, making Victor frown. Vane City was not a coastal city. "Where is the hideout? Do you need any help?" he asked. "In a fishing village next to Termia City, to the south of here. It is about 5 hours by car. So I have to head out straight away to make it in time. And those guys are amateurs. If we don't make use of them now, some other group will do that sooner or later," she said with confidence. "Then go. And be careful," he said, hiding his concern. He considered accompanying her, but he should let her do her own missions. She needs to grow stronger by herself. "Understood," she said as she turned around to leave, but was pulled back by Victor, who grabbed her arm, then pinned her to the bed and kissed her lips. "If you want to kiss this young master, you just need to ask for it. Don't steal it like a thief," he said after letting her go. "Ah. Understood," the blushing Lily said, catching her breath as she ran out of the room. After that, Victor returned to his beauty sleep. That was until some piece of sh*t called his phone, waking him up. "Dear Kai. This better be important." Victor responded with difficulty. He didn't get enough sleep last night. "Young master. It's Bill. He left his post at Remal City and is heading west. Toward Vane City. He made sure no one knew, but thanks to your early warning, we discovered him sneaking in the train station a few hours ago. Kai said, making Victor wake up instantly. Are you using private men or family agents? Victor asked. Family agents. The range of the stakeout was too big for a private team, Kai responded. Then stop following him. I don't want the family to know about this, we already know his destination anyway. Victor said with a frown. Too bad he hasn't built his own team yet. Lily's sisters were busy with the Assassin's Guild creation, while the girls Alpha was training were still rookies. I understand, Kai replied. Is that all? Victor suddenly asked, feeling as if Kai had something else to report. Young master. There is something not right in the family. The atmosphere is wrong. Yesterday, Elder Sam was killed by another elder while they were arguing about succession in the family. Kai said. Is he important? Victor asked. As far as he knows, that Elder Sam was just some useless bootlicker. Wasn't he the one the Dark Chamber wanted Dick to kill? He is not important at all. But the one who killed him was one of the Patriarch's main assistants. So the situation is tricky now that the Punishment Hall is interfering while the Patriarch is protecting his man. Victor frowned. The situation was deteriorating faster than he expected. Those guys are advancing their plans rapidly. But he was still too weak right now. He could only try his best to dodge bullets as they came. Maybe he should shake things a little. But what he wanted to do can't be traced back to him. How was it done? Victor asked. I am sorry, young master, I don't know, Kai replied. Then spread a rumor that this is a setup, and the real killer was Sam's daughter-in-law. It was her, definitely. Victor said. How does the young master know? Kai asked with some doubt. Just do as I tell you. Victor scolded, then hung up the phone as Mina was knocking on his door. It was time for breakfast. Sitting at the table with the girls, as usual, Victor looked at Alex, who was adjusting her skirt while avoiding looking at him. Alex. You must know that it's okay to be gay. And I really appreciate your feeling. But you must understand that it is impossible for anything to happen between us, Victor told her with a sigh, making Alex look at him strangely with a surprised look. Young master. I am not. Alex said, then stopped after realizing that Victor misunderstood his confession yesterday. Wouldn't it be better this way? It's not that I don't like you. I don't discriminate after all, and you are very pretty. But I have an image to keep. Victor said with a sigh, making Alex blush as she lowered her head. The girls looked at Alex with their eyes wide open. They finally figured out why Victor cared about Alex and why Alex didn't look at them as other men did. It seemed that he didn't like girls at all, and probably only had the super handsome Victor in his eyes. Margaret on the side was having a hard time muffling her laughter. The young master is so bad. But why is he always bullying Alex? Her instinct was telling her this was not for fun, as Victor never did unreasonable things. Now. Today I am planning to go on a field trip to the villages around the secret base. I am sure most of you have already heard about it from Theta. He said, smirking as Theta lowered her head in embarrassment. When Victor was in a coma, the girls forced her to tell them the entire story of the secret base and the chicks. I will be going there today. So, Margaret, Alpha, and Alex would accompany me. He said. Can I not go? I have some things to do. Alpha said. She didn't explain clearly to the girls what she was doing. All right. Theta would go instead. Victor said. But. Young master. She had lessons. Hilda said. It's okay, I really need her this time, Victor said. He needs a lot of luck as he intended to locate the dungeon the knowledge book informed him about. Hopefully, it is still closed. Did you learn from Alpha about the array? He asked Hilda. Young master, I have already been informed, Hilda said, making him nod. Be sure to be familiar with its usage, he said as he continued to eat. His instinct was telling him that the current peace was the silence before the storm. But he didn't know how and from where it would blow. "Young master. Can I change back to a man's cloth?" Alex asked. "Getting out of the mansion with this is a little bit embarrassing." "No," Victor said sternly, making Margaret chuckle again. After finishing his meal, Victor got dressed by the twins who wanted to also go with him but had cleaning duties in the mansion. Hilda was never tolerant of Task's negligence. "I will take you two another time," Victor said after seeing the yearning look in their eyes. He really had fun with them yesterday and wanted to go on a special date with them. The car left the mansion at 10 a.m. with Alex acting as the driver while Victor enjoyed his time with Margaret and Theta in the back, making Alex really jealous every time she heard their laughter. "Young master. Why do you always bully Alex? I think he is really nice." After some time, Theta naively asked the question that Margaret and poor Alex were dying to ask. "Ah. Well, don't tell anyone," Victor whispered, making Theta nod. "The truth is, I really like him. But I am afraid that if I treat him nicely, he will really love me too. And we would end up doing dirty things, then my family would have to kill him to erase the shame. I am doing this to keep him by my side without problems. It is, for his own good." Victor whispered in a soft whisper that Margaret couldn't hear, despite her being literally stuck to Victor. "I see," Theta said with a blush, not realizing that Alex, who was driving, was blushing too. She heard everything thanks to her super high attributes. "So he was doing this for me," she thought as her eyes became dreamy. "Focus on the road, you idiot." Victor's voice came from the back alerting her. She almost hit a truck. They reached the mountain base at 1 p.m. where Chick 17 was waiting for him with the others. "Young master." The chicks saluted in respect as a fanatic light shone in their eyes. "How is everything here?" Victor asked as he saw a few mounds of dirt around the base. "We have started digging through the mountain. We found a good engineer who agreed to work for us without knowing the specification. We had to pay him handsomely though, and we recruited many workers from some faraway villagers. We locked them inside the mountain. They would work in 2-week shifts. Some of them tried to make trouble, but after some threats they became obedient," Chick 17 said. "You seem troubled," Victor asked. "Yes, young master. The costs are increasing. We would need more money soon," Chick 17 replied. Victor frowned. He would need some private finances for this as he wanted his activities here to stay out of the family's books. Maybe he should raid some targets or sell some system treasure. "I will find a way." Victor asked. "Does the young master want to see the reporter?" Chick 17 asked. "No. I want you to tie her up and make sure that there is an escape route. I plan to play the hero who saves the beauty with her," Victor said. "But, young master, she doesn't look like the easy-to-fool type," Chick 17 said. "Don't worry about her, I have my methods," Victor said as he continued to check the base and give instructions on what to add. "Ah, her partner. Drug him heavily," Victor added. "Understood. I will send you some detailed plans in a few days. For now, continue with what you are doing. I will return here at dawn. Make sure that the security appears tight. I want this to be a good show," Victor said, leaving the base. "Is that it?" Margaret asked Victor when they returned to the car. "Yes. Let's go to the village," he said. "Understood. I will guide the way," Margaret said as Alex started the car. The village was about 30 minutes away driving on dirt roads. It was a very depleted farming village. Getting out of the car, Margaret was greeted by glares from the villagers. Although they agreed to sell her the mountain in the end, they didn't like her at all. "She is a witch." Victor didn't care about them, he just left the car with the girls and Alex, who was really embarrassed and had difficulty walking with high heels. while Theta, who was dressed in boys' clothes that didn't hide her gender at all, was more comfortable. Under the villagers' scrutinizing eyes, Victor with his charming entourage headed to the mayor's house. It was burnt to the ground. "What happened here?" Margaret asked. The mayor took all the money and ran away." So the villagers vented on his house, an old man hatefully said as the villagers looked at Margaret with hate. "The mayor conspired with the village treasurer and stole everything. It was all because of this witch. They really wanted to demand more money. But the last time they did that, Margaret brought those burly men who taught them a good lesson, so they didn't dare make trouble. I want to ask about your village's wine. What is it made of?" Victor asked, not really expecting an answer. "It's a secret," the old man replied sternly. "How much is the price of this secret?" Victor asked. "It's not for sale," the man replied. "Even if I paid you $1 million? Victor asked, making the man open his eyes wide and then shake his head. "Don't tempt me. A secret is a secret. This man's honor is not for sale," the old man said proudly as the villagers around him nodded, not noticing the signal the old man was giving Victor. He was flashing his 10 fingers. He wanted 10 million. "I understand, our trip was useless," Victor said. "Then I guess I will just go out of the village to enjoy the rural atmosphere. Maybe take some pictures near the intersection. There is a big old oak there," he said, returning to the car and telling Margaret to head out of the village and then stop at the oak near the first intersection. "Uncle Black, you did the right thing. That young man told us not to tell anyone about the magical grass. He said that he would pay us handsomely once he found a buyer," a young villager said. "He said that he would pay each villager 1 million. This young master is a fool if he thought we would agree to take only 1 million and split it between all of us," he added. "I know," the old man said. "I will go fishing to clear my mind. That bastard mayor taking the money was a real shock. What a traitor." "Yes." The villagers who were watching nodded in agreement. "You fools, I will sell the secret then escape with the money as the mayor did. He. I heard there is a pretty widow with a lot of debt in my son-in-law's native village. I will go there and enjoy life," Uncle Black thought as he left the village. When Uncle Black reached the oak tree out of town 30 minutes later, the place that was usually desolate was crowded with his fellow villagers. And that young master was nowhere to be seen. "Why are all of you here?" Uncle Black asked around as his face turned black. He didn't expect everyone to have the same wicked idea. We just came here to chase that young master out." "Yes. We can't trust that bastard." "Yes. No matter how much he pays us." "For the village. I am here to enjoy the views through. Cold beverages. A bottle for $2. Then. How long should we be waiting here? Wait, is there anyone missing here? No. Wait a minute. I will count the villagers. Everyone is here, boss. I feel someone is missing. No. Everyone is here, I checked twice. Where is Elle?" After Victor's car left the village and made a left turn heading to the designated meeting place, Victor suddenly heard a banging noise from the back trunk. At first, he ignored it. "Alex, stop the car," Victor said after a few minutes. After getting out of the car, with Margaret and the scared Theta, he slowly opened the trunk. Whoever hid inside seemed to have gotten himself locked up. A black creature crawled on all four from the trunk, then jumped and stood on 2 feet. It made Theta yelp and hide behind Victor. "What took you so long to stop the car? It was too cramped there." "And you stopped screaming?" "My ears hurt." It yelled at Theta. It was a beggar child, so dirty that Victor was having difficulty making sure that he was human. He was barefooted and dressed in rags. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" Margaret asked as she stepped away. "This kid smelled bad." "No. Bad should be what he smelled a month ago. Now. She had no word for it. As for the rags he was wearing, they were covered in some sort of black mud that, as a city girl, didn't like at all. Is that really mud? It didn't smell like mud to her. Ah. I am Elle. I heard that you were asking about the village's wine ingredients. The beggar. Elle said, stuttering but with confidence as he put his hands on his waist. Do you know anything about that wine? Victor asked, raising one of his eyebrows. This kid is interesting. I know everything about it, Elle replied proudly. And? I heard that you will pay for the information. Elle said, making a money gesture with his little hand. How much do you want? I can give you 1 million. Victor said. He needed to save on expenses. Untraceable money doesn't grow on trees. And what should I do with all of that money? Wipe my ass with it? I would end up dead in 3 days if not by your hands, by one of those idiots in the village. Elle said wisely, making Victor nod. This kid was not stupid. But he is too vulgar. Then what do you want? Victor asked. I want you to become my husband, Elle replied straight away, making the girls look at him with a frown. Ah. You are a girl? Margaret suddenly yelled in shock as she pointed at Elle. Stop screaming *tch, my ears hurt. Yes, I am a girl. Did your little mind take too long to process that? Elle replied. Vulgarly. No, Margaret replied. Did this little piece of *t just call her *tch? Being insulted by children was a new low, even for her. How old are you again? Victor asked as he grabbed Margaret's hand, calming her down. 9.5, Elle responded proudly. Then marriage is impossible. You are too young and this young master has a life to live out of prison. Victor replied coldly. Ah. I see. I didn't think of it from your perspective. Elle said as she nodded, pondering. Then how about you make me your little sister? She asked with stars in her eyes. Why me? Look at that pretty boy. Isn't he a better choice? Victor said, pointing at the male-dressed Theta. That's a girl, Elle said. I don't like girls. Then how about Alex there? He is good too. Although he is dressed in a skirt, he is a man. I can even let you marry him. He was in prison once and wouldn't mind going there again. Victor said. I can see that, but also no. He is too wimpy. I can see it from the way he walks. In contrast, you are more handsome and most importantly, rich. You would surely pamper a new little sister. Elle replied, trying to act cute. It didn't work. She smelled too foul for that. I can take the info and kill you, Victor commented with some amusement. And I was intending to fool you at first. But since you came clean and didn't try to take advantage of me, no. I shall call myself a young miss from now on. Since you didn't take advantage of this young miss, I will tell you what that wine is made out of. Do you accept my proposal? She asked Victor, making him use his appraisal skill on her. Eleanor. STR 15. In 39. Luck 7. Charm 31. Abnormal status, soul mutation. Fate, AAA+++. Fine. I will be your big brother. But. Victor replied after seeing her fate. That is the most amazing fate he saw below scions. Can this kid become a scion? He didn't know. She may be just the main wife of some very strong scion. Either way, he would benefit from having her as a little sister, despite her somewhat naive hidden agenda. She had some interesting stats too. But first, some things needed to be said. Victor's face became serious as he went down on his knee and looked Elle in the eyes. I can take you in, but if you ever betray me, I will make sure your worst nightmare comes true. Victor threatened, making Elle swallow and nod repeatedly. I understand. I don't want to eat that disgusting broccoli thing ever again. She said after a few seconds, making Victor have the urge to smack her head. Looking at her clear eyes and smile, he realized that she was playing with him. However, she seemed to have gotten the message. What has she been through to develop such an attitude? Get in the car, Victor said, sitting in the back as Elle jumped and sat beside him and began to look around in excitement as Alex started the engine. Margaret wanted to sit on his other side. But the smell was too much for her, so after hesitating for a moment, she and Theta sat on the same seat in the front. Now can you tell me about the wine? Victor, who used the disguise skill to hide Elle's smell, asked. The wine is made of, Elle began to tell them the ingredients. I know that. I want to know where the grass you used in it came from. Ah. The magic grass? Elle was surprised. I can show you, go that way until you reach the cliff. Elle told Alex, then relaxed in her seat. What does the wine do anyway? Victor asked, wanting to know the effect the villagers observed. It makes people smart. Uncle Black once told me that I fell into a wine barrel when I was a baby, that's why I am too smart. She said proudly. Really? The villagers didn't seem that smart. He said. It only makes them smart for a few hours. They usually take it with them to important meetings. She said. I see. Where are your parents? Victor asked after he secretly sent a message to Kai to investigate anything about this child. I only had a mother. But not anymore. Elle replied, looking away as her eyes became wet. Sorry, Victor said as he decided to sacrifice his new suit and hug Elle a little. She didn't seem to mind. It's okay, 6 months ago. She passed away after helping someone, Elle said stubbornly as she wiped her tears with his suit. Helping someone? Victor asked. Yes, that's what she did for a living. Uncle Black told me she got a disease from a man she was helping. Elle said. Ah, she was a doctor? Victor asked. No. The villagers called her a hooker. Every man in the village told me that she was great. Elle said proudly, making Alex almost lose control of the car. You know what a hooker does, don't you? Margaret, who couldn't stay silent anymore, asked. Yes. Uncle Black told me that she helps men. I will also become a great hooker in the future. Elle repeated as she angrily glared at Margaret, who was having difficulty containing her laugh. I see. I hope you don't regret that. Margaret said as she quickly turned around seeing Victor's warning eyes. I won't, Elle replied stubbornly. Then where do you live? Who is taking care of you and why are you covered with dirt? That's dirt, right? Victor asked, looking at his spoilt suit. I don't know, they use this thing in the fields, they call it, fertilious. Fertilizers? That's it. Elle replied as she nodded, trying to act smart and making Victor look at his new suit with sorrow. Then why are you covered in it? He asked. Well. The villagers around here are not known for their generosity, you see. They didn't want to take care of me. So I live on my own. She replied, and. You see, this young miss was still too young to work, so I had to beg for food to live. But they would not give me what I want. So. I just covered myself with this and sat in front of their houses. She replied with a cheeky smile. So they gave you food to get rid of you? Margaret turned around again and asked. Yup. When did you grow so smart? Elle said, making Margaret turn again and gush her teeth. This little hooker was getting on her nerves. Stop there, she suddenly yelled at Alex, we reached our destination. Getting out of the car followed by the girls, Victor noticed that they were standing on top of a steep cliff. Are you sure this is the right place? Victor asked. Yes, the villagers would scale down this place and find the grass growing on the cliff face, she replied, making Victor nod and prepared to investigate the cliff when he heard a voice. Stop right there, kid. A man with a drawn knife walked out of the bushes. He was a tall burly man with a scar right across his face. Little Elle. You know well what we do with snitches. He said. Big John. When did you arrive here? The terrified Elle asked as she stepped back behind Victor, where she poked her head from behind him. Just now, the boss called me and said that you were missing. Did you want to betray the village? Mr. Klein will not like this. He asked. I would never dare to betray Mr. Klein, I was just showing this young master the scenery. She said as she pulled Victor's shirt from the back, warning him. Oh really? Big John said as he put his hand behind his back, then I would have to ask the pretty girls here about their opinion on the view. Big John said as he looked at the girls while licking his lips. Wait, that one is a guy. Why is he in a skirt? Big John didn't get the chance to know why, because the next moment Victor took out a gun and shot Big John, who was about to use a throwing knife, in the head, making the girls a little shocked, and making the terrified Elle step back in horror. She made a mistake. This was a big miscalculation. This young master was not easy prey, but a hidden predator. Stop, Victor shouted at her, but she didn't listen. That was a mistake, because right behind her was a cliff. Ah! With a loud scream, she fell into the abyss. Is this my end? She thought as she fell into someone's embrace. Opening her eyes, she saw that it was Victor who was embracing her as he sighed in relief. He was flying in midair. You are really troublesome, Victor said to the astonished Elle as he floated near to the cliff's face, inspecting it. Ah! Fly, you can fly. Elle shouted as she looked around in amazement. Yeah, so what? Victor answered nonchalantly as he watched her turn from scared to excited. She was terrified at first, but she quickly forgot all about that and began to enjoy her time being carried like a princess. How do you do that? Are you a superhero? She asked him. You killed the bad Big John, and can fly. She added as her eyes sparkled. No, I am not. I am more like the villain, the final boss, probably. He said, thinking about his crazy authority. If it were to be utilized fully, especially after the reckoning, he would be a real final boss. That's better, she said as she breathed in relief. Better? How? He didn't want to ask. This girl was probably not a good thing. Well, nothing Hilda can't fix. Can you teach me? She asked. Maybe, he said as he took her on a tour around the cliff, surveying it for the dungeon that the knowledge book told him about. Look there, that's the magic flower, Elle said, pointing to a strange place on the cliff that seemed to have a lot of blue flowers with thin long petals. Withered Snake's Dungeon. E rank. Not opened. Warning, unlocks naturally in 82,344 hours 41 minutes. Found it. The entrance was a strange boulder that had a different color on the cliff. This should be the seal. If this boulder was damaged, the dungeons would open. This would be a good place to make all the girls players. As for the chicks, he doesn't trust them enough yet, and if they became a player, that would disable the Master Ring's effect on them. That place is strange, Elle suddenly said. How so? Victor asked. I didn't notice it from the top, but the magic flowers are very plentiful here, she said, as if they were spilling out of something inside the cliff. Does it have some kind of a treasure? She asked with sparkling eyes. Yes, probably. Do you want to know what? He asked. Yes. I want to learn how to fly too, she said as her eyes sparkled more. Then be a good girl for the next few weeks, and when I uncover the secret here, I will take you with me. And I may teach you how to fly, he said. Do you promise? She asked while thinking some other thoughts. Yes, he said. He should let the girls keep an eye on her. Then I will be a good girl, Elle said as she nodded, keeping her eyes on the cliff as if she was memorizing this location. Would she be a good girl? Probably not. Let's go back, he said, flying up to the top of the cliff. Even if this idiot wanted to return, the dungeon entrance was not something a little girl could break. It required knowledge about how formations worked. Is everything okay? Theta asked with concern as Victor landed on the ground. Yes, don't worry, Victor said as he put the excited Elle down. Be sure not to fall down again. I will not help you a second time. He warned. She nodded. Who is that Mr. Klein? Victor asked her. Big John, whose corpse was still bleeding, mentioned him before. Ah. He is a very strong young man. He has magical powers too. He came to our village a while ago. He was exploring urban legends, and he heard about our wine. So he came and tested it, then told the villagers that it was very precious, so after taking some bottles he left. Saying that he would find an inventor. An investor. Victor corrected. Ah. Yes, that's it. He called 2 weeks ago, saying that he found a big one and that he would come here to sign a contract in a month. He also warned the villagers not to tell anyone if they want to see any money and to keep the mountain deed safe. This area was part of it, she said, making Victor look at Margaret, who took part in this place's purchase. Ah, yes, this area now belongs to you, young master. That was probably the reason they refused to sell it in the first place. Margaret said after browsing with her phone and checking their location. You said that Mr. Klein has magical powers? Victor asked Elle. Yes, he could easily heal Big John and a few other villagers who fell mysteriously ill just by flicking his hand. So they swore to follow him forever as his younger brothers. She said proudly, making Victor look at her with a smirk. You also followed him, didn't you? He asked. Now he has a good idea of what this brat was really thinking. Of course not. She said, stuttering. And you were planning to follow me, then steal the deed? Victor asked with a smirk, exposing her genius plan. No. I just wanted to be your younger sister. You are so cool and can fly too, she stuttered, making Victor frown. Was she ordered to fool him? Probably not. This girl can't be acting on anyone's order because Big John was suspecting her. This must be her bright idea. But she underestimated him. Well, he can use someone smart like her. After some education. Then what can this Mr. Klein do too? Victor asked. He can heal people just by touching them, and he can also lift a huge boulder with just his finger. She said as she moved her hands around as if she was breaking a big boulder. You really like him, don't you? Victor asked. Yeah. No. I am just amazed by his powers. She said. Oh good. Then I will believe you for now. But if you ever betray me, he said, then went to Big John's corpse and kicked it down the cliff. Elle swallowed, then nodded. Not knowing what to think. Let's go back then. Victor said as he approached Elle and put his hand on her little head. The next moment she fell unconscious in his hands. Young master, what should we do with her? Margaret asked as she inspected Elle with a nasty look. She really didn't like this little hooker. She was clearly fooling the young master. I want her to work for me. But she needs some training. Victor said as he took out the master ring and used it on her. It had an empty slot now that Theta became a player. It took 15 minutes to successfully activate because the girl was asleep and she didn't give her consent, so Victor had to forcefully use it. Let's see now how smart you are now. Victor thought with a smirk as he put away the ring. Would that Klein be a player? He didn't know, but another player appearing so soon in this exact city was not something very probable. It would only happen in a cheap cheesy novel whose author was out of new ideas. So probably not, but no matter what. He can use him too. Alex, return to the mansion with the girls and take this little hooker with you. I have some things to do. Victor said as he sent a message to Kai instructing him to find anything he can about a Klein who might be interested in buying this mountain. Understood, Alex said as he grabbed the unconscious Elle and threw her in the car. Like Margaret, she didn't like this little B***tch one bit. Margaret. Tell Hilda that I want to see a clean girl when I return, both from the outside and the inside. Victor said. I will make sure of that, Margaret said, giving Victor a knowing look as she sat beside Alex, then glancing at Elle with a smirk. Where are you going, young master? Theta asked. Don't worry, I have to go plant a seed that would change the entire world, he said as he flew up under the girls' astonished looks. Jane Armstrong was in a really bad mood. She has been chained to a column for an entire day after she tried to escape. Her unconscious partner was tied to a chair in front of her. Hopefully, he was still alive. She never expected that they would catch her sniffing around this abandoned factory. Would she die like this? She was on the verge of discovering the root of this evil gang that kidnapped girls and sold them. This place must have been used to keep the abductees. But strangely enough, it was empty. Did they transport them somewhere else, or did Nick's death force them to stop their operations? And who the F***ck is the Chicks master? Why do they call themselves Chicks? Many similar questions filled her mind. Suddenly, she heard a soft noise. Looking up, she saw that the cell's only window, which was 7 feet above the room's door, was getting kicked by someone. 1 time. 2 times. It broke down. Before the steel frame came crashing to the ground, a slender hand reached in for it and nimbly caught it. Then from the window, someone threw a rope, then a pretty girl climbed down. She was very pretty, like a movie star. And she was young, about 17 years old. After reaching the floor, the girl looked around the room and then smiled at Jane as she put her slender finger on her mouth, indicating that she should remain silent. The girl went to her partner first, checking his pulse and then nodding as she unbound him. Then she went to Jane and unbound her too. Follow me, the girl whispered in an ethereal voice as she grabbed John and dragged him out of the window, making Jane wonder, how can this slender woman be this strong? She carried John under her arm and climbed out. Was she in the army? But her arms are very slender. Jane climbed up with some difficulty, reaching the factory's backyard. Looking around, she noticed that the girl was sneaking through a hole in the fence while carrying John. Jane quickly followed behind her until they walked into the forest. The girl kept walking but slowed down on purpose because Jane was not in a state to walk. She kept gesturing for Jane to follow as she worriedly looked toward the factory. Yes. They should get away from here. They should get as far as possible. An hour later, that girl stopped at a clearing. We are safe here, she said as she laid the unconscious John down and took a water bottle and a wrapped package from somewhere and threw it to Jane. Eat and drink. We have some very important things to talk about, she said. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Jane asked. Catch your breath, we will talk later, the girl said as she checked on the still unconscious John Smith. How is John? Jane asked again. He was drugged. He will probably wake up in the morning, she said. Jane nodded and then began to eat. She was really hungry. What is your name? Jane asked after she finished eating. The woman looked hesitant at first, then as if she got herself together, she looked at Jane, who finished eating. My name is Vivi, the maid of the late young master Alex of the Thunder sect, she said with some tears in her eyes. A maid? What Thunder sect? And why did you save me? Jane asked. I need your help. I have a secret that would probably get us both killed. But the truth must be revealed, the young master's death must not be for nothing. They are coming, and the world must know. Those idiots still insist on hiding the truth, Vivi said, making Jane frown. Is this girl crazy? Do you remember the chaos in Silver Lightning City? The mantis monsters, Vivi asked, making Jane look at her with interest. No one was allowed to talk about this. But she really wanted to know the truth. I was there. My young master died there, Vivi said. More of those monsters would be appearing from now on, she added with a resolved look. Do you want to hear about the truth of this world? About everything from the monster mantis and about the awakened powers? The families and the sections. I can tell you everything. Be warned though, what I am going to tell you might cause your death, so make sure you are ready. Vivi said, making Jane frown, think, then nodded. I will warn you again. This knowledge can really get you killed, Vivi repeated with a serious tone. I only came to you because I read your articles before and I heard your reputation. I knew that you would not betray me. She added. Jane nodded. I don't know if I can believe everything you might tell me. But I will investigate it. She said, but how did you find me here? Jane asked. I was following you. But I could only act tonight after drugging those guys. Vivi said, making Jane frown a little, but she quickly forgot that when Vivi took out a table and 2 chairs from thin air and then sat down under Jane's astonished eyes. Let's talk then, I will tell you the truth about the world that you never truly knew, Vivi said with a smile. It was late at night when Elle woke up. She was sleeping on a very soft bed. Very, very soft. Where am I? She wondered as she looked around. Ah yes, I was with that big sheep that I wanted to fleece. Why did I fall asleep? Looking at her body, she realized that she was clean, and she was dressed in a silky dress. Did someone wash her? This dress looked expensive. Would Uncle Long buy it? Getting out of bed and looking out of a nearby window, she could see the setting sun and she could see that she was in a building surrounded by forests. Is this his house? Looking at a clock on the wall, she could see that it was 8:00 p.m. She must have slept a lot. Was she really that tired, or did someone knock her out? Did they really discover her plot? So you are awake, a woman's voice startled her. Looking behind, she saw a middle-aged woman with a strong aura and made clothing standing behind her. When did she get there? Yes. Are you the one who bathed this little miss? Elle asked arrogantly. Yes. My name is Hilda, I have been instructed by the young master to take care of you. The woman said as she raised one eyebrow. Ah. Now, this young miss is hungry. Go get me some food. Elle ordered. Ask politely, Hilda ordered sternly. *CK, you old woman. How dare you order me? I am your young master's little sister. Elle said arrogantly. She wanted to prove herself strong. She can't let others look down on her. That's what her mother taught her. Oh. Hilda said as a smile appeared on her face. The thing she loved most in this life is educating disobedient little girls. She learned of this pleasure after educating the twins. Elle frowned a little. She didn't like that smile on Hilda's face at all. Did she make another mistake? Lily quietly wiped the bloodied dagger with a white cloth, dyeing it red. That's the last of them, she said to her sister. Yup, too bad they fought to the last breath, Isla replied cheerfully as she dragged the corpse to the other room, where it would be dealt with using acid. Did you find anything interesting? Lily asked another sister. A lot. Those guys are not from around here, and they were smuggling drugs. We can use those to hunt for some potential candidates, Nora said with an evil smile. Yes, any money? Lily asked. Not a lot. We should have left one of them for interrogation, she replied. Don't worry, there will be others. We just have to wait. I don't believe those are the only members of the gang. Another assassin girl replied as she played with a phone. Look, this one has already asked for help. Shall we prepare a reception party? She asked. Let's do it, Lily said with a sigh, before sending a message to her young master telling him that she would not be home anytime soon. She really missed him. The sudden jerk woke John Smith up. It was almost morning, and he was laying on the back seat of a moving car. Isn't this his car? Jane? How did we get here? Did they let us go? He sat up and asked his partner who was driving the car. Oh. You are awake. Someone saved us. She said absent-mindedly, that's not like her. Is everything okay? He asked as he checked his body. I don't know, she replied with a sigh. What happened? He asked. John, she said with concern as she parked the car on the side and then turned back to look him in the eye. I can't do this alone. But if you want in. It's very dangerous. She added. What are you talking about? He asked. I have a new story. A big story. But, this time it's very dangerous. We might get killed. If you want in, I will tell you everything. If you don't want to be involved, we will go separate ways. She said. More dangerous than the scam rocket investigation? Or President's affair? He asked jokingly. They almost lost their lives on those reports. Much more dangerous. I wouldn't dare even use my real name this time. Not until everything was published anyway. At that time, they would not dare to hurt me. She said without smiling. Oh, he replied. I am in. We have been through a lot before, and I trust you. He added, making Jane smile. But what about the Nick investigation? He interjected. Forget about it, it's a dead end anyway. Didn't you see how their cells were empty? They probably stopped their operations after Nick's demise. She said with a sigh. She still has some questions, but they are not as important as her new case. Well, what is your new case about? He asked, making her hesitate for a second and then look him in the eyes. What if everything you knew was a lie? She asked as she threw him her phone. Watch. She said. John frowned, then took the phone and started the recording. It was some kind of a dim cave, Anne. Is that a spider? No, an arachne. Is this some kind of cosplay? What is this guy doing? He asked as he looked weirdly at his partner. He never knew she had this fetish. Are they investigating the porn industry now? Look at Mail. Doesn't he look familiar? Jane, who understood his twisted thought, said. She was not in the mood to be shy. The male. He is a bit rough. Totally unprofessional. Wait. That. Isn't he the one who killed that giant mantis? John asked in astonishment. Is this some kind of a fan production? No. It is legitimate. Jane said, the guy's name is Sebastian Silver. She said. How did you know that? John asked. Someone told me. She replied. Oh. Why is he doing this cosplay thing? Was the mantis also a scam? Is this some kind of government propaganda scheme? He asked. On the contrary. I am sorry to inform you. But the mantis was real, and the arachne in the recording is not a cosplay. She is really too. It comes from the same origin as the mantis in Silver Lightning City. Jane said. What? He exclaimed. This goes against everything he knew. Someone might be scamming you. How can you believe him? He asked. She showed me some other things. But. You have to trust me on this. Anyway, I am going to publish this movie online. She stated with resolve. It would make a good bait for our investigation. She added, making him frown, has his partner gone crazy? Vivi stood atop a tall tree watching as Jane left. Then the air shimmered, turning her into Victor. The world is not ready for reckoning. Although most people would not believe what Jane would say, some of them would, and that's enough, especially when things began to unravel. At least some people would not be clueless when it all happens. That's why he told her things. Some of which even the world powers had no idea about. Hopefully, she would not be killed. Closing his eyes, he connected with Lynn. She has been trying to reach out to him. He didn't really want to talk to her, as when he connected to her yesterday, he discovered that this girl had a big problem. She talked a lot. It seemed like being trapped for too long made her want to vent. But he ordered her to keep an eye on fake Linda, so maybe she had some news. Is everything okay? Victor asked. Yes. Last night. Pussy escaped through a window after Mother left for a meeting. Lynn answered quickly, due to her very high attributes, she could feel what was going on inside the entire Cross mansion, despite her still faking being a demon. Good, I will be coming to propose in a few hours. Start displaying some struggling behavior now, then after I leave, act as if that B*TCH angered you so much that you were able to break the curse. He said. Understood. She said. I will be waiting for you. She added, making Victor sigh. Lynn, despite everything she has been through, still dreams like a little girl. We shall meet again, but not now. I will need you for something very soon, but now be a good girl and do your role. He replied as he served the connection and took his phone to call the florist, telling him to send the cacti to the Cross mansion with a card, to my little B*TCH Linda, then told him to choose the best rose he had and send it with another card, to Lynn. After that, Victor sent a message to his father telling him that he was going to propose this morning. With that, he made his way back to his mansion. He needs to have some breakfast before taking a bath and getting dressed. Reaching the mansion at about 8 a.m., Victor was greeted by a stern man sitting in the dining room eating some breakfast. While the twins, Hilda, Alex, Margaret, and an aggrieved Elle stood respectfully to the side. Alpha and her sisters seemed to have been using the formation to hide their presence. Father. I didn't expect you to come to visit. Victor said. Your grandmother can't supervise this, she is very busy. So I was ordered by the family to go with you. We can't make any mistakes. Theodore said, I already contacted the Cross family, they would be expecting us at noon. Theodore stated, making Victor frown and then nod. I will have some breakfast then, Victor said as he sat beside his father. Mina quickly prepared a dish for him. Where did you go so early in the morning? Theodore asked. Doing business. Victor briefly replied, making Theodore chuckle. He didn't mind his son keeping some secrets. That's how a von Weiss should be. Always doing shady things, and always proud about it. Your girls are increasing. That's good. Theodore said after a few minutes, looking at Margaret and then at Elle, but isn't she too young for you? Not that I mind. But do you have to involve me by making her your little sister? Theodore added, making Victor chuckle as he looked at Elle, who was now clean and shiny. Not bad at all. She was standing obediently to the side, glancing at Hilda with scared eyes every once in a while. What has she been through last night? It doesn't matter, this girl can't be fixed this easily, she must be scheming something. Nothing really between us. I just liked her very much and took pity on her, so I took her as a little sister. Victor said casually. Really? No matter what. Keep your perverted plays to yourself. Theodore said as he inspected Elle, she didn't look impressive at all. Pretty? Sure. But for him, she looked like a sneaky brat. Understood, Victor said as he ate a bite from his dish. It seemed like Elle tried to scam Theodore. And failed miserably. Where is Lily? Theodore asked. He was expecting her to be sticking to his son like she usually did on the island. She is doing business outside, Victor replied. She sent him a message on the road saying she would stay there for a while. She was really working hard for him. Well, that's good, Theodore said. It's good for that girl to go out for a while. Even though he doesn't like sticky girls. He really likes Lily. She was just that pretty. I have to inform you, the raid was delayed for a week or two, so you would have time to go to the academy now, Theodore said. Why? Is everything okay? Victor asked with a frown. Raid schedules are always very strict, because it involves other powers and players need to buy many supplies. So the plan usually gets announced weeks prior. Delaying without a set time means trouble. He should prepare some cards. Just in case. The truth is, I don't know either. The family is preparing for something. But I am being kept out. The situation there is very tense. Theodore said with a frown. Now go get ready. He added. Yes, father, Victor said as he headed upstairs, followed by Manna, who had a proud look. She had the privilege of dressing him now that Lily was not at home. They wagered it on Victor's arrival time yesterday. And she won. When the white limousine car reached the Cross mansion, it was already 12:30 p.m. The car stopped at the driveway as the driver hurried to open the door for Theodore, who stepped down, followed by Victor. Amelia was there waiting for them. She didn't look good at all, especially with all the tall cacti surrounding her. There were even some spines on her expensive dress. Did she bump into one of them? Her husband was nowhere in sight. That guy must really hate the fake Linda. Victor didn't understand the way he looked at her in his previous life. But now, he knew why. She was not his real daughter. Theodore scowled at his son a little, then headed to Amelia. Avoiding getting near the cacti. They can't injure him, but touching one of those thorns would hurt. Mrs. Cross, I am happy to meet you again. I brought my son here to ask for your daughter's hand in marriage, Theodore said respectfully. Ah, yes. Nice to meet you too, please, let's go inside. Amelia said. She didn't sound good. Entering the reception room, there were already 2 men and an old woman sitting there. Victor greeted respectfully and then sat next to his father after, who also greeted them. They were from the von Rosen family. And the woman was a player. Name, Martha von Rosen. Level, 90. Abnormal status, soul-eating parasite, former host. Class, Ace Summoner. Authority, 9. Strength, 239. Agility, 192. Intelligence, 271. Luck, 21. Charm, 27. Order, 37. Skills. Demonic Instinct AAA. Summoning Art AAA. S*X Arts AA. Energy Drain AA. Demonic Command B. Drug Brewing A. Needle Arts B. Quick Steps B. Kissing C. Charm C. Spear Art C. Alchemy C. Tea Ceremony C. Surveying E. Poison Resistance E. Pottery F. Equipment. Defense Talisman S. Demon Repelling Necklace A. Summoner Grimoire A. Storage Ring C. Fate Status. Fate's Power C. Fate's Direction, going negative. Fate's Design, heading for a disaster. Total, C. From her attributes, Victor quickly realized that she should be an elder. A disaster fate? It must be related to that thing. I must find a way to intervene. Victor thought. If he played his cards right, he could gain a lot. Hopefully, he can get the catalyst before them. Amelia slowly sat down after giving one of her maids a stern look as Theodore exchanged pleasantries with the von Rosen family representatives. Where is the bride? I can't wait to see her again. When I looked at her exquisite figure at the party, I couldn't help but dream of her all night. Victor asked arrogantly, gaining himself a nudge from his father as one of the von Rosen men chuckled. She should be here any moment now. Amelia said. A maid ran into the room and whispered something in Amelia's ear, making her frown. My daughter seemed to have gone somewhere with her friends. Let's get on with the procedures for now. She will be back in a while. Amelia said, making Theodore frown. What? I can't take this anymore, Victor suddenly stood up and shouted, making his father and the elder frown. I know that Linda is very pretty. And I am already doing you a favor by accepting to marry a cheating wife. But is she also making me wait for her? This young master is not a plaything. Before his father could scold him, he added. What do you mean cheating wife? Elder Martha asked. Before Amelia could talk. Do you pretend that you don't know? Victor asked as he took a stack of photos from his jacket's pocket and threw them angrily on the floor. One of the men quickly jumped from his seat and took one of the photos and brought it to Martha respectfully, who looked at the photo and then gasped. It was a photo of Linda with Titus. In bed. Look, we already know that. And we don't mind. Let's get on with it. Theodore said, trying to mitigate the situation as he gave his son a stern gaze. Martha didn't reply. She just looked at the photo with anger. Then looked at Amelia, who stood there in shock as she also looked at the photos. That *TCH lied to her. Where is Linda? She asked Amelia. Bring her here at once, she ordered sternly. I don't know where she is. Amelia said nervously. What do you mean? Martha asked. We can't find her anywhere. And her phone is in her room. Amelia said. And? Martha asked, just as a maid ran into the room with a pink envelope. My lady. This was left by Miss Linda. She said. Amelia wanted to take it, but Martha beat her to it. She opened it and read the letter inside of it, then threw it on the floor. Good. Very good. Just wait for the family's punishment. Martha said angrily as she stood up and bolted out of the room, not even bothering to greet the shocked Theodore, who silently took the letter and read it. I can't marry Victor. He is a pervert. I hate him. I am already with my love, Bill. Don't look for me. Linda. Who is Bill? My nephew? Theodore coldly asked Amelia, who was pale white, making Martha, who just stepped out of the room, stop and look back. Making her bump into a cactus that was strategically placed near the door. Ouch. Amelia ignored her as she thought for a good answer to Theodore's question. Probably. Linda told me that she was texting Bill lately. They met by chance about a year ago. Amelia said nervously as she watched Theodore take his phone out and send a message, probably to the family. What? I told you, father, I don't like her. How many men was she cheating on me with? Victor asked loudly as he pointed his finger at Amelia. She didn't know how to answer that. She was indeed the one who instigated Linda to find other candidates in the first place. But she never expected that *TCH to be so lawless. She even slept with Titus. Martha, who was very angry, and a little hurt by the cactus, seemed to have thought of something, then cursed silently after she remembered that Linda was not a virgin anymore. Taking a deep breath, she entered the room again as she dusted the cactus spines off her expensive shawl. Mr. Theodore. I hope we can work this out somehow, she told Theodore, causing Victor to look at her with an inspecting look. This snake wants to use this incident to create discord within the family. I already let the family know about this. The elders should decide. Theodore spat angrily as he dragged his son out. He had never been humiliated like this in his entire life. With that, Theodore got out of the Cross mansion and then ordered the driver to go back after throwing Victor in the back seat and sitting beside him. Sorry. I never expected this Linda to be like this. Don't worry, I will find you a better wife. Someone from a bigger family. Theodore said after a few minutes, making Victor speechless. Father. I already have Lily. And there is that girl Nova too. Victor said. Lily's position must not be affected. It's crucial for his plan. Lily is a maid. Although you can consider her your main wife, the family would never approve. And Nova is just a concubine. Her family just wanted to get rid of her. That won't do. You need a main wife with a good background. Theodore said. But father. As far as I know, you don't seem to have such a wife. Victor interjected. I had. Theodore said but didn't continue, making Victor frown. He had never heard of this. This was not in the family archive. Who was she? Victor asked solemnly. This seemed to be a sensitive subject for his father. Theodore sighed. Her name was Rosette. She came from the heavenly sect. Theodore said briefly as his face turned to the street, hiding the longing in his eyes. Victor gasped. No wonder they destroyed the files about her. It must be an order from those guys. The Heavenly Sect was the strongest force in the world. They had the most powerful players with the most authority and levels. It is said that 7 out of 10 of the artifacts that existed belonged to them. Not only that, they also collected the most gifted players from all over the world as disciples, teaching them skills and techniques. That place has more than 5 scions. Thankfully, they didn't care about mortal affairs. However, if one day they decided to take over the world, no power could rival them. Except maybe the Von Krone, Lily's real family. They only intervene when some power tries to disturb world peace. They were the reason the Von Richter, Alpha's family, lost very quickly. In his previous life, that sect remained neutral after the reckoning. Until they were wiped out by the Von Krone who ruled the world for 100 years, by then. They wanted to stage a coup. They failed miserably. As far as Victor knows, his elder sister, Alice von Weiss, was a disciple there. Too bad the sect didn't want to anger that scion back then. Some elders acted on their own accord and killed her to appease him. That was the official narrative anyway. Now, most importantly, Victor wanted to inquire about his father's mysterious main wife. But looking at his father's face, he decided not to. His father didn't look good. Soon, they reached Victor's mansion where his father silently kicked him out of the car. "Don't tell anyone about what happened today. I will report to the family and Bill will be severely punished," he said, "and that Alex looks ridiculous in a maid uniform. His disguise is not working at all, so find another solution," Theodore added before he left. "Amelia, this time I can't help you," Martha said with a sigh. "The matriarch will be really pissed about this," she added as she shook her head and hit the maid who was trying hard to take out some cactus spines from her arm. "Be careful." "But Aunt, can't we use Linda's relationship with Bill somehow?" the terrified Amelia asked. "Maybe. But the only trouble would be Linda getting killed. Your little B*TCH has already slept with Titus. If Bill found out, he would slit her throat by himself. That pervert Victor would not cause any trouble, he loathes her. And Titus is still serving his punishment for offending Anne. All we can do now is hope that Bill gets angry enough and tries to kill Titus. That might cause some internal strife. But we can't expose the info by ourselves, or they might suspect something. I have to consult the family about this," she said with a sigh. "That's what happens when we use someone unreliable like a maid." "Thankfully we didn't tell her any family secrets," Martha added. Suddenly, the entire house shook as they heard a scream coming from the basement and then the sound of metal breaking. Amelia looked at Martha, who kicked away the maid that fell onto her. Then the two of them hurried downstairs to where the Real Linda was being kept. There, in the last room in the corridor, in the center, a very pretty girl was sitting on the bed as a nurse checked her vitals. "Linda?" Amelia asked in shock when she entered the room with the astonished Martha. "Mother, Grand Aunt. My ceremony has finished. I have succeeded," Lynn said with a bright smile. "How?" Amelia asked. They were now sitting in her study with Martha. Lynn had already taken a bath and was dressed in a white flowing dress. She looked ethereal as she quietly smelled a rose that she got from somewhere. You see. Yesterday, Pussy came and told me that she was escaping. And she also told me that she was the one who messed up my ceremony back then," Lynn said with hatred. "What?" Amelia shouted in shock as she stood up from her seat. "And how did you defeat that demon?" Martha asked. "I got very desperate. And decided to bet all the strength I had left on one last attempt. It was a very close call, but the demon seemed to have been affected by the medication you have been giving me and the demon-suppressing collar. He seemed a little weak. So I took the chance and wrestled control of my body and won." Lynn lied with a smile. Can that happen?" Amelia asked with some doubt. "Yes," Martha said. "You see, Demons come in all kinds and have different weaknesses. It is not unheard of, though it is rare. Did you change her medication lately? She asked. Yes. The old ones were not working anymore, Amelia said as she nodded. It all made sense now. That must be it, Martha said as she took a white, rectangular piece of jade out from her bag. Come here, Linda, put your hand on this appraisal stone. She said. Call me Lynn. I don't want to be called by the same name as that B*TCH used to mess around. She told me everything, Lena said with hatred as she put her hand on the stone. Level, 0. Class, Ace Summoner, AAA. Authority, 5. Strength, 98. Intelligence, 98. Agility, 99. Luck, 11. Charm, 36. Order, 10. Not bad at all. With this, you can get a good position in the family. Martha nodded with a smile, not realizing that the attributes that were displayed were only a tenth of Lynn's true attributes. This demon had nearly 100 strength. No wonder you had difficulty defeating him, Amelia said with a smile as she petted her daughter's hair. Too bad you are too old to be an elite member of the family. If you had managed to kill it a few years earlier, you would have been the family's main heir. Martha added, well, I would have to report this to the matriarch, she added. About my punishment? Amelia asked. Since Lynn has awakened successfully, it would naturally be lessened, but I will try to appease the matriarch for now. Martha sighed again as she stood up. I heard from Pussy about the marriage. I can do it. You don't have to punish my mother, Lynn said bravely, hiding her true thoughts. She really wanted to marry Victor. Oh, well. That would work, but we would have to appease von Weiss somehow first. And you might not be able to be the main wife, Martha warned. I don't care, Lynn said. We will see then. Martha nodded with a smile as she saw Lynn's determination. That's how a true von Rosen should be, not like that B*TCH who only knows how to chase men. Elle cursed silently as she rubbed the floor under Mina's watchful eye. This was her punishment for trying to scam Theodore, who completely ignored her and ordered Hilda to punish her for being disrespectful to her masters. Why does this family have so many rules? Damn it. What should she do now? Run away? No. This Victor was not just rich, he was filthy rich. She must find a way to get benefits from him. And she can't return to the village now, not after Big John was killed. Maybe there is hope if she could grab the mountain deed and get it to Mr. Klein. But where can she find it? This place was huge. And that Hilda has eyes like a hawk. She was forbidden from entering the dungeon though. Could it be there? Last night she had no chance. Maybe tonight. Maybe she could also steal some precious treasures and get rich. Hee 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 hee. You missed a spot. Do it again, Mina coldly ordered. I know, B*TCH. Stop ordering me like a... Elle's curse came to a halt as a shiver ran up her spine. Didn't I tell you that cursing was not allowed in this mansion? Hilda, who materialized behind her, asked. Elle tried to run away, but Hilda's iron claw grasped her. Come, I will rinse that dirty mouth of yours with vinegar again, she said, dragging the miserable Elle under Mina's smug look. Mina and her sister had to go through Hilda's punishment a few times when they first came here, but they later realized that this was for their own good. And the punishment Elle suffered until now could only be considered a preparatory course. Hilda has some very unique punishment. Mina's body shivered involuntarily as she remembered. As soon as Victor reached the mansion's door, his phone rang. It was Arya. Apparently, this young master can't get a good rest. We found the girl who took the painting. Her flight will land at the airport in an hour, she said in a hurry. Oh. That's good, what's her name? Victor asked. Monica Davis. She is the daughter of Dave Davis, the owner of DD Industries. He works for the family. Shall I contact him? He wouldn't mind giving you his daughter. If she goes missing suddenly, he might alarm the family forces," she said, making Victor frown. "No. We better do this discreetly." "Anything else?" he asked. "The list you sent me about those third-rate actors, I investigated them." "Nothing interesting. Are you sure you want me to sign long-term contracts with them?" she asked. "Absolutely. If there is nothing important, I will have to go catch some girls now. See you tonight," he stated. "Just be careful," she said before hanging up. Victor smiled slightly as he called Chick 17 and told him to meet him at the airport. Too bad Lily has not returned yet. Shall he bring Alex instead? Monica cursed loudly. She was very upset. Her father had forced her to cancel her vacation and return to attend school, under the threat of cutting her off. Just as she sat in her red car, he called. He must have been following her every move. "Yes, Daddy," she answered. "Did your plane land?" he asked as if he didn't know already. "It did," she said. "Head home immediately then. What are you waiting for?" "You have to start school tomorrow," he said. "But I promised my friends to." "No buts. Don't think that I don't know that you made up this trip just to get away from here. And I only allowed it because you were a little frustrated after the highway terrorist incident. Now, you should perform your duties as my daughter. The school would be a perfect chance for you to get close to him," he said with a stern voice. "But Daddy, I don't want to marry some perverted young master that I never met. Let alone seducing him. I heard how he humiliated his fiancée at the party," she protested as she started her car. "That's not important. Speaking of the party, you already failed your mission once by missing it. You can't fail again. Many girls already have their eyes on him. You must understand that Master Victor has been granted an elevated elite status in the family. If you can become his lover, or even just carry his children, my business and position in the family would soar," he said, making her speechless. "Is your business more important than my happiness?" she asked as tears fell from her eyes. "Yes, you just don't understand how much you can gain. Just get here immediately. I have some information for you to study," he said as he hung up. "Damn him," she shouted as she put away her phone and started the car again. It didn't start. After trying a couple of times, it still failed to start. "Even you betrayed me," she yelled as she left her car. Then, after tricking some poor guy to help her see what was wrong, she gave up after nothing worked for 15 minutes. She could only take a taxi after calling a towing truck and giving that guy who helped her check the car a cute thank you. "Take me to the DD West mansion," she told the muscular taxi driver. "Right away," the man said with an evil smile as he started the car. The taxi quickly left the airport, and after some turns, Monica noticed that the car was now on a side road. "Where are you going?" she yelled. The man didn't respond. "Stop," she yelled again as she took out her phone. There was no signal. She tried to open the doors. They didn't open. After knocking on the separating screen and windows for a few minutes, she gave up. Was she being kidnapped? The car stopped after a while. The doors were opened by two burly men that looked like the driver. They dragged her out by force. Into a dark alleyway. "Stop. Do you know who I am?" she yelled, but the men didn't respond. They just dragged her into an abandoned house. Was she being kidnapped? "Stop. Help. Help." She began to shout and struggle in panic as they dragged her in and shut the door. A young man was sitting inside at a dusty table. She knew this guy. He was the terrorist who threw the hand grenade at the other car that day. Did he find her because she saw his face? "Miss Monica, nice to meet you," he said with a dashing smile. He was really handsome. "What are you thinking, Monica? What do you want?" I am warning you, my father is Dave Davis. You can't hurt me. Please, Mr. Terrorist. I already told the police what you look like, she said in a panic as she looked around. They were in an abandoned house that was full of dust and cobwebs. The young man was sitting on a chair, surrounded by 10 menacing men and a maid. No, that maid was a guy. What's wrong with him? Terrorist. Ah, so it's about that. The hot young man said as he inspected her. From head to toe. She didn't like being inspected. But his eyes were very charming. If she met him on another occasion, she would not refuse to date him. She is clean, the young man said to his men after a while, making them relax. What does he mean by clean? Let's make this quick. If you are obedient, I won't mind letting you go, he said as he stood up and approached her, still inspecting her body. His gaze was piercing, it made her feel very uncomfortable in a strange way. Are terrorists this hot nowadays? What would he do to her? No matter what. It was better to be done by this hot terrorist rather than a perverted young master. What was she thinking again? What? She asked as her breathing became faster. What's wrong with her? A couple of weeks ago, you purchased a butterfly painting. Where is it? He asked as he pinched her cheek. His hand felt very nice. Would her boyfriend touch her like that? Why is she out of breath? And why is it so hot in here? A painting? She asked absent-mindedly. Yes, of a butterfly. He asked again as he raised his eyebrow, pondering. I won't tell you, she said. The police told me not to help criminals, she added. She watched a show where the terrorist killed the hostages after getting all the information they needed. She was not a fool. Now he would have to keep her alive. Would he be rough with her? The young terrorist looked at her with a frown, then, he took a glass of wine out of somewhere. Drink, he said. No, she would never trust him. And she wanted to be sober when it happened. He shook his head. Then, after drinking a sip from the glass, he pinched her lips and kissed her. She could feel the wine entering her mouth. It tasted nice. Her first kiss. Looking at her blushed face, the terrorist chuckled. Look, I know my charm is affecting you, that's natural. My attributes are too much for a mortal to handle at a close range. It's strange though, he said, in a very narcissistic way. What? She didn't understand what he was saying. Now. Where is the painting? He asked. I gave it to a friend, she said. Why was she answering him? Who is this friend? He asked. Connor Morris. He is from Windgate City. He is into art, she said. She wanted to shut up, but couldn't. She didn't care about Connor anyway. He might die. She needed to warn him. Oh. Is he your boyfriend? He asked. Not at all, he wishes. I never even let him touch my hand. She yelled as if to clarify. Why did she feel the need to do that? She knew that Connor liked her, but she only considered him a friend. She met him through another friend a few years ago, before he left on a scholarship. Oh. Are you one of those evil young ladies who manipulate men? He asked, somewhat disappointed. No. I never promise them anything. They just like to pester me. I don't know why, she said. She really hated how men kept pestering her when she was young. But when she got older, she learned how to use them. Will he hate her for that? Why would she care? He looked at her with a deepening frown, it was as if he was thinking about something important. She liked that look. It made her feel important. Suddenly he took out a dagger. Will he kill her now? She tried to struggle, but the burly man, holding her, didn't let her move. Don't move, or it will leave a scar, the young terrorist said. What? Will he rip her close now? She was still not ready. To her disappointment, he only used his dagger to swiftly prick her finger and draw some blood onto a leather-bound old book. He opened it after that and read a few lines. "Interesting, so that's it. I didn't expect that at all," he said as he smiled at her. "Why did you give Connor the painting?" he asked, raising one eyebrow. I don't know. I really liked it, but when he was helping me unpack my bag, he injured his hand. So I ran to get a first aid kit. I hate blood the most. And when I returned to the room, he was nowhere to be seen, so was the painting. I knew that he must have ruined it with his blood. I saw its trace in the bag. He must have been very embarrassed, so I called him. He was really troubled and talked funnily. So I told him to keep the painting as a thank you gift for helping me. I didn't want to embrace him," she said, that Connor didn't call her after that. "Was he really that embarrassed?" "When was that?" he asked. "About 2 weeks ago," she said. "Good, you are not that bad after all it seems. Now, one final question. Do you like me?" he asked. "Yes," she blurted out. What was she saying? She just met him. And he is a terrorist. A very hot terrorist. "I like you too. From now on you will work for me. I will call your father and tell him," he said suddenly, making her shocked. What? Do you want to ask for a ransom? Will I be a terrorist too?" She didn't understand what he meant. Is this how terrorists worked now? Would she be trafficked? Would she end up in a life of servitude? She wouldn't mind if it were him. "You will know later, now go to sleep," he said with a smile, touching her forehead gently. And with that, she lost consciousness. "Young master. You never told me about the paintings, and why do you want to make that girl your maid?" Alex, who was driving, asked. She felt somewhat jealous. "The painting is a demon possession tool," Victor said as he watched the road. "You don't need to worry about it, this would be Alpha's assignment," Victor said as he messaged Arya, telling her to find information about Connor Morris. And also to call Monica's father and inform him that he wants her. Her bloodline is very compatible with his. That's why she turned into AB*TCH in heat after meeting him. That was interesting. "And the girl?" Alex asked again, making Victor smirk. "She is special. Her bloodline is very compatible with mine," he said. "I just thought it would be a waste to let it go unused." He added he would just send her to her father for now. Her opportunistic father would ship her to him later. He was sure. I see," Alex said. "Now, dear Alex. We have to talk about something," Victor suddenly said in a serious tone. "What?" Alex asked. "My father has noted that the maid dress didn't suit you," Victor said with a sigh. "What?" Alex responded. "Yup. So we have 3 options. The first one is to make you change course and make you train to be a burly man like the chicks. Nothing that a few bags of specialty protein and a rigorous training routine can't achieve." Victor said a nod. "The other options?" Alex asked. She didn't want to look like those bald chicks. "The second option is for you to undergo plastic surgery. We would also convert you to a woman in the process. What do you think?" Victor asked. "I absolutely refuse," Alex, who was disturbed by the idea, stated. "Then the last choice. I will have to make you wear a very skimpy outfit, something that even the sluttiest woman wouldn't wear. Hopefully, that would make you appear more womanly," Victor said with a sigh. Are there any other options?" Alex asked. "I can't think of any. Do you have any ideas?" Victor asked, making Alex want to cry. "Young master. Can you give me one last chance? I can make the current disguise work," Alex said with some resolve. "I am not sure. But I will just order Margaret to make your skirts a little shorter." If it doesn't work, we would resort to more drastic procedures. Victor said casually, making Alex nod. She would have to remove her disguise after all. Sorry, father, this is for your daughter's survival. Just as Alex was considering what to do, the car was signaled by a police car to stop to the side. Why are you stopping them? I thought you were off duty today? Nicole scolded her daughter. Sorry, mother, I just saw an acquaintance. Leah replied, I will return quickly. She said as she jumped out of the car, making her mother squint her eyes looking at the other car, then quickly followed as she felt her daughter was acting strange. This usually meant trouble. Victor, how are you? Leah asked the handsome guy in the back of the expensive car as she gave the driving maid a weird gaze. Wait, that maid is a guy. What was going on here? An undercover cop? Impossible, no cop dresses like this, or did the police reach a new low? Hello, Officer Leah. I am doing good. The handsome young man said with a sigh. How have you been? He said with a tired frown. He seemed troubled, so was his driver maid. I am great, did you get my message? Leah asked in a flirting voice, making Nicole frown. This is the first time she heard her daughter talk to any boy like this. Does she like him? Yes. It made me a little troubled, he said, making Nicole wonder what kind of message did her daughter send him. I noticed that, Leah said as she looked with a frown at the cross-dressing maid. What the hell is going on here? Nicole wondered as she saw the lost look in her daughter's eyes. Did she cause this? She needed more information. Hello there, I am Lee's mother, Nicole, she said to Victor as she extended her hand to him. Victor looked at her with surprise, then elegantly, and he shook her hand with respect. Hello, my name is Victor von Weiss. Nice to meet you. Are you by any chance Officer Lee's older sister? He said politely. Not bad. Wait. Von Weiss? I am her mother, are you Theodore's son? She asked. He was a smooth talker like Theodore, and had the same perverted eyes. Ah, yes, Aunt. Do you happen to know my father? He asked, making Leah look at her with a strange look that she didn't care about. This is a mess. This guy is Lee's half-brother. Did she by any chance develop feelings for her half-brother? *T. Yes, I met Theodore a few years ago. A good man. She said with a sigh. What do you think of my daughter Leah? She suddenly asked him, making Leah, by her side, blush heavily as she perked her ears. This brat wants to know the answer as well. Good, that means the situation was still salvageable. Well, I probably shouldn't say this, but I think of Officer Leah as a close sister. Victor said with a smile that Nicole understood. This smile was the thing Theodore did when he revealed a secret. This brat knows. Did Theodore tell him? But looking at the disappointed Leah to her side, isn't this better? Her crazy daughter would not have any other stupid thoughts after this. Officer Leah, I am a little busy right now, we will meet later. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Nicole. Victor said politely as he gestured to Alex to start the car. Leah, who was a little lost, only noticed that Victor had already left when the car was already far away. He considers you as a sister, so forget about him, Nicole said to her daughter. Mother, you don't understand. He thinks of all the girls in the world as his sisters. He is gay. I will never give up, Leah said. Nicole, for the first time in her life, wanted to smack some sense into this stubborn daughter of hers. Maybe she had raised her a little bit wrong,